Part 8. Serpent and Octopus. Chapter 35. Dr. Miracle was slightly drunk and exuded the aroma of damp bourbon like a cheap cologne. A flask full of the stuff sat on the table near his elbow. On a plate before him was a soggy hot dog and baked beans. It was lunchtime, and the air was filled with dust as the trucks and cranes set up the sideshows at the Gadsden Fairgrounds. In another week the carnival would be heading into Birmingham, and the season would be over. Billy sat across from Dr. Miracle beneath the wooden roof of the open-air cafe. The ghost show tent was already up, ready for tonight's business. Dr. Miracle looked distastefully at his food and swigged from the flask, then offered it to Billy.
"Go ahead, it won't kill you. God, eat this food. You need a little antibiotic protection. You know, if you expect to stay with a carnival, you'd better get used to the taste of alcohol." "Stay?" Billy was silent for a moment, watching as the trucks rumbled along the midway with various parts of rides and sideshows. The Octopus was being put together out there, somewhere in the haze of dust. "I wasn't planning on staying after we leave Birmingham." "Don't you like the carnival?" "Well, I guess I do, but there's work to be done at home." "Ah, yes." Miracle nodded. He was unshaven and bleary-eyed from a long night of driving and then raising the ghost show tent. "You're home." "I'd forgotten. People have homes. I had thought you might be interested in seeing my workshop, where I put together all the ghost show figures. It's in that house I own in Mobile. A house, mind you, not a home. My home is this." He motioned toward the midway. "Dust and all, I love it. Next year the ghost show will be bigger than ever. It'll have twice as many ghosts and goblins, twice as many optical effects. I thought perhaps you'd like to help me with it." Billy sipped at a cup of hot black coffee. "Something I've been meaning to ask you for a long time. Maybe I thought you'd get around to telling me, but you haven't. Just exactly why did you want me to be your assistant this summer?" "I told you. I'd heard about you and your mother, and I—" "No, sir, that's not all of it, is it? You could have hired anybody to help you with the ghost show. So why did you search so long and hard for my mother and me?" The man looked out at the billowing yellow dust and swigged from his flask. His nose was laced with bright red and blue veins, and the whites of his eyes were a sad yellowish color. "Can you really do what people have said?" he asked finally. "Do you and your mother have the ability to communicate with the dead?" Billy nodded. "Many people before you have said they could, too. I've never seen anything remotely resembling a ghost. I've seen pictures, of course, but those are easily faked. Oh, what I'd give to be able to see something that would hint of life in the beyond, wherever that might be. You know, there are institutes devoting their whole resources to exploring the question of life after death. Did I tell you that already? One is in Chicago, another in New York. I wrote the Chicago people once, and they sent me back a questionnaire. But by then it was too late." "What was too late?" Billy asked. "Things," Miracle replied. He looked at Billy for a moment and then nodded. "If you can see apparitions, doesn't that fill you with a hope that there is an afterlife?" "I never thought there wasn't." "Ah, blind faith, huh? And how do you arrive at that conclusion? Your religious beliefs? Your crutch?" Something angry and bitter flared behind Dr. Miracle's rheumy eyes for an instant, then subsided. "Damn," he said softly. "What is death? The ending of the first act or the final curtain? Can you tell me?" Billy said, "No, sir." "All right, I'll tell you why I sought you out. Because I wanted desperately to believe in what I heard about you and your mother. I wanted to find someone who might help me make sense of this preposterous joke we refer to as life. What's beyond all this?" He made a wide gesture. The cafe, the other workers and carny people sitting around talking and eating, the dusty midway. "I don't know." Dr. Miracle's gaze fell to the table. "Well, how would you? But you have a chance to know, Billy, if what you say about yourself is true. My wife, Ellen, had a chance to know as well." "Your wife?" It was the first time the man had mentioned his wife's name. "Is she in Mobile?" No, not in Mobile. I visited her one day before I found my way to Hawthorne. Ellen is a permanent resident of the State Insane Asylum in Tuscaloosa." He glanced at Billy, his lined face tight and tired. "She saw something in that house in Mobile." "Or did she?" "Well, she likes to finger paint and comb her hair all day long now, and what she saw that pushed her over the edge is a moot point, isn't it?" "What did she see?" Miracle took out his wallet and opened it to the photograph of the young man in the service uniform. He slid it across the table to Billy. "Kenneth was his name. Infantry, Korea. He was killed by mortar fire on... Oh, what's the date? I carried the exact day in my head for so long. Well, it was in August of 1951. I seem to remember that it happened on a Wednesday. I was always told that he favored me." "Do you think so?" "In the eyes, yes." Miracle took the wallet back and put it away. "Wednesday in August. How hot and final that sounds. Our only child." I watched Ellen slowly fall into the bourbon bottle, a tradition I have since clung to wholeheartedly. Is there such a thing as ever really letting a dead child go? Over a year after the burial, Ellen was taking a basket of clothes up the stairs in our house, and right at the top of the stairs stood Kenneth. She said she could smell the pomade in his hair, and he looked at her and said, "You worry too much, Ma." It was something he used to say to her all the time, to tease her. And she blinked, and he wasn't there. When I got home, I found she'd been walking up and down those stairs all day, hoping she would trigger whatever it had been that had made her see him. But, of course... He looked up at Billy, who'd been listening intently, and then shifted uneasily in his chair. "I stay in that house for most of the winter in between seasons. Sometimes I think I'm being watched. Sometimes I can imagine Ken calling me, his voice echoing through the hallway. I would sell that house and move away, but what if Ken is still there, trying to reach me, but I can't see him? Is that why you want me to go to Mobile with you, to find out if your son is still in that house?" "Yes. I have to know, one way or the other." Billy was pondering the request when 3 women, laughing and talking, came in out of the dust. One of them was a lean black girl, the second was a coarse-looking redhead, but the third young woman was a walking vision. One glance and he was riveted. It was the girl whose picture he'd admired outside the Jungle Love sideshow. She had a smooth, sensual stride, and she wore a pair of blue jeans that looked spray-painted on. Her green T-shirt read, "I'm a virgin. This is a very old T-shirt." And she wore an orange cat cap over loose blonde curls. Billy looked up into her face as she passed the table and saw greenish gold eyes under blonde brows. Her aroma lingered like the smell of wheat straw on a July morning. She carried herself with proud sexuality and seemed to know that every man in the place was drooling. She was obviously used to being watched. Several roustabouts whistled as the 3 women went to the counter to order their food. Ah, youth! Even Dr. Miracle had tried to suck in his gut. "I presume those ladies are dancers in that exhibition down the Midway?" Yes, sir. Billy hadn't been inside yet. Usually after a day's work, it was all he could do to fall onto his cot at the back of the ghost show tent. The three women got their food and sat at a nearby table. Billy couldn't keep his eyes off the one in the cat cap. He watched as she ate her hot dog with a rather sloppy abandon, talking and laughing with her friends. Her beautiful eyes, he noticed, kept sliding toward two guys at another table. They were staring at her with a silent hunger, just as Billy was. "She's got 10 years on you, if a day," Dr. Miracle said quietly. "If your tongue hangs down any farther, you could sweep the floor with it." There was something about her that set a fire burning in Billy. He didn't even hear Dr. Miracle. She suddenly glanced over in his direction, her eyes almost luminous, and Billy felt a shiver of excitement. She held his gaze for only a second, but it was long enough for wild fantasies to start germinating in his brain. "I would guess that your, love life has been rather limited," Dr. Miracle said. "You're almost 18, and I have no right throwing in my 2 cents, but I did promise your mother I'd look after you. So here's my advice, and take it or leave it. Some women are Wedgwood, and some are Tupperware. That is the latter variety. Billy, are you listening to me? I'm going to get some more coffee." He took his cup to the counter for a refill, passing right by her table. "Live and learn, son," Dr. Miracle said grimly. Billy got his fresh cup of coffee and came back by the table again. He was so nervous he was about to shake it out of the cup, but he was determined to say something to the girl. Something witty, something that would break the ice. He stood a few feet away from them for a moment, trying to conjure up words that would impress her. Then he stepped toward her, and she looked up quizzically at him, her gaze sharpening. "Hi there," he said. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" "Take a hike," she said, as the other two giggled. And suddenly a flask was thrust under her nose. "Drink?" Dr. Miracle asked. "J.W. Dant, finest bourbon in the land." She looked at them both suspiciously, then sniffed at the flask. "Why not?" She took a drink and passed it around the table. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Reginald Miracle, and this is my right-hand man, Mr. Billy Creekmore. What Mr. Creekmore meant to offer you lovely ladies is an open invitation to visit the ghost show at your convenience." "The ghost show?" the redhead asked. "What kind of crap is that?" "You mean that funky little tent on the Midway?" "Yeah, I've seen it." The blonde stretched, her unfettered breasts swelling against her shirt. "What do you do, tell fortunes?" "Better than that, fair lady. We probe into the world of spirits and speak to the dead." She laughed. There were more lines in her face than Billy had thought, but he found her beautiful and sexually magnetic. "Forget it. I've got enough hassles with the living to screw around with the dead." I've seen your picture," Billy said, finally finding his voice. "Out in front of the show." Again she seemed to pull away from him. "Are you the bastard who's been stealing my pictures?" "No." "Better not be. They cost a lot of money." "Well, it's not me, but I can understand why. I think you're really pretty." She gave him the faintest hint of a smile. "Why, thank you." "I mean it. I really think you're pretty." He might have gone on like that had Dr. Miracle not nudged him in the ribs. "Are you an Indian kid?" she asked. "Part Indian. Choctaw." "Choctaw," she repeated, and her smile was a little brighter. "You look like an Indian." "I'm part French," the other women hooted, "and part Irish." "My name's Santha Tully. Those two bitches across the table don't have names, 'cause they were hatched from buzzard eggs." "Are you all dancers?" "We're entertainers," the redhead told him. "I've been wanting to see the show, but the sign says you have to be 21 to get in." "How old are you?" Almost 18? Practically.
She gave him a quick appraisal. He was a nice-looking boy, she thought. Really nice, with those strange dark hazel eyes and that curly hair. He reminded her, in a way, of Chalky Davis. Chalky's eyes had been dark brown, but this boy was taller than Chalky had been. The news of Chalky's death, murder, she'd heard, still disturbed her, though they hadn't slept together but 2 or 3 times. Santha wondered if this boy was involved in any of the creepy things that had been happening to her in the last few weeks. Somebody had put a half-dozen dead roses on the steps of her trailer, and she had heard strange noises late at night, as if someone were prowling around. That's why she didn't like to sleep alone. One night last week, she could have sworn that somebody had been inside her trailer and gone through her costumes. But this boy's eyes were friendly. She saw in them the unmistakable sheen of desire. "Come see the show, both of you. Tell the old bat out front that Santha sent you." "Okay." Dr. Miracle took the empty flask back. "We'll look forward to it." Santha looked up into Billy's eyes. She decided she wouldn't kick him out of bed for eating crackers. He seemed nervous and shy, and virgin? She wondered. "Come by the show, Choctaw," she said, and winked. "Real soon." Dr. Miracle almost had to drag him out. Santha laughed. The 2 cute roustabouts were still eyeing her. "Virgin," she said. "Bet you $20. "No takers," the black girl told her. And in the swirl of dust spun up by the heavy trucks, Dr. Miracle shook his head and muttered, "Entertainers indeed." Chapter 36. "Last show of the night," the platinum-blonde female barker was bellowing through a microphone. "Hey, you in the hat! How about a thrill, huh? Well, come on in. It's all right here. 5 lovely, sensually young girls who'll just love to do their thing. Hey, mister, why don't you leave your wife out here and come on in? I guarantee he'll be a better man for it, honey. Last show of the night. Hear those drums beat? The natives are restless tonight, and you never can tell who they're gonna do. What they're gonna do. Ha-ha!" Billy stood with the rest of the interested males grouped around the Jungle Love show. He wanted to go in there, but he was as nervous as a cat in a room full of rockers. A man wearing a straw hat and a flashy printed shirt drawled, "Hey, lady, they dance nude in there? Does a big bear shet in the woods? You don't dance nude, do you, Big Mama?" She let out a husky laugh that shook her rouged cheeks. "Don't you wish, little boy? Last show of the night, 50 cents, 50 cents. Half $1 will get you in. You provide your own sin. Come on, step in line." Billy paused. Dr. Miracle had told him that if he absolutely insisted in coming to the strip show, then he should put his wallet in a place where light fingers couldn't get to it, and he shouldn't sit next to anybody who put a hat in his lap. When Billy had passed the Octopus, he felt a rush of dread through him, and thought he heard awful distant shrieks emanating from the covered gondola. But no one else seemed to hear them. Buck had given him a baleful glare, warning him to stay away. In motion the Octopus chittered and groaned, the tired engine snorting steam, the green tarpaulin covering the scabrous gondola cracked in the wind. As far as Billy knew, Buck never took the tarpaulin off. The gondola itself had to be attached to the machine, otherwise the Octopus would be off balance and would go pinwheeling across the midway like a huge, deadly top. Buck was trying to keep riders out of that gondola, Billy knew, because the man must be fearful of what might happen should anyone get inside it. Maybe Buck was trying his best to keep it muzzled, Billy thought. What if, for lack of steady victims, it was feeding on Buck's soul and body, taking an arm, slicing a finger or an ear, while the dark ripples of its power strengthened and spread? 50 cents, 50 cents! Don't be shy, boys. Come on in. At least in there he could lose himself, Billy thought. He moved forward, and the barker motioned toward a cigar box. 50 cents, hon. If you're 21, I'm little Orphan Annie, but what the hell? Inside, in a smoky haze of green light, a dozen long benches faced a stage with a garishly painted backdrop of twisted jungle foliage. The drumbeats bellowed from a speaker hidden off to the left. He sat in a center row as the place filled up with hooting, shouting men. They started clapping in time with the drumbeats, and there were hoarse yells for the show to begin. Suddenly the blonde barker was up on stage, and the drumbeats ceased. She said through a microphone that buzzed and warbled with feedback, "Okay, hold it down. We're going to start in a minute. Right now, I want you to take a look at these playing cards I hold in my hand, but don't look too close unless you want your eyebrows burned off. Yes, sir, straight from Paris, France, showing the kind of pictures that make a man want to get up and crow. You can't buy these in the local Woolworths, but you can buy 'em right here for only $2.75. Yes, sir, they know how to play cards in Paris." Billy shifted uneasily in his seat. Cigar smoke drifted in front of his face. Somebody shouted, "Get off the stage, you're stripped naked, baby." He had the vague and unsettling sensation of being watched, yet when he looked around toward the back he saw only a mass of leering faces daubed in green light. The show began. To a blare of rock music, a fleshy redhead in a black bikini, one of the women who'd been with Santa that afternoon, Billy realized, came strutting out on stage with a large, stuffed chimpanzee doll. Her thighs quivered as she rolled her hips, letting the chimp sniff around her barely covered breasts and moving it slowly all over her body. The men were suddenly very quiet, as if mesmerized. After a minute or two of gyrating, the woman rolled around on the floor with the chimp and pretended dismay when her breasts popped free. She lay on her back, thrusting as the chimp sat astride her crotch. She began to moan and writhe, scissoring her legs into the air. Her hips bucked faster and faster, her large breasts trembling. Billy was sure that his eyes were about to pop from their sockets. Then the green lights went out, and when they came back on again, the barker was there, offering for sale something called Tijuana comic books. The next dancer was the thin black girl who contorted herself into positions that would have snapped any ordinary backbone. Most of the time her crotch, clad in flimsy panties with a cat's eye strategically placed, was aimed toward the audience while her head was resting on the floor. The music hammered and roared, but the girl moved very slowly, as if to her own inner rhythm. Billy caught a glimpse of her eyes once and saw they were blank of all emotion. After the barker had tried to sell a pecker stretcher, a tall, big-boned girl wearing a bright yellow gown came out to dance. She had a huge mane of yellow hair that flowed down her back, and halfway into her act, when her huge breasts were peeking out from the material, and it was obvious she was totally nude underneath, she suddenly whipped off the mane to show she was bald-headed. There was a collective stunned gasp, and then she made sure everybody could see that something else was bald, too. The lion girl was followed by a harsh-looking, slightly overweight brunette in a tiger-skin bikini. She mostly stood in one place, making her breasts bounce, flicking the nipples with her fingers or clenching her buttocks. Then she did a few deep knee bends that were obviously torturous for her and left her face sheened with sweat. After she'd gone off stage, the barker hawked a set of French ticklers, and then she said, "Okay, are you ready to fry? You ready to have your eggs scrambled, boiled, and turned sunny side up?" There was a roar of assent. "Meet Santha, the Panther Girl." The lights went out for a few seconds. When they came back on, there was a black shape curled up at center stage. The drums started beating again. Slowly, a shaft of red light strengthened across the stage, like the red dawn of an African veld. Billy found himself leaning forward, utterly entranced. From the black curl, a single bare leg lifted up, then sank down again. An arm reached up, stretching. The figure stirred and slowly began to rise. She was wearing a long robe made of sleek black fur, and she kept it tightly around her as she surveyed the audience, her blonde curls a shining red halo.
Billy saw the dark in her hair where the real color had grown out, and she seemed to have on an inch of makeup, but there was a challenge and a defiance in her glowing eyes that made the pecker stretcher obsolete. She smiled, faintly with a touch of dangerous promise, and then, though it hadn't appeared she'd even moved at all, the black robe dropped slowly lower and lower until it was resting on the full rise of her bosom. She clasped the robe with one hand, and now as she began to move slowly and sinuously to the drum beats, the robe would part to show a brief glimpse of stomach, thigh, or the dark and inviting V between them. She kept her eyes on the audience, and Billy knew she loved to be looked at, loved to be wanted. And Billy, though he knew lust was a terrible sin, wanted her so badly he thought he would burst apart at the seams. The black robe continued to drop, but slowly, at Santha's pace, not the audience's. There was a heavy silence but for the drum beats, and smoke swirled in layers like a jungle mist. Then the robe was off and kicked aside, and Santha was naked but for a brief black G-string. Her hips moved faster. Santha's face radiated hot need, the muscles of her smooth thighs tensing. She reached out, her fingers rippling through the currents of smoke. Then she was down on her knees, reaching for the audience, on her side, writhing with lust and desire. She stretched like a beautiful cat, then lay on her back and lifted her legs, slowly scissoring them. The drum beats hammered at Billy's head, and he knew he couldn't stand much more of this. She curled her knees up toward her chin, and suddenly the G-string fell away, and there was a liquid wink between her thighs. And then the lights went out. Breath burst from several sets of lungs. A harsh white light came on, showing all the rips and seams in the painted backdrop, and the barker said, "That's all, gentlemen. Y'all come back now. Here?" There were a few shouts of more and assorted catcalls, but the show was over. Billy couldn't move for a few minutes because he was as big as a railroad spike, and he knew he'd either split his pants or bust his balls if he tried to stagger out. When he finally did stand up, the place was empty. He could just imagine what his folks would say if they knew where he was right now. He limped toward the exit. "I thought that was you out there. Hey, Choctaw." Billy turned. Santha was on stage again, wrapped up in her black robe. His heart almost stuttered to a stop. "How'd you like it?" "It was, okay, I guess." "Okay? Geez, we worked our asses off for you boys. And all you have to say is okay? I saw you out there, but sometimes it's hard to make out faces in that damned light. How'd you like Leona? You know, the lion girl." She was fine. She just joined the show at the 1st of June. She had a disease when she was a little girl that made her hair fall out." She smiled when she saw the bewildered look in his eyes. "Not all her hair, dope. She shaves that part." "Oh." The bulky platinum blonde barker came out, coiling up the microphone cord. She was smoking a cheroot and scowling with an expression that might have shattered a mirror. "Christ, did you ever see such a bunch of losers? Cheap bastards, too. Buckets wouldn't even buy one set of ticklers. You going to Barbie's birthday party?" "I don't know," Santha said. "Maybe." She glanced over at Billy. "Want to go to a party, Choctaw?" "I guess I'd better be getting back to—" "Oh, come on. Besides, I need somebody to help me carry my makeup case and my wardrobe to my trailer. And I feel bad about jumping your case this afternoon." "Better take it while you can," the barker said, not looking at Billy but rather examining something up in the lights. "Santha's never fucked an Indian before." "Just a party," Santha told him. She laughed softly. "Come on, I won't bite." "Are you gonna get dressed?" "Sure, I'll put on my chastity belt and my suit of armor. How about that?" Billy smiled. "Okay, I'll go." "You mean you don't have to sign out for that old ghost nut you work for?" "Nope." "Good. You can be my date and get me past all the local horny old men who'll be waiting outside. Come on back to the dressing room. Billy paused just for a few seconds, then followed her back behind the stage. His head was reeling with possibilities, and he thought how wonderful love felt. The barker muttered, "Another one bites the dust." And then she switched off the lights. Chapter 37. Being drunk, Billy thought as he staggered down the midway, was a lot like being in love. Your head spun like a top, your stomach lurched, and you knew you'd done crazy things, but you couldn't quite remember what they were. The last couple of hours were all blurred in his mind. He recalled leaving with Santa, carrying her makeup case to her trailer for her, and then going with her to somebody else's trailer where there were a lot of people laughing loud and drinking. Santa had introduced him as Choctaw. Somebody had put a beer in his hand, and an hour after that he was seriously contemplating Leona's bald pate while she told him her life story. The trailer had overflowed with people. Music blared into the night, and after his sixth beer, Billy had found himself on the wrong end of a stubby cigarette that had set fire to his lungs and strangely reminded him of the pipe he'd smoked with his grandmother. Only this time, instead of seeing visions, he'd giggled like an ape and told ghost stories that he invented off the top of his ripped-open head. He remembered feeling a green burn of jealousy as he saw Santa being embraced by another man. He thought that the man and Santa had left the party together, but now it didn't matter. In the morning it might. When he'd finally left, Barbie, the black contortionist, had hugged him and thanked him for coming, and now he was trying to keep from walking in circles and right angles. He was not so drunk that he didn't take a long detour around the Octopus. A pale mist lay close to the earth along the midway. He wondered vaguely if he was a fool for being in love with a woman like Santa, older than he was and more experienced by a country mile. Was she playing with him, laughing behind his back? Hell, he thought, I hardly even know her. But she sure is pretty, even with all that glop on her face. Tomorrow he might just wander by her trailer to see what she looked like pale-faced. Never fucked an Indian. He had to stop thinking like this now, or even the beers wouldn't help him sleep. "Boy?" someone said quietly. Billy stopped and looked around. He thought he'd heard a voice, but, "I'm over here." Billy still couldn't see anyone. The ghost show tent was just a few yards away. If he could make his legs cross the midway without folding on him, he'd be okay. "Huh? Where?" "Right here." And the entrance to the killer snake's sideshow slowly opened, as if the painted reptile had yawned its jaws wide for him. "I can't see you. Turn on a light." There was a pause. Then, "You're afraid, aren't you?" "Hell no, I'm Billy Creekmore, and I'm a Choctaw Indian." "Know what?" "I can see ghosts." "That's very good. You must be like me. I enjoy the night." "Uh-huh." Billy looked across the midway at the ghost show tent. "Gotta get to sleep." "Where have you been?" "Party. Somebody's birthday." "Well, isn't that nice? Why don't you step inside and we'll talk?" He stared at the dark entrance, his vision going in and out of focus. "No, I don't like snakes. They give me the creeps." There was a soft little laugh. "Oh, snakes are wonderful creatures. They're very good at catching rats." "Yeah, well," he ran a hand through his tousled hair and started to walk away. "Been nice talking to you." "Wait, please. We can talk about Santa, if you like." "Santa? What about her?" "Oh, about how lovely she is. And innocent, really, deep in her heart. She and I are very close. She tells me all her secrets." "She does?" Yes. The voice was a silken whisper. Come in and we'll talk. What kind of secrets? She's told me things about you, Billy. Step in and then I'll turn on the lights and we'll have a nice long talk. I can only stay a minute. He was afraid of crossing that threshold, but he wanted to know who this man was and what Santha might have told him. Are any of those snakes loose? Oh, no, not a one. Do you think I'm crazy? Billy grinned. Nah. He took the first step and found the second one was easier. Then he was moving into the clammy darkness, and he thrust out his arms to touch whoever was standing there. Hey, where are... Behind him the door slammed shut. A bolt was thrown. Billy spun around, his beer-fogged brain reacting with agonized slowness, and then a thick rope was coiled around his throat, almost choking him. The weight of it drove him to his knees, where he gripped at the rope to pull it loose. To his horror, it undulated beneath his fingers and grew tighter. His head was pounding. Boy, the figure whispered, bending close, there's a boa constrictor around your neck. If you struggle, it's going to strangle you. Billy moaned, tears of terror springing to his eyes. He grabbed at the thing desperately, trying to loosen it. I'll let it kill you, the man warned solemnly. You're drunk. You stumbled in here not knowing where you were. How can I be at fault for that? Don't struggle, boy. Just listen. Billy sat very still, a scream locked behind his teeth. The snake man knelt down beside him so he could whisper in Billy's ear, You're going to leave that girl alone. You know the one I mean. Santha. I saw you tonight at the show, and I saw you later at the party. Oh, you couldn't see me, but I was there. The snake man gripped his hair. You're a very smart young man, aren't you? Smarter than Chalky was. Say yes, Mr. Fitz. Yes, Mr. Fitz, Billy croaked. That's good. Santha is such a beautiful girl, isn't she? Beauty. He spoke that word as if it were exotic poison. But I can't keep all the men away from her, can I? She doesn't understand how I feel about her yet, but she will. She will. And when she does, she won't need scum like you. You're going to leave her alone, and if you don't, I'll find out about it. Understand? Red motes spun before Billy's eyes. When he tried to nod, the boa tightened. Good. That machine whispers to me at night, boy. You know the one, the octopus. Oh, it tells me everything I need to know. And guess what? It's watching you. So whatever you do, I'm going to know about it. I can pick any kind of lock, boy, and my snakes can get in anywhere. He released Billy's hair and sat back on his haunches for a moment. Over the ringing of blood in his ears, Billy heard small hissings and slitherings from elsewhere in the tent. Don't move now, Fitz said. He slowly worked the boa free from Billy's neck. Billy pitched forward onto his face in the sawdust. Fitz stood up and prodded him in the ribs with his shoe. If you're going to puke, do it on the midway. Go on, get out of here. Help me up, please. No, the snake man whispered. Crawl. The bolt was thrown back. The door opened. Billy, shaking and sick, crawled past the man, who remained a vague outline in the darkness. The door closed quietly behind him. Chapter 38. Wayne Falconer was awakened when something began slowly dragging the sheet off his body.
He sat up abruptly, sleep still fogging his brain, and saw an indistinct form sitting at the foot of his bed. At first he cowered, because for an instant he thought it was that dark and hideous shape he'd seen in his dreams, and now it had come to consume him. But then he blinked and realized it was his father, wearing his bright yellow funeral suit, sitting there with a faint smile on his ruddy, healthy-looking face. "Hello, son," J.J. said quietly. Wayne's eyes widened, the breath slowly rasping from his lungs. "No," he said. "No, you're in the ground. I saw you go into the—" "Did you? Maybe I am in the ground." He grinned, showing even, white teeth. "But maybe you did bring part of me back to life, Wayne. Maybe you're a lot stronger than you thought you were." Wayne shook his head. "You're dead? I'll never be dead to you, son, because you loved me more than anybody else did. And now you realize how much you needed me, don't you? Keeping the crusade going is a hard job, isn't it? Working with the businessmen and the lawyers, keeping all the accounts straight, pushing the crusade forward. You've hardly begun, and already you know there's more to it than you thought. Isn't that right?" Wayne's headache had come back again, crushing his temples. Since the funeral a month ago, the headaches had gotten much worse. He ate aspirin by the handful. I can't do it alone," he whispered. "Alone? Now, isn't that an awful word? It's kind of like the word dead. But you don't have to be alone, just like I don't have to be dead. Unless you want it that way." "No," Wayne said, "but I don't—" "Shh," Falconer cautioned with a finger to his lips. "Your mother's right down the hall, and we wouldn't want her to hear." The shaft of silver moonlight that filtered through the window winked off the buttons on his father's coat. The shadow that was thrown from his father was huge and shapeless. "I can help you, son, if you let me. I can be with you, and I can guide you." "My head hurts. I can't think." "You're only confused. There's so much responsibility on you, so much work and healing to be done. And you're still a boy, just going on 18. No wonder your head aches with all that thinking and worrying you have to do. But there are things we have to talk about, Wayne. Things you can't tell anybody else, not in the whole world." "What kind of things?" Falconer leaned closer to him. Wayne thought there was a red spark in his eyes down under the pale blue-green. "The girl, Wayne. The girl at the lake." "I don't want to think about that. No, please." "But you have to." "Oh, you have to take the consequences of your actions." "She didn't drown," Wayne said, tears glittering in his eyes. "There was never anything in the paper about it. Nobody ever found her. Nobody ever found her. She must have just run away or something." Falconer said quietly, "She's under the platform, Wayne. She's caught up underneath there. She's already swelled up like a balloon, and pretty soon she'll pop wide open, and what's left will sink down into the mud. The fish and the turtles will pick her clean. She was a wild, sinful girl, Wayne, and her folks probably think she's just run away from home. Nobody would ever connect you with her, even if they find her bones. And they won't. There was a demon in her, Wayne, and she was waiting there for you." "Waiting for me?" he whispered. "Why?" "To keep you from getting home where I needed you. Don't you think you could have saved me if you'd known?" "Yes." Falconer nodded. "Yes. You see, there are demons at work everywhere. This county is rotten with sin, and it all festers from a little run-down shack in Hawthorne. She calls dark powers to do her bidding. You know who I mean. You've known for a long time. She and her boy are strong, Wayne. They've got the forces of death and hell behind them, and they want to destroy you just like they destroyed me. They weakened my faith in you when I reached out for you too late. Now they'll work on your faith in yourself, make you doubt that you could ever heal at all. Oh, they're strong and wicked, and they should go down in flames." "Flames," Wayne repeated. "Yes. You'll have the chance to send them into hell fire, Wayne, if you let me guide you. I can be with you whenever you need me. I can help you with the crusade. So you see, I'm not really dead unless you want me to be." "No, I need your help, Dad. Sometimes I just don't know what to do. Sometimes I don't know if the things I've done are good or bad." "You don't have to worry," Falconer said with a gentle smile. "Everything will be fine if you'll trust me. You need to take a drug called Percodan for your headaches. Tell George Hodges and make him get it for you." Puzzled Wayne frowned. "Dad, I thought you said medicines were sinful, and those people who took medicines were doing the devil's bidding." "Some medicines are sinful. But if you're in pain and you're confused, then you need something to take the burden off you for a little while. Isn't that right?" "I guess so," Wayne agreed, though he could never remember his father talking about drugs like this before. "Percodan," had he said? "I'll be here when you need me," Falconer said. "But if you tell anyone, even your mother, then I can't come back and help you any more. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." He paused for a moment, then whispered, "Dad, what's being dead like?" "It's like being in a black hole, son, on the blackest night you can imagine. And you try to crawl out, but you don't know which is the top and which is the bottom." "But haven't you heard the angels sing?" "Angels?" He grinned again, but his eyes were still gelid. "Oh, yes, they do sing." And then he put his finger to his lips, glancing quickly toward the door. An instant afterward there was a soft knocking. "Wayne?" Cammy's voice carried a tremble. "What is it?" The door opened a few inches. "Wayne, are you all right?" "Why shouldn't I be?" He realized he was alone now. The yellow-suited figure was gone, and the room was empty. "My Dad is alive!" he shrieked inwardly, his heart pounding with joy. "I thought I heard you talking. You're sure you're all right?" "I said I was, didn't I? Now leave me alone. I've got a long day tomorrow." She looked nervously around the room, opening the door a little wider so the hallway light could stream in. The mounted airplane models and large wall posters of military aircraft took up a lion's share of the room. Wayne's clothes were strewn on a chair. Cammy said, "I'm sorry I bothered you. Good night." Wayne lay back down as the door closed. He waited for a long time, but his father didn't come back. "You bitch," he seethed at his mother. "You killed him a second time." But no, his father would return to the world of the living when he was needed. Wayne was sure of it. Before he drifted to sleep, Wayne repeated the word Percodan 10 times to burn it into his mind. And in her room down the hallway, Cammy Falconer lay in bed with all the lights blazing. She was staring at the ceiling. Every so often a shiver passed through her. It was not Wayne's voice in the middle of the night that had been so bad. It had been the guttural, harsh mumbling that Cammy had heard faintly through the wall, answering her son. Chapter 39.
The game booths, rides, and sideshows had sprung up from the mud covering Birmingham's fairgrounds. The rain fell in drizzles and sheets for 3 days, blasting the state fair business to hell. Still, people continued to slog through the sawdusty mud. Drenched to the bone, they sought refuge in the arcades and enclosed shows. But they left the rides alone as light bulbs and wires sputtered under the rainfall. This was for the best, Billy knew, because people wouldn't be riding the Octopus in the rain, and it would be deprived of what it needed. This was the last stop of the season. If whatever presence that controlled the Octopus was going to strike, it would have to be in the next 4 days. At night, even while the rain pattered on the Ghost Show tent's roof, Billy could hear Buck Edgars working on his machine, the hammer's noise echoing down the long, ghostly corridor of the Midway. While setting up the Octopus on the slippery field, a roustabout's shoulder was broken by a piece of metal that toppled from above. Word had gone out about the machine, and now everyone avoided it. Billy stood outside Santha Tully's trailer in a light drizzle that had washed away the last of the night's customers. He had been here twice since the carnival had reached Birmingham. The first time he'd heard Santha laughing with a man inside there, and the second time he'd come on through the rows of trailers to find a short, balding figure standing in the shadows not 10 feet from him. The man had instantly whirled toward him, and Billy had gotten a quick glimpse of his startled face, wearing dark-tinted glasses, before the man had run away. Billy had followed him for a short distance, but lost him in the maze of trailers. He told no one about the incident at the Killer Snakes tent, fearing that the man would find out and put his snakes to work, perhaps on Santha or Dr. Miracle. But he still desired her, and still needed to see her. He screwed up his courage, looked around to make sure no one had followed him, and then walked up a couple of cinder-block steps to the trailer's door. The curtain was closed in a single oval window, but light leaked out around it. He could hear the scratchy whine of a country singer. He knocked at the door and waited. The music stopped. He knocked again, less hesitantly, and heard Santha say, "Yeah, who is it?" "Me, Billy Creekmore." "Choctaw?" A bolt slid back, and the thin door opened. She stood there in the dim golden light, wearing a black silk robe that clung to the curves of her body. Her hair was a dusky halo, and Billy saw that she wore practically no makeup. There were a lot of lines around her eyes, and her lips looked sad and thin. In her right hand there was a small chrome-plated pistol. "Anybody else out there?" she asked. "No." She opened the door wider to let him in, then bolted it again. The room was a cramped half-living area and half-kitchen. The bed, an unsteady-looking cot with a bright blue spread, was right out in the open, next to a rack of clothes on their hangers. A dressing table was cluttered with a dozen different kinds of creams, lipsticks, and various cosmetics. On a tiny kitchen table was a battered record player, next to a small stack of unwashed dishes. Posters of Clint Eastwood, Paul Newman, and Steve McQueen decorated the walls, along with a rebel flag and a Dayglow love poster. A door led into a tiny bathroom and shower stall. Billy stared at the pistol. Santha flicked the safety on and put it away in a dresser drawer. "Sorry," she said. "Sometimes I get jumpy late at night." Santha stepped past him and peered out the window for a moment. "I was expecting a friend of mine. He was supposed to be here about 30 minutes ago." "Anybody special?" Santha looked at him, then gave him a little crooked smile. "No, just a friend. Somebody to pass the time with, I guess." Billy nodded. "I'd better go, then. I don't want to—" "No." She reached out and grasped his arm. "No, don't go. Stay here and talk to me until Buddy gets here, okay? Really, I don't like to be here alone." "What'll he think if he finds me with you?" "I don't know." She didn't release her grip. "What would he think?" Her eyes were luminous in the weak light from a single table lamp, her fingers cool against his rain-dampened skin. Billy said, "Maybe he'd think something was going on between us." "Do you want something to go on between us?" I hardly know you."
You didn't answer my question, Choctaw. Is it you who's been sneaking around my trailer late at night? No. Tell her about the man, he told himself, but what good would it do? It would only scare her more, and the police couldn't prove the snake man had had anything to do with Chalky's death. No. In 4 days the fair would be over, and she'd be leaving, and then that man couldn't bother her any more. Well, I think it has been you. I think you've been sneaking around and spying on me. Naughty, naughty. She grinned and let go of him. Sit down. Do you want a beer? No, thanks. He sat down on a faded blue sofa while Santha rummaged through her small refrigerator and popped open a Miller's. Excuse the mess in here. Sometimes I'm as lazy as a leaf. She sipped from the can, walked to the window, and looked out again. Damn, raining harder. The drops sounded leaden on the trailer's roof. I've been meaning to come by that ghost show of yours. She let the curtain fall and stood over him. Do you believe in ghosts? He nodded. Yeah, I do too. I was born in New Orleans, see, and that's supposed to be the most haunted city in the whole country. Did you know that? Spooks just come out of the woodwork. Of course, I've never seen one, but... She sat down beside him and stretched out her long, bare legs. Her thighs showed through a slit in the robe, and Billy saw a fine light down like flecks of copper on them. Geez, I don't think Buddy's coming, do you? Bastard lies like a rug. Told me he'd get me a job here in Birmingham after the fair closes up. What will you do? I don't know. Maybe go home. My kids live with my mother. Yeah, don't look so surprised. I've got 2 little girls. I don't look like I've had 2 kids, do I? She patted her flat belly. Sit-ups. How old do you think I look? He shrugged. Maybe 22? He was being kind. Her eyes glittered with pure pleasure. The drumming of the rain on the roof was hypnotic and soothing. Do you think I have a good body? He shifted and cleared his throat. Well, sure I do. It's nice. I'm proud of how I look. That's why I like to dance. Oh, maybe someday I'll open up my own dance studio and give lessons, but right now I love being on that stage. You feel important, and you know that people enjoy watching you. She sipped at her beer and watched him mischievously. You enjoyed watching, didn't you? Yeah, I did. She laughed. Ha! Choctaw, you beat all I've ever seen. You're sitting there like a priest in a whorehouse. Her smile faded a fraction, her eyes darkening. That's not what you think, is it? That I'm a whore? No, he said, though he wasn't exactly certain she was or wasn't. I'm not. I'll just live my own life, that's all. I do what I please when I please. Is that so bad? Billy shook his head. Your shirt's wet. She leaned toward him and began unbuttoning it. You'll catch cold if you keep it on. He shrugged out of it, and she tossed it aside. That's better, she said. You have a nice chest. I thought Indians didn't have any hair on their bodies. I'm just part Indian. You're a nice-looking kid. Really? How old are you? 18? No, 17, didn't you say? Well, I don't guess that bastard Buddy is coming tonight, do you? I don't guess he is. Santha finished her beer and set it on the table before her, then returned her gaze to his. She stared at him, a smile working around her lips, until Billy felt his face flaming. She said in a soft voice, Have you ever been with a woman before? Huh? Well, sure. How many? A few. Yeah, and the moon is made of green cheese. She leaned closer, looking deeply into his eyes. He was such a handsome boy, she thought, but there were secrets in his eyes, secrets, perhaps, that it was best not to know. But he wasn't coming, that was for sure. It was raining, and she was lonely, and she didn't like the idea of sleeping alone when somebody who'd sent her a bunch of rose stems was out there somewhere, maybe lurking around the trailer. She traced a finger down the center of his chest and watched the flesh tighten. "You've wanted me all along, haven't you? You don't have to be shy about it." Her finger stopped at his belt buckle. "I like you." "Geez, listen to me. Usually I have to fight the guys off." "So why are you different?" "I'm not different," Billy said, trying to keep his voice steady. "I just respect you, I guess." "Respect me? I've learned a long time ago that respect doesn't keep your bed warm on a cold night. And Choctaw, I've lived through some very wintry ones. And will again." She paused, running her finger along his belt line. Then she grasped his hand and drew it closer to herself. She licked his fingers very slowly. He squeezed her hand and said, "I don't know what to do. I'm probably not any good." "I'm going to turn off that light," Santha told him, "and get into bed. I'd like for you to get undressed and come to bed with me. Will you?" He wanted to say yes, but he was too nervous to speak. Santha recognized the glassy gleam in his eyes. She stood up, let the robe fall, and walked naked to the lamp. The light went out. Billy heard the sheets go back. The rain drummed down, punctuated now by the boom of distant thunder. Billy stood up as if in a dream and unbuckled his belt. When he was ready, he approached the bed and saw Santha's golden hair on the pillow, her body a long S-shape beneath the pale blue sheet. She reached out for him, softly whispering his name, and when he touched her, electricity seemed to jump between them. Trembling with excitement and shyness, he got under the sheet. Santha folded her arms around him, her warm mouth finding his, her tongue darting between his lips. He was correct in that he didn't know what to do, but when Santha scissored her legs around his hips, he very quickly learned. Then there was heat, dampness, the sound of hurried breathing, and thunder getting closer. Santha summoned him deeper, deeper, and when he was about to explode, she made him lie motionless, both of them locked together, until he could continue for a while longer. Carnival lights filled Billy's head. She eased him onto his back and sat astride him with her head thrown back, her mouth open as if to receive the rain that pounded on the roof. She impressed upon him the varying sensations of rhythms, from a hard pulse that ground them together to a long, slow, and lingering movement that had the strength of a tickling feather. He lay stunned while Santha's tongue played over his body, like a soft, damp brush tracing the outlines of his muscles. Then she told him what she liked and gave him encouragement as he first circled her nipples with his tongue, then her navel, then her soft belly, and down into the valley between her legs, where her thighs pressed against the sides of his head, and she gripped his hair as her hips churned. She moaned softly, her musky aroma perfuming the air. Outside in a driving rain, Fitz stood with a raincoat pulled up around his neck. He'd seen the boy go in, and he'd seen the light go out. His blue-tinted eyeglasses streamed with water, but he didn't have to see anything else. He knew the rest of it. His heart throbbed with rage and agony. A boy, he thought. She would even take a stupid boy into her bed. His fists clenched in his coat pockets. Was there no hope for her? Lightning streaked, followed by a bass rumble of thunder that seemed to shake the world. He tried everything he could think of, and though he felt defeated. But there was one thing left. He would go to the octopus, stand before it in the gray downpour, and wait for the voice that came out of it to reveal to him what he should do.
He stood a while longer, staring at the darkened trailer, and then he trudged through the mud toward the midway. Long before he reached the octopus, he could hear its sibilant whisper in his tormented brain. Murder. Chapter 40. It was the 12th of October, and tomorrow night the State Fair would be closing down, the carnival season over until spring. The rain had passed, and for the last 2 nights business had been booming. Billy helped Dr. Miracle clean up after the final ghost show of the night, simply grinning when Miracle pointedly asked him why he'd looked so happy lately. Billy left the tent and walked down the midway as the lights started flickering out. He shut the noises out of his head as he passed the octopus, and he waited around back of the Jungle Love show where Santa had said she'd meet him. When she did come out, 15 minutes or so late, he saw she'd scrubbed off most of the garish makeup for him. In her trailer, Santa continued Billy's education. An hour later, he was as weak as water, and she was pressed as close to him as a second skin. Through the dim haze of sleep, Billy could hear Buck Edgar's hammer striking metal again and again out on the darkened midway. He lay awake, listening, until Santa stirred and kissed him deeply and sweetly. "I wish things could stay like this," Billy said after a moment. Santa sat up. A match flared as she lit a cigarette. In its glow, she looked beautiful and childlike. "What are you going to do after the fair's over?" "I'm going down to Mobile with Dr. Miracle, driving his equipment truck for him. Then I guess I'll go back to Hawthorne. It's been a good summer. I don't think I'll ever forget it. Or you?" She ran her fingers through his hair and then said, "Hey, I know what would be real nice. A hot shower. We can just about both fit into the stall, and we can get real soapy and slippery, and... ooh, I'm tingling just thinking about it. Okay?" "Sure," he said, thrilled. "One hot shower coming up." Santa rose up from the bed, and, still naked, went to the tiny bathroom. She reached in and flipped on the light. "I'll call you when I'm ready," she said, and giggled like a schoolgirl. Then she went inside and shut the door. Billy was sitting up. His heartbeat had quickened, and there was a sick sensation in the pit of his stomach. He wasn't sure at all, but just for an instant, as Santa had been silhouetted in the bathroom light, he thought he'd seen a pale gray haze around her. An alarm went off in the back of his head, and he climbed out of the bed to approach the bathroom. Santa, her body rosy, reached in through the green plastic shower curtain and turned on the hot water. It sprayed downward into the tub, but instead of the sound of water against porcelain, there was a different sound, a wet, thickened noise. Santa drew aside the curtain and looked into the tub. The water was hitting a large burlap bag drawn closed at the top. She reached for it even as Billy said, "Santa," from just outside the door. She pulled at the bag. It came open. It was very heavy and wouldn't slide. "Santa!" And then a triangular head with blazing eyes shot out of the burlap bag, the nightmarish thing stretching high through the hot water fog. Santa threw her arms up instinctively, but the cobra struck her on the cheek, and she slammed backward against the wall, striking her head on the tiles. Her scream gurgled away as she pitched forward, her legs dangling over the tub, the scalding water beating down on her exposed back. Billy burst through the door, barely able to see because of the rising fog. The cobra came flashing out of it toward him. He jerked his head back, and the fangs missed him by bare inches. It was uncoiling out of the tub. Billy saw that Santa was being burned, and he reached forward to grasp her ankles. The cobra hissed, its hood spreading wide, and struck at him again. He backed away. The cobra reared up over 4 feet, watching him with its terrible, baleful gaze as steam filled the bathroom. Billy was still naked, but he didn't think about his clothes. He ran to the door, threw aside the bolt, and tried to push it open, but it wouldn't budge. He slammed his shoulder against it and heard the rattle of a lock in the clasp. But Santa had taken off the lock when they'd come in. He realized then what must have happened. The snake man had gotten in here and put that cobra in the bathroom hours ago to kill them both.
and then while they were sleeping he'd put one of his own locks through the clasp. He hammered against the door and shouted for help. Steam was rolling out into the room. He fumbled with the lamp, knocked it to the floor, bent and found the switch. The low, harsh light spread out in irregular rays, and Billy saw the cobra winding out through the bathroom door in what looked like foot after foot. It reared up again, its gaze fixed on him, and now Billy could hear Santha's low, terrified moaning. The cobra hissed and slithered forward, trying to defend its newfound territory. Billy backed up against the dresser. He opened the drawer, threw aside lipsticks and makeup until his hand closed on the chrome-plated pistol. When he turned, the cobra was only a few feet away from him, its head weaving back and forth. Billy picked up a pillow from the bed, and suddenly the cobra darted forward. Its head hit the pillow with the force of a man's fist. He aimed the pistol and squeezed the trigger, but nothing happened. The safety was on. The snake was motionless, its tongue flickering out as it watched him. Billy would have to drop the pillow and push back the safety with his free hand. The cobra was still within striking range, and Billy had backed up as far as he could. Someone hammered at the door. The cobra's head whipped to one side toward the vibrations, and Billy threw the pillow at it with a guttural shout. He flicked off the safety, and the pistol was ready as the cobra's head started to wiggle free from beneath the pillow. Billy fired at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The air stank of gunpowder, and now the cobra was twisting madly, its head almost severed from the thick body. It started to rise, but the mangled head was out of control, and the body snapped and writhed, the tail clenching around one leg of the dresser. Billy stood over the thing and stretched his arm down. He had a glimpse of one single terrible eye burning to his soul. And then the head exploded with the force of the 6th bullet. The body continued to jerk. The door burst open, and the 2 men who came in recoiled from the sight of the writhing snake. Billy was already in the steamy bathroom, pulling Santha out of the hot water. Her back was a mass of blisters, and she was sobbing hysterically. He saw the snake bite and saw the gray aura darkening. "Call an ambulance!" he shrieked to the men. "Hurry, the snake bit her!" They wrapped her up in a sheet, and Billy struggled into his pants. A knot of people had gathered outside the trailer, trying to find out what had happened. When the ambulance came, Billy told the attendants that Santha had been bitten by a cobra, and if they didn't hurry, she was going to die. He watched them roar away, and he heard someone say that the police were on their way. He realized he still held the pistol. He went back into the trailer, avoiding the blood and mess, and found another box of bullets in the dresser drawer. He loaded the pistol, and then he walked out through the gawking carnival people toward the midway. He could hear approaching sirens, but their noise neither increased his pace nor slowed him. As he passed the Octopus, he imagined he heard a high shriek of laughter. Buck Edgar's hammer still in his hand looked up from his work through dark-circled, disturbed eyes. Billy paid him no attention. His heart was pounding, a fever of revenge burning in his brain as he reached the killer snake's sideshow and flicked the safety off his pistol. He pushed at the entranceway and was not surprised when the door, the reptile's mouth, noiselessly opened. "Come out there, you bastard!" Billy shouted. Darkness lay thickly within. Nothing moved, but Billy thought he could hear the soft slidings of the man's pets. "I said come out or I'll drag you out." He aimed the gun into the darkness. "I've got a gun, you bastard!" He steeled himself and stepped into the darkness, his hand almost melded to the pistol. "I've got a gun," he warned, tensing for an expected attack. Nothing moved, and now he could see the vague shapes of the cages set in orderly rows. A few feet away and above, a light bulb caught a speck of reflected light. Billy reached up, found the switch, and turned it on. The bulb flickered, slightly swinging back and forth to throw huge and distorted shadows. A short, balding man in a brown suit was lying on his back on a mattress at the rear of the place. His hands were clamped around the grayish-green boa constrictor that had strangled him to death. His glasses were off, and his face was bluish-white. There was a note safety-pinned to the man's checked shirt. Billy approached the body and ripped the note away. It said, "Murder, murder, 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 murder." And then at the bottom, "Suicide." Billy stared at it, wondering what madness had prompted this man to wrap the boa around his own throat and lie down to die. He returned the note to the body where the police could find it, and then a wave of anguish crashed over him. He'd seen a gray aura enveloping Santha, not a black one. What did it mean? Tears searing his eyes, he left the sideshow and looked out to where he could see red and blue police lights spinning amid the trailers. A cool breeze had kicked up, breaking his flesh into goosebumps. Bits of paper wheeled along the midway, spinning in miniature tornadoes. Billy's cold gaze fell upon the octopus. Buck Edgars was working like a machine. "Billy, my God, what's going on?" Dr. Miracle, in an old undershirt and his pajama bottoms, had staggered out of the truck parked behind the ghost show next to the Volkswagen van. His eyes were swollen with heavy sleep, and he exuded the aroma of bourbon. He looked down at the pistol and stopped. "Billy?" "It's all right. They took Santha to the hospital. The cobra bit her. He was there in the bathtub when she—" His voice cracked. Miracle eased forward and took the pistol from his hand. "You look like death warmed over, boy. Come on, I'll pour you a drink, and you can tell me—" "No, not yet." Oblivious to the commotion, Edgars was driving his hammer up and down on a bolt that had probably never been loose in the first place. It dawned on Billy that the octopus was wearing Edgars down, commanding all of his time and attention, using him as its puppet. There were revenants caught within the octopus, crying out in their confusion and terror. Perhaps now, Billy thought, it possessed some part of the snake man as well. He could hear the faint screaming, and he knew the octopus wanted him, too. It wanted to consume him, to draw his spirit and power into its black, greedy gears and pistons. "Are you strong? Are you strong in your heart, where strength counts?" Billy's hand had gone into his pocket. Now he brought the hand out and looked at the nugget of coal in his palm. He didn't remember putting it in these pants. He'd thought it was still with his belongings in his suitcase under the cot at the rear of the ghost show tent. It reminded him of the strength he possessed, the risks he must take if he was to continue his mystery walk. If he backed down, if he failed to trust his own inner will, then whatever inhabited the octopus would win, and in some terrible way it might even grow stronger still. He clenched the coal in his fist and returned it to his pocket. "Billy," Dr. Miracle said, "where are you going?" "You can come with me if you like, but don't try to stop me. I have to do this right now. Right now." "Do what? My God, have you lost your mind?" But he was following along, holding the pistol out to his side as if it were a dead fish. Before Billy reached the octopus, Edgars stopped hammering. He straightened up from his work and turned to face the boy. Across his features was a hideous grin that stretched his mouth wide in eager anticipation. The octopus had him, Billy knew. It was not Buck Edgars grinning. When Dr. Miracle saw that grin, he was shocked motionless for a moment. He said in a nervous voice, "Billy, I don't think you should—" "Step right up, pard," Edgars boomed, shuffling forward. "Thought you'd never come." "I'm here." "Start it up." "Come on, then." "Yes, sir." "Oh, you're a special guest. You don't even need a fucking ticket. Been saving a ride just for you." He moved to the shrouded gondola and tugged at the tarpaulin until it tore away. There were holes in the rusted metal and faint streaks of bright orange paint. He pulled the warped metal mesh canopy open, exposing the rust-riddled interior. "Perfect fit, I'd say." "I wouldn't get in that rust bucket if I were you." Dr. Miracle said, tugging at Billy's arm. "No, I forbid it. I told your mother I'd take care of you, and I forbid you to do it. Now listen, come on back to the tent and we'll—" "Shut your mouth, you old cocksucker," Edgar said softly, his eyes blazing into Billy's. "The boy's grown up now. He's a man. He's got a mind and he knows what he wants to do. Show's about to start." He gestured toward the open gondola. Billy pulled free of Dr. Miracle. He had to do this now while there was still a rage burning in him. He moved forward, but suddenly Edgar's wife stepped out of the shadows, her round-cheeked face pasty with dread. She said, "No, please, don't do it, boy. You don't understand it. You don't see—" "Shut up, you goddamned bitch," the man howled, brandishing the hammer at her. She flinched, but did not step back. "That machine," she said, staring at Billy, "is Satan's handiwork. Buck bought it out of a junkyard in Georgia, and from the first day he couldn't do anything but work on it, trying to put it back together. It slashed his face and broke both his legs, and—" "Shut up, shut up, shut up!" He hobbled toward her, raising the hammer, and she screamed, "Please, Buck, don't!" and dodged a vicious blow that might have broken her shoulder. She slipped and fell to her hands and knees. Her husband stood over her, panting like an animal. She looked up at him, an awful, pleading expression in her eyes, and said, "I love you, Buck." Billy saw the man's face change. He blinked uncertainly, and his terrible grimace slipped a few notches. For an instant he resembled nothing more than a tormented man who'd been down on his luck for most of his life. Then the savage grin came back, and his eyes flared. He put his booted foot against his wife's side and pushed her down into the sawdust. He said, "Now you stay right there like a good little girl." "Come on," Billy said. "I'm waiting for you." "Oh, yes, of course. The master speaks, the servant obeys. Of course, of course." He giggled and watched as Billy climbed into the gondola. The seat was a hard mass of cracked vinyl, and Billy could see the ground through a few quarter-sized holes in the metal. He stretched his legs out into the gondola's nose, his back straight against the seat. There was a seat belt, and Billy drew it tightly across his lap. Edgar's rushed forward and clanged the mesh canopy down, drawing a small metal bar through a safety clasp. He grinned in through the mesh. "All comfy cozy? Good. Then we're ready to begin, aren't we?" Edgar scuttled to the generator that powered the Octopus and switched it on. It hummed, sending electricity through cables as thick as a man's wrist. The ride's lights flickered again, and then blazed brightly. The remaining bulbs that spelled out Octopus buzzed like angry hornets. Edgar stood over a small control board and turned on the ride's engine. It hooted and moaned, gears and wheels spinning. "I've got you!" he shouted. His face was ruddy and demonic as he let off the brake's foot pedal and slowly pushed forward the lever that engaged the drive train. "Billy!" Dr. Miracle shouted, stepping back as the Octopus began to move. The gondolas slowly gained momentum. Billy's head was forced back by centrifugal motion. Edgar's bore down on the lever. Billy's cheeks rippled with the rising G-forces. The gondolas began rising. 5 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet. And then a garble of screams, moans, and sobbing. Agonized sounds, some high-pitched and others so low Billy felt them in his bones rather than heard them, began to rise up around him. Faintly at first, then with increasing intensity. He could hear a cacophony of voices, cries for help, sudden shrieks that seemed to pierce him. This gondola was the evil heart of the Octopus, Billy knew, and within it were the disembodied revenants of its victims. God only knew how many. The gondola pitched upward suddenly, then fell with a frightening speed. It stopped with a squeal of cables and pistons, then jerked upward again. The Octopus was spinning faster, the world beyond the gondola, a dizzying blur. Billy, his face twisted into a rictus, tried to force his concentration on the voices, tried to focus his energy on drawing the revenants to him. No fear, he thought. No fear. I can help you. I can—"
A roar filled his head. "No, you can't. You can't reach them. I won't let you reach them."
The gondola was rising and falling faster and faster, Billy's head brushing the mesh canopy with its upward sweep. He shut his eyes, his hands gripping the cracked vinyl armrests. There was a coldness in the air, gradually creeping up his body. He let it overtake him, and suddenly his brain was crackling with the last thoughts and images of perhaps a dozen people the octopus had destroyed. "No fear," Billy breathed. "Just touch me. No fear." And suddenly electricity seemed to sear through him, and there was something else in the gondola with him, something laughing and shrieking. The voice came in a triumphant cackle. "You're mine now, boy!" Billy shouted, "No!" The voice rippled and faded, and he knew he'd touched the pulse of wickedness in this machine. "I know you. I know what you are now." "Do you, boy? Then come join me." Billy heard something grind and rip. He opened his eyes and saw with horror that the long bolts securing the mesh canopy in place were slowly unscrewing. Smaller screws that held the safety bar were being ripped out. The canopy assemblage tore away and flew into the air. Wind screamed into Billy's face, forcing his chin backward. Another bolt clattered loose down around Billy's knees. The quarter-sized holes tore open still wider, like rotten cloth. The gondola was coming to pieces around him, and when it pitched him out to his death, the entire machine would break loose, off balance, and go spinning down the midway, trailing live electric cables. "Stop it!" Billy yelled to Buck. He caught a quick glimpse of the man bent over the control board like a hunchback, his hand pressed down on the lever. Above him more bolts unscrewed, in the central mechanism that held the gondola to the octopus, and a cable tore loose to spit orange sparks. He could feel presences all around him, trying to cling to him. He forced himself to concentrate on their anguished voices again, and now he saw a faint mist taking form and shape, a figure with many heads and arms and legs, the faces indistinct, the whole thing reaching for him, clinging to him like a frightened animal. "Oh, God," he whispered. "Help me do it. Please help me." Bolts sheared off. A section of the flooring fell away under Billy's legs, and on the ground Dr. Miracle ducked as the sharp metal sailed over his head. Billy sank his arms into the mass of apparitions before him, like plunging into an ice-veined pond. His teeth chattered. "You can get away from here! Through me!" he shouted into the wind. "I'll take your pain if you give it up." "No, I've got you now. I've got all of you." "Please, I'll take it for you. I'll keep it so you can go on. Please, let me." The gondola shuddered and swayed, loosened from its supporting arm. Currents of terror ripped through Billy. The misty shape undulated, a dozen hands reaching for him, a dozen terror-stricken faces writhed like smoke. A section of the gondola's side fell away with a shriek of torn metal. "I'm their master, their keeper. You can't win." "No! You feed on them. You use their hurting to make yourself stronger." The gondola fell and jarred, rose again with a force that clicked Billy's teeth together. He gripped at the revenants, his arms inside a deep freeze. "Let me help you get away. Please." And then the mass began to spread over him, to cover him up, icy threads of white matter racing over his face, into his hair and around his shoulders. Many people, events and emotions filled him up, almost to bursting, and he cried out at the force of a dozen life experiences entering his mind. Spectral hands gripped at him, clutching at his face and body as the cold mass began to move into him. "You can't! I won't let you!" Buck shouted, his eyes bright with rage. He pressed the lever down as far as it would go, then threw his body against it. The wood cracked off, and Edgars flung it aside with a delighted grin. The machine was locked now, and would continue to spin until the gondola, hanging by only 2 bolts, was torn free. "I'll win. Look at the boy fly. Watch him fall." Miracle placed the pistol barrel against the back of his head. "Stop that damn machine, or I'll put a bullet through your brain." Edgars turned his head. His eyes had rolled backward, just the whites exposed.
He grinned like a death's head and whispered in a sing-song, "Here we go round the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, the mulberry—" "Stop it now," I said. "You won't shoot me, old man. You won't dare shoot me." Miracle swallowed and stepped back a pace. He saw that the gondola was about to break free. Snapped cables popped through the air. Miracle said, "Damn you to hell!" and swung the barrel against Edgar's face. The man's nose splintered, blood streaming from the nostrils. The demonic face, with its fish-belly eyes, began to laugh. Miracle struck again, opened a jagged cut over one eye. Edgar's howled with laughter and spat blood out of his mouth. "Here we go round the mulberry bush, the Suddenly there was a sharp cracking noise, and sparks flew. The woman had picked up the length of wood and was hammering madly at the generator, tearing the cables loose. The thing that was inside Buck Edgar shouted, "No! Get away from that!" He started forward, pushing Dr. Miracle aside, but then the last of the cables tore free with a blast of sparks, the wooden lever rippling with flames in the woman's hands. The rest of the live bulbs that said Octopus blew out, and the lights that decorated the machine flickered and went dark. Miracle put his foot to the brake pad and pressed down hard. Gears shrieked as the machine began to slow. "No!" Edgar swirled around, his face as yellow as old parchment. He took a staggering step toward Miracle as the gondolas slowly settled toward the ground and the machine's rotations weakened. Edgar's whined, "It's not fair, not fair." His voice began to deepen like a record played at too slow a speed as the octopus continued to slow down. "Not fair, not fair." And then he fell to his face in the sawdust, drawing up like a fetus, and began sobbing. The octopus stopped. At once Miracle was dragging Billy out. The boy was cold to the touch, was shaking and moaning. He put his hands under Billy's shoulders and pulled him away as the dead cables whipped and writhed all around. Something cracked in the guts of the machine. Bolts sheared off. The huge central cylinder of the machine swayed as the four gondolas came free and fell to the ground. Then the entire machine was coming apart, collapsing in a haze of spark smoke and sawdust. Its steel arms thudded down, as if the cement that had held the octopus together had suddenly dissolved. Dust welled up, rolling across the midway in a yellow wave. "No fear," Billy was saying. "Please let me take it, oh God, I don't want to die. Let me out. No fear, no pain." Miracle bent over him. "It's all right. It's over now. My God." The boy contorted in some imagined pain, trembling, freezing cold. He moaned and whimpered, his head thrashing back and forth. Miracle looked up and saw the woman kneeling down beside her sobbing husband. She clung to him, rocking him like a baby. "It's done," she said, tears streaming down her face. "Oh, dear Lord, we're rid of that monster. We're finally rid of it." Miracle saw that there was very little left of the octopus that wasn't fit for a junkyard. He shivered because now he had an idea of what kind of power Billy had. He didn't understand it, but it made his blood run cold. Suddenly Billy gasped for breath and opened his eyes, as if emerging from a nightmare. His eyes were bloodshot, ruby red. "Are they gone?" he whispered. "Did I do it?" Miracle said, "I think so." He was aware of figures emerging through the dust. Miracle gripped Billy's hand. It was as cold as what he'd always imagined death to be. For both him and Billy Creekmore, the fair was over. Chapter 41. They reached Mobile at twilight the following day, traveling in the equipment truck. Because Billy was in no shape to drive, the Volkswagen van had been left in Birmingham. Miracle would hire someone to bring it down. "The boy's sick," Miracle had repeatedly thought during the long drive. Billy had been racked alternately with chills and fever. He'd slept for most of the trip, but the shudderings and moaning he'd made spoke of nightmares beyond Miracle's experience. It had been Dr. Miracle's intention to put Billy on a bus and send him back to Hawthorne, But Billy had said no, that he'd promised to come to Mobile, and he'd be all right if he could just rest. Billy's pallor had faded to a grayish-brown, his face covered with sweat as he huddled on the seat under a green army blanket. Emotions sizzled within him, and terror had a grip on his bones. They were driving along the flat expanse of Mobile Bay, where small waves topped with dirty green foam rolled in to a bare brown shore. Miracle glanced over and saw that Billy was awake. "Are you feeling better?" "Yeah, better." "You should have eaten when we stopped. You need to keep up your strength." He shook his head. "I probably couldn't keep food down." "I don't expect you to help me now, not after what happened. You're just too sick and weak." "I'll be okay." Billy shivered and drew the coarse blanket closer around him, though the Gulf air was thick and sultry. He stared out the window at the rolling waves, amazed at the vista of so much water. The sun was setting behind gray clouds, casting a pearly sheen over the bay. "I should put you on a bus and send you home," Dr. Miracle said. "You know, I don't understand what happened last night, and maybe I don't want to, but it seems to me you're a very special young man, and possibly you have a very special responsibility, too." "What do you mean?" "I mean, taking this power or gift or ability, whatever you choose to call it, and helping those parapsychologists I was telling you about. If you can communicate with the dead, lay the dead to rest, I suppose you might call it, then you should be working with scientists, not traveling with a two-bit carnival or spending your life in a town the size of a postage stamp. Billy, you have much to offer, perhaps the answer to a great many mysteries, or perhaps the beginning of new ones. Does it affect you like this every time?" "It's only happened like this once before. That was bad, too, but this is agony. It's like having a long scream bottled up inside you, but you can't find your voice to let it out. I feel like I'm burning up, but I'm cold, too. There's too much going on in my head, and I can't think straight." He sighed, more of a breathy moan, and let his head fall back against the seat, his eyes closed. He had to open them again, quickly, because strange blurred visions, the last things those people had seen before they died in the gondola, spinning sky and blinking lights, fingers curled in the mesh of the canopy, the world turning at frightening speed in a blaze of colors, whirled in his brain. Dr. Miracle drove the truck over a long bridge and then turned off the road into an area of older, clapboard houses. Most of them were two-storied structures that spoke of the harsh hand of time and salt air abrasion. Miracle stopped the truck before a large house with a front porch and boarded-over windows. The white paint was peeling in long strips, showing the bleached gray wood underneath. They sat in the truck for a moment more as the gray light darkened. "You don't have to do this," Miracle said. "I know. The way I feel, I don't even know if I can." "Was what you did worth the pain?" Billy considered the question, then nodded. "Yes, it was." "And you'd do the same thing again?" "I don't know. I try to think I'm strong enough, but I'm afraid. And I know that when I'm afraid, I get weaker." He turned his weary gaze onto Miracle. "I don't want to be like I am. I never asked for it. Oh, God, if I could just forget about revenants and the black aura and death for a little while. I want to be like everybody else." "Everybody else is afraid, too," the man said quietly. "But don't you understand that you of all people shouldn't be afraid because you can see past death to another kind of life? You know that going into the ground isn't the end of it. And if you can help other people see that, then your life can make a difference in the whole scheme of things. My God, what an opportunity you have! If I were in my right mind, I'd try to talk you into touring the country with me and giving some sort of demonstration of the spirit world. We'd wind up as either millionaires or Skid Row bums." Billy smiled grimly. "But," Miracle continued, "your future lies far beyond the carnival circuit, Billy.
Think about that parapsychology institute I told you about in Chicago. Will you?" "Okay," Billy said. "I will." "Good. Well, are you ready? We'll leave the equipment in the truck for now." They got out, Billy following Dr. Miracle up a weeded-over sidewalk. It was all he could do to climb the porch steps. The interior was filmed with dust and sparsely furnished, though the rooms were large and once might have been quite beautiful. In the front room, crates and boxes were stacked everywhere. A rug had been rolled up and stood in a corner with the cobwebs. There was a battered old pale green sofa with sagging springs, and a coffee table littered with newspapers and magazines. On either side of an ash-filled fireplace were shelves packed with books. A calendar frozen on April 1968 hung from a nail. "Forgive the place," Miracle said. He left the door open so air could circulate. "I had to board up the windows after the glass was broken out one summer. It wouldn't be worth putting new glass in. Thank God the electricity still works." "Do you have a telephone?" Billy wanted to call the hospital in Birmingham again to check on Santha Tully. Early this afternoon, when he'd called for the second time, a nurse had told him that Santha was still on the critical list, and that the anti-venom flown up from Florida had been administered soon after Santha had been brought in. "No, I'm afraid not. I don't have any callers. Please, sit down." He scooped newspapers out of the sofa and dumped them on the floor. "I know you're concerned about your friend, but I'm sure they're doing everything they can for her. We'll find a phone booth later, if you like." Billy nodded, wandering over to the bookshelves. He'd seen a pale gray aura around her, not a black one. Did that mean there was a chance she might survive? Miracle said, "Why don't you sit down and rest? I'll look in the kitchen. Perhaps I can find something to eat. All right?" Billy nodded, and the man went back through a corridor to the rear of the house. "Chicken noodle okay with you?" he called out in another moment. "It's canned, so I presume it's safe to eat." "That's fine, thanks." Billy stepped into another large room, his shoes stirring up clouds of dust. The room held a cluttered desk and an upright piano with yellow keys. He punched his finger at a few of them, hearing off-key notes ring out like a stabbed cat. Then he went through another room into the hallway, and there was the staircase that Dr. Miracle had told him about. A single bulb studded the ceiling at the top of the stairs, casting a murky gray glow. Billy touched the banister. He could hear Miracle wrestling with pots and pans in the kitchen at the hallway's end. He climbed the steps slowly, his hand clenching the banister, and when he reached the top, he sat down. Water was running in the kitchen. Billy said softly, "Kenneth?" He waited for a few minutes, trying to concentrate through a wall of leftover terrors. "Kenneth," he whispered. There was a figure at the bottom of the stairs. It stood motionlessly for a moment, then placed a foot on the first step. Billy sighed and shook his head. "I don't think there's anyone here. There might not have ever been." "I know," Miracle replied softly. "I had once hoped that Kenneth was here, but that's a selfish hope, isn't it? If some part of him remained, that would mean he was troubled, wouldn't it?" Billy nodded. "I don't know what Ellen saw, if indeed she saw anything at all, but we both had to shoulder a lot of pain. I think seeing Kenneth's ghost was a way for Ellen to deal with his death, but instead of laying him to rest, she tried to resurrect him. He was a very good boy. You would have liked him. Is there nothing of him left?" "Oh, yes." Billy rose to his feet. "You bring him back to life when you remember him. Remembering doesn't have to be sad. It's a good thing, because you can keep your son with you all the time, in your heart and your memory. I think he's resting easy now, and he's gone on to whatever's waiting. But he's still alive inside you." Dr. Miracle smiled wistfully. "Yes, and I guess that's good enough, isn't it? Kenneth always remains a young man in my memories. He's always handsome in his uniform, and he's always the best son any man could ask for.
He lowered his head, and Billy heard him sigh deeply. Then he said, "I'd better check the soup. I've been known to burn it," and returned to the kitchen. Billy stood at the top of the stairs for a while longer, his hand on the railing. But there was nothing there. Nothing stirred the air around him. Nothing tried to make desperate contact. Nothing yearned to shrug off its earthly pains and pass on. The house was silent and at peace. Billy descended the stairs and returned to the piano room. He ran his hands over the heat-cracked wood of the piano, tracing fingers over the battered and worn keyboard. He sat down on the bench and hit a single note that reverberated sharply in the air. Then another note down in the bass register that moaned like a low wind on a winter's night. He hit 3 notes at the same time and winced at their discordant wail. The next try, though, the sound was sweet and harmonious, like a cooling balm against the fever that churned within him. Looking at the keyboard, trying to figure it out, was a mystery in itself. Why were some keys black and others white? How could anybody make music out of it? What did those pedals down there do? And suddenly he brought both fists crashing down onto the keyboard. Notes shrieked and shrilled, and Billy could feel the vibration thrumming up his wrists, up his forearms, his shoulders, his neck, and right to the top of his skull. The sound was awful, but somehow the energy he'd expended had cracked the hot cauldron of emotions in him, a tiny crack allowing a trickle to escape. Billy hammered again with his left fist, then with his right. Then both fists were coming down like pistons, and the house was pounding with a rough, jarring noise that perhaps harmonized with the music of terror and confusion. The old piano seemed about to burst with explosive noise. Under Billy's relentless pounding, several pieces of ivory flew off like rotten teeth. But when he stopped and he listened to the last echoes dying away, there did seem to be a music in them, an eerie harmony of ignorantly struck chords, fading away now, fading into the very walls of the house. And Billy felt as if that cauldron had split down the middle, all the terrors and pains streaming out and flooding through him into this instrument that stood before him. He felt lightened, cleansed, and exhilarated. And he remembered his grandmother saying a long time ago that it would be up to him to find a way to release the emotions he absorbed through contact with the revenants. She had her pottery, just as his mother had her needlepoint, and now, what was closer to human emotion than music? But how to bring out real music from this assembly of wood and metal wires? How to caress it instead of beating it half to death? How to let it soothe away the pain instead of ripping it out? "Well," Dr. Miracle said from behind him, holding a tray with 2 bowls of soup, "I'm glad to see my house is still standing. I'm sure the police are on their way by now, but we'll ask them to join in the jamboree." "Is this yours? Do you know how to play it?" "Me? No, I couldn't play a kazoo. My wife was a piano teacher for a while." "Can I venture to say that you know Liberace?" "Who?" "Never mind. Then again, neither is Liberace a Billy Creekmore. Come on, we'll eat in the front room. It's too dark in here." He paused because Billy wasn't rising from the bench. Instead, the boy was fingering the keyboard again, picking at various notes as if he'd stumbled upon Captain Kidd's treasure. "It's probably not too hard to learn," Miracle said. "I never had the inclination, but there are a stack of old instruction books down in the basement. Are you interested?" He struck a high note and listened to it sing. "Yes, sir." "I'll get them for you, then. They're probably so mildewed you can't read them, but—" Miracle came over and set the tray down atop the piano. He saw the look of excitement in Billy's eyes and noticed also that his coloring had improved. It had been a great relief, in a way, to hear that Kenneth was resting far from the confines of this house. "You've been a great help to me," Dr. Miracle said. "I appreciate all the work you've done. I don't know what's ahead for you, but I think I'll be hearing from you again. At the very least, I hope you'll write to let me know how you're doing." "Yes, sir, I will."
I have an idea you're the kind of young man who means what he says. That's rare enough in itself in this day and age. In the morning I'll take you to the bus station. I would offer you a sizable increase in pay to join me on the carnival circuit next season. But you've got better things to do, I think." He smiled. The thought streaked through him that somehow he was losing a second son, and he touched Billy's shoulder. "The soup's getting cold. Come on, let's eat." Miracle took the tray into the front room. Billy paused at the keyboard a moment longer, then joined him. "Young man," Miracle thought, "I wish you much luck. That is the very least of what you'll need on your journey." And it was possible, no, probable, Miracle told himself, that some time before winter's cold set in he might drive the truck back up to Hawthorne, back to that little shack set off from the road, and deliver a piano that might yet learn to sing again. Part 9. Revelations. Chapter 42. Billy had asked to see his father. The simple granite gravestone read, John Blaine Creekmore, 1925 to 1969. It stood up the hill from Link Patterson's grave and was sheltered by pine trees that would filter the sun and rain. The earth was still rough from the work of shovels, but soon the pine needles would fall, and it would all be covered. "He went to sleep," Ramona said, long gray strands of her hair blowing from around her scarf. There were deep lines under her eyes and on each side of her nose, yet she refused to bend to the will of the years. She carried herself strong and straight, her chin uplifted. "I read the Bible to him that night, and we ate a good dinner of vegetables. He talked a lot about you, as he had for the few days before that, and he said he was trying very hard to understand what we are like. He said he knew you were going to be a great man, and he'd be proud of you. Then he said he was going to take a nap, and I washed the dishes. When I went in later to see about him, he was as peaceful as a child. I pulled the covers over him, and then I went to get the doctor." Billy touched the granite marker. A chill breeze was sweeping down into their faces from the hills, and already winter was knocking at the door, though it was hardly the middle of October. He'd come walking up the road yesterday, lugging his suitcase from the Greyhound bus stop at Coy Granger's, and had seen his mother out in the field gathering pecans in a bowl. His father wasn't sitting on the front porch. The Oldsmobile was gone, sold for scrap, he'd later learned, to pay for his father's casket. The house was the same, fixed up and painted with the money he'd sent home. But things had changed. He could see the passage of time in his mother's face, and from what she'd told him, his father had died near the time Billy had dreamed of him and his dad walking along the road to Hawthorne. Billy said, "You had to know. The aura. Didn't you see it?" "Yes, I did," Ramona replied quietly. "I knew, and so did he. Your father had made his peace with the world, and especially with himself. He raised you with a good, strong hand, and he worked very hard for us. He didn't always agree with us or understand us, but that was never the point. At the end, he loved us just as much as he always had. He was ready." "Ready?" Billy shook his head disbelievingly. "Do you mean he just wanted to die?" "No, I don't believe that." She looked at him with a cool, level gaze. "He didn't fight it. He didn't want to. At the end he had the mind of a child, and as all children have faith, so did he." "But I should have been here. You should have written me. I didn't get to say goodbye." "What would that have changed?" She shook her head and put a hand on his arm. A tear streaked down his cheek, and he let it fall. "You're here now," she said, "and though he is not, you'll always be John Creekmore's son, and he'll be in your child's blood as well. So is he really gone?"
Billy felt the restless wind pulling at him, heard it whispering around the pungent pines. It was true that his father lived within him, he knew, but still, separation was so hard to take. It was so hard not to miss someone, not to cry for him and mourn him. Easy to look at death from a distance, more difficult to stare into its face. He already felt a world away from the carnival, with its riotous noises and flashing lights. Here on this bluff, framed by hills covered with woodland and overshadowed by gray sky, he seemed to stand at the center of a great silence. He ran his hands over the rough gravestone and remembered how his father's unshaven jaw had felt against his cheek. The world was spinning too fast, he thought. There were too many changes in the wind, and the summer of his childhood seemed lost in the past. For one thing, he could be happy. Before leaving Mobile yesterday morning, he'd called the hospital in Birmingham and had been told that Santa Tully was going to be all right. "Winter's on the way," Ramona said. "It's going to be a cold one, too, from the way these pines have grown thick." "I know." He looked at his mother. "I don't want to be like I am, Mom. I never asked for this. I don't want to see ghosts in the black aura. I want to be like everybody else. It's too hard this way. It's too strange." "Just as your father's in your blood," she replied. "So am I. No one ever said it would be easy, but no one ever gave me a choice, either." "That's true, because there can be no choice. Oh, you can live as a hermit and shut out the world as I tried to do after you were born. But sooner or later there comes a knock at your door." He thrust his hands into the pockets of his jacket and hunched over as a cold wind blew around him. Ramona put her arm around him. Her crying was done, but it almost broke her heart to see so much pain in her son. Still, she knew that pain sculpts the soul, molds the will, and would leave him standing stronger when he'd finally straightened up. After another moment, he wiped his eyes on his sleeve and said, "I'm all right. I didn't mean to act like a baby." "Let's walk," she told him, and together they went down the hill among the tombstones, heading toward the road. It was over 2 miles back to the house, but they were in no hurry. "What do I do now?" Billy asked. "I don't know. We'll see." She was silent for a few minutes as they walked, and Billy knew that something important was on her mind. They came to a place where a stream spoke over flat stones, and Ramona suddenly motioned for him to stop. She said, "My legs aren't what they used to be, I'll tell you. When I was a girl, I could run this distance without breathing hard, and now already I'm hiccuping like a frog." She sat down on a rock that had people's initials scraped on it. He lay on his stomach in the grass, watching the pattern of water as it swirled over the stones. "There are things you need to know now," Ramona said. "I couldn't have told you while your father was living, though he was well aware of them, too. I'm going to tell you, and then you'll have to make up your own mind about what to do." "What things?" She looked up, watching a squadron of crows fly across her field of vision. Off in the distance there was the faint reflection of sunlight off an airplane, climbing toward the clouds. "The world's changing so fast," she said almost to herself. "People fighting in the streets, killing and hating each other. Children trying to escape through God knows what kind of drugs. A war going on and on and on without clarity or point. These things are making me afraid, because evil's walking without fear, and it changes its shape and voice to gain its own greedy end. It's reaching out, wanting more and more. You saw it once before, a long time ago in the smokehouse." "The shape changer," Billy said. "That's right. It was testing you, probing at you. It tested you again at the carnival, but you were stronger than it took you to be." "Have you ever seen it?" "Oh, yes, several times." She looked at him through narrowed eyes. "It always taunted me and tried to trick me, but I saw through its tricks.
I wouldn't let it get into my mind. I wouldn't let it make me doubt myself or my abilities. But now my work's almost done, Billy. Now the shape-changer sees no threat in me. It wants you, and it'll do everything it can to destroy you. But I'll be all right, won't I? As long as I don't let it into my mind? She paused, listening to the sound of wind through the trees. The shape-changer never gives up, Billy, she said quietly. Never. It's as old as time, and it knows the meaning of patience. It means to catch you unawares in a weak moment. And I think it's most dangerous when it's feeding off the dead like a beast gnawing on bones. It draws in a revenant's energy to make itself stronger. I wish I could tell you that I know the limits of the shape-changer's powers, but I don't. Oh, there's so much you need to know, Billy. She gazed at him for a moment. But I can't teach you. Life will. Then I'll learn, he replied. You'll have to. Ramona sighed deeply. This is what I have to tell you. You were not born into this world alone. Billy frowned. What? You were one of two, she said, staring off at the trees. You were born first, but behind you there was a second child. You were so close inside me that the doctor could only hear one heartbeat, and in those days the medical facilities weren't very good. So there were two children, born in a pickup truck on the way to the hospital on a cold night in November. Both of you were born with calls, a sure sign of spiritual powers. Yours covered your face. His had torn loose, and he was gripping it in his hands. Even so young, something within your brother made him want to escape his mystery walk. You weren't identical twins, though. You had my coloring, while he looked more like his father. Her eyes were dark pools as she gazed solemnly at Billy. You see, your father and I were very poor. We could hardly feed ourselves, much less two mouths. We were expecting one, and we had to choose. That was the most terrible decision of my life, son. There's a man named Tillman who buys and sells babies. He bought your brother from us, and he promised to find him a good home. Her hands clenched into fists, and strain showed on her lined face. It was the only thing we could do, and we both agonized over it so long. Your father was never the same after we went through with it. We had to choose, and we chose you. Do you understand? I think so. Billy recalled the woman at the tent revival a long time ago confessing the sin of selling her baby. God, how that moment must have pained his mother. For years I thought nothing would come of it, she said. Your father and I often wondered what had happened to him. But you were our son, and we wanted to give you our full love and attention. But then I saw him, and I knew from the first minute who he was. I knew that he might have a special power, too, but that it might be different from yours. And I saw in his eyes that he was being used without knowing it. I saw him that summer night at the Falconer Crusade. He looks just like your father, but enough like Jimmy Jed Falconer to pass as his son. Billy sat frozen for a moment, shocked, numb. No, he whispered. No, not him. You know it's true. I've seen the way you look at each other. You felt the same thing, probably as him, maybe a kind of curiosity or attraction. I think both of you need the other without knowing it. You understand the meaning of your mystery walk, but Wayne is afraid and floundering in the dark. Why? He asked, rising to his feet. He was angry and confused and dazed, and he realized he had always felt a pull toward the young evangelist, but he'd fought against it. If it was a secret for so long, why tell me now? because J.J. Falconer passed on this summer. He was all that stood between Wayne and the grinding gears of that crusade machine he built. Wayne is a young businessman now, and his mind is sealed with Jimmy Jed Falconer's thumbprint. He'll follow his father's path, but he doesn't know what's waiting for him at the end of it. He was taught at an early age how to use the power of fear and hatred and call it religion. His spirit is weak, Billy. The shape-changer looks for weakness. And if it can use Wayne Falconer against you, it will. In a minute. Billy Benton picked up a rock, flinging it into the stream. A bird wheeled for the sky from its cover of brush. Why does he hate us? He may feel the same pull we do. He may mistake it for our trying to lure him away from what he thinks is the righteous path. He doesn't understand us, and neither did his father. Do you think he could ever really heal? Billy asked her. I don't know. He's charismatic, there's no doubt. He can make a person believe they've been healed, even if maybe nothing's wrong with them. Falconer had a hand in teaching him that. But if Wayne can heal, he has to find that power deep inside himself, just like you do when you take on the Revenants. He has to hurt just like you do. The crusade demands that he heals time after time with no stopping. I think he pretends to heal so he won't have to feel that pain, if indeed he ever really felt it. Oh, he may be able to throw those people a spark or two. But if you throw off enough sparks, you don't have enough left to start a fire when you really need it. What's going to happen to him? He may crack under the weight of the crusade, or he might find the strength to stand on his own 2 feet. For him, that might be turning away from the greed that's all around him and finding out he can learn more about his healing power, and he doesn't have to sell it every day on a stage. She shook her head. I don't think he'll leave the crusade, though. It would be too much of a leap into the dark for him. Billy's shoulders sagged. Ramona stood up unsteadily. We'd better be getting home before it gets dark, she said wearily. No, not yet. I need to be alone for a while, to think. All right? She nodded. Take all the time you need. She touched his cheek with a lingering hand, then started to walk away. He asked, Are you afraid for him? Yes, she said. There's something in him that wants to come home, but he doesn't know the way. She walked on alongside the littered road toward Hawthorne. Billy watched her go, then crossed the stream to lose himself in the forest. Chapter 43. Beneath the same forbidding October sky, a group of men in business suits were slowly walking the length of the county's huge public swimming pool just outside Fayette. The pool was drained and in need of painting. I want it rebuilt, Wayne Falconer was saying to O'Brien, the architect from Birmingham, in the shape of a cross. I want the church there. He pointed to the concessions building. I want it to be the biggest church this state has ever seen. And I want a fountain in the middle of the pool, one with colored lights. Can you do that? O'Brien chewed on a toothpick and nodded thoughtfully. I think so. Have to be careful with wiring. Don't want to electrocute anybody. It would be some visual effect, though, wouldn't it? He grinned. Not electrocution. I mean the colors. Henry Bragg and George Hodges laughed. Bragg was still lean and boyish-looking, only a touch of gray in his stylishly cut sandy-brown hair. As a rule, he wore blue blazers and gray slacks with razor-sharp creases. He'd moved his growing family to Fayette 4 years ago and had taken over the job of chief attorney for the Falconer Crusade, Incorporated. George Hodges, by contrast, had not aged so gracefully. He was bald except for a fringe of brown hair, and his face had slowly collapsed into folds under the pull of gravity. He wore a rumpled brown suit, his breast pocket lined with pens. I want this to be the biggest baptismal pool in the world, Wayne said. The crusade had recently purchased the pool for $1.5 million. People will come here from everywhere wanting to be baptized. Of course, there'll be regular swimming here, too, for Christian youth only, but the baptisms will be the big thing. It'll be like a Christian swim club, but there won't be membership fees. There'll be donations to the Faulkner Memorial. His voice trailed off. He was staring at the high diving platform, the tower. He remembered when he was almost 10 and he'd finally gotten the nerve to climb up there and try to jump. Poised on the edge, he felt his knees shaking, and then the older kids down in the pool had started yelling for him to jump. Jump! Wayne, jump! It was just too high, and from way up there it looked like a sheet of blue glass that would cut him to pieces. Coming carefully down, he'd tripped and fallen and busted his lip, and, crying, had run out to where the church bus was parked to get away from the laughter. "I want that down," Wayne said quietly. "The tower, I want it down first thing." "That's been here for over 25 years, Wayne," George Hodges said. "It's sort of a symbol for the whole—" "Down," Wayne told him, and Hodges was silent. At the far end of the pool, Wayne suddenly dismissed Bragg and O'Brien. As the two men walked away, Hodges waited uneasily for Wayne to speak. The young man stared at the pool, took a small bottle from his coat, and popped a pill into his mouth. His eyes were almost the same shade as the pool's faded paint. "I know I can trust you, George. You've always been there when I needed you." Hodges had done such a good job in his years as the Crusade's business manager that he could now afford a colonial-style house a few miles from the Faulkner estate. "That's right, Wayne," Hodges replied. Wayne looked at him. "My daddy came again last night. He sat on the foot of my bed, and we had a long talk." Hodges' face pulled tight. Oh, God, he thought, not again. "He told me that the Creekmore witch and her boy want me now, George. They want to destroy me like they destroyed my daddy." "Wayne," Hodges said quietly, "please don't do this. That woman lives in Hawthorne. She's no threat to you. Why don't you just forget about her and let's go on like—" "I can feel her wanting me to come to her," Wayne said. "I can feel her eyes on me, and I can hear her filthy voice calling to me at night. And that boy's just as bad as she is. He puts himself in my head sometimes, and I can't get him out." Hodges nodded. Cammy was calling him at all hours of the night now and driving him crazy with her complaints about Wayne's fits of black temper. One night last week, Wayne had left the house and gone to the airport, flying up in the company Beechcraft and doing loops and circles like a maniac. Wayne wasn't yet 18, yet already he was faced with decisions that would stagger a seasoned business executive. Maybe it was understandable, Hodges thought, that Wayne should pretend to be counseled by his father's ghost as a way of shouldering the burden. "My daddy says the Creekmores should burn in hell," Wayne was saying. "He says thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." "Wayne, we sent some people over to Hawthorne to ask around about her, just as you wanted. She stays to herself and never goes out. Her son went and joined the circus or something, and her husband died not too long ago. She's strange, but so what? She's nothing but a faker. If she could really see ghosts and all that junk, then why isn't she out doing seances or stuff like that for rich people? And your daddy is dead, Wayne. He doesn't come to you at night. He doesn't advise you about business deals. Please, Wayne, let him go." Wayne blinked and touched his forehead gingerly. "I'm tired," he said. "All these meetings make me so tired. I wish I could sleep at night. I need more sleeping pills. The ones you got me before aren't strong enough." "They'd knock out a horse." Hodges grasped Wayne's arm. "Now listen to me. You've got to stop taking so many pills. I swear to God I could cut my throat for getting you that damned Percodan. Now you take stuff to put you to sleep and stuff to get you up in the morning."
Daddy says for me to, Wayne said, his face expressionless. No. No more pills. Hodges shook his head and started to walk away. George? Wayne's voice was soft and silken. Hodges stopped in his tracks and clenched his fists at his sides. George, you forget. If I can't sleep, I can't address all those civic groups I'm supposed to meet with. I can't do the radio and the television shows. I can't go over the magazine material. I can't plan for next year's revival circuit. Can I? Hodges turned, his face reddening. You don't need any more damn pills, Wayne. Get them, or I'll find someone who will. Oh, that would be just dandy, Hodges thought. If someone outside the organization found out that little Wayne Falconer was turning into a junkie and having strange delusions as well, the press would tear the crusade to pieces. You need help, and not the kind you get from pills. Wayne's eyes flashed. I said, get them for me, George. I want to be able to sleep without hearing that witch and her boy calling my name. Hodges knew he should say no. He knew he should tell Henry about the delusions. Wayne was coming apart at the seams. The entire crusade was in danger. But his mouth opened, and he said in a harsh rasp, This is the last time, damn it. Do you hear me? If you ask me again, I walk. I swear it. Wayne smiled. Fine. Now I want this done, too. I want an electric fence put up around the house by the time I get back from Nashville. And I want a new watchman hired. A younger man. I don't feel safe in the house anymore. Hodges nodded grimly. Wayne patted his back. I know I can depend on you. Daddy says so. And then Wayne walked away to rejoin Bragg and O'Brien, new confidence in his stride. George Hodges was in agony. The boy was killing himself with those pills. He'd promised J.J. he'd do his best to help Wayne with the business, but very often now he thought that they were all in danger of being consumed by a monstrous machine that had very little to do with personal worship. The Christian rock bands, the prayer cloths, and the clowns for Jesus at those revival meetings were just too much. George, Bragg called to him. What are you dreaming about? I could walk away from it, he told himself. Yes, any time I want to. But he switched a ragged smile on his face and said, Nothing. You boys want to get some lunch? I know a place that serves fine barbecue. Part 10. Krepsin. Chapter 44. The lights were lowered in the projection room. Mr. Niles picked up the telephone receiver set into the arm of his chair. Mr. Krepsin's ready, he said. A thin beam of light hit the screen. Luxuriating on a deserted beach was a beautiful brunette in a black, skin-tight bikini. Palms stirred indolently behind her as she combed her long, shining black hair. She glanced at the camera, smiling as she spread suntan oil across her stomach. She undid her bikini top and tossed it aside. Lovely young woman, Niles thought. Coarse-looking, but certainly attractive. The projector was silent, but the room itself seemed to breathe. There was a muted noise of machinery at work, and the hiss of manufactured air. Niles was a lean man of indeterminate age. Though his close-cropped hair was gray, his face was as smooth as a teenager's. His deep-set eyes were such a pale tint of gray that they seemed almost white. He wore a lightweight dark blue suit, comfortable for the Palm Springs climate. Around him the room throbbed quietly. The air was being cleaned over and over again, drawn in and out of a maze of hidden ducts in the thick, windowless walls. There was a faint aroma of pine-scented disinfectant. On the screen the young woman smiled nervously and took off her bikini bottom. There was a small dark birthmark on her lower stomach.
A man, heavy-set and wearing only khaki slacks, stepped into the frame, his back to the camera. Without ceremony, he took off his pants. "This time the photography's very clear, isn't it?" A large, indistinct shape sitting in a special double-width seat a few chairs away from Niles stirred slightly. Heavy-duty springs moaned. A football-shaped bald head was tilted to one side, and tiny black eyes glinted in thick folds of flesh. "Yes, very good. You see all the details in this film." His breathing was like the harsh noise of a bellows, and he had to gulp for air between words. "I didn't like the last 2 films. Too grainy." "Yes, sir." Niles watched the sexual acrobatics on the screen with only mild interest. "Popcorn?" the obese man asked, offering a box to Niles. "No, thank you." He grunted and dug one hand into the buttered popcorn, then filled his mouth. A second man, thin and with the tattoo of a skull on his shoulder, had joined in the action. Niles never knew what films they'd be viewing. Sometimes they were simply parodies of Roadrunner or Tom and Jerry cartoons. Other times old and rare silent films. Usually, though, they were like these, sent up from Mexico by Senor Alvarado. They didn't bother Niles, but he thought they were a waste of good film. The girl lay on her stomach in the sand, her eyes closed. She was obviously exhausted. The first man came back on screen. He was carrying a ball-peen hammer. The bulk of bone and fat had leaned forward. He tilted the popcorn to his mouth and then put the empty box on the floor. He wore a royal blue caftan that seemed the size of a tent. "She doesn't know, does she?" Augustus Krepsin said quietly. "She thinks she's going to take her money and go buy herself a new dress, doesn't she?" "Yes, sir." The hammer rose and fell. Krepsin's hands clenched in his lap. The second man, now wearing a black mask, stepped back onto the screen. He pulled the cord on a chainsaw he was holding, and his skinny arms vibrated. Krepsin's breathing was audible. His eyes darted from one figure to the next as the true action and intent of the film unfolded. When the screen finally went black, Niles could hear Krepsin's soft moan of pleasure. The projectionist was smart enough not to turn the lights up yet. Then Krepsin said in a childlike voice, "I want light now, Mr. Niles." He relayed the order through the telephone. As the lights slowly came up, Krepsin was leaning back in his chair with an oxygen mask pressed to his face, his eyes closed. Niles watched him for a few silent moments. He'd worked for Augustus Krepsin for almost 6 years, first as a liaison between Krepsin and the overlords of organized crime in Mexico, now as a companion and right-hand man here in Palm Springs. Still, he knew very little about the man. Krepsin was the king of his own hard-won empire. He had originally come to this country from Greece before World War II, and somewhere along the line Krepsin had become entranced with 2 subjects, death and disease. He talked about each with a clinical interest, and he watched the snuff films as if he could see the center of the universe in a dismembered corpse. Krepsin had built his Palm Springs fortress with strict cleanliness in mind, and rarely ventured out of it. The telephone on the arm of Niles's chair buzzed softly. He picked up the receiver. "Yes?" The operator said, "Mr. Niles, Jack Braddock's on the line again from Nashville." "Mr. Krepsin doesn't want to be disturbed. Tell Braddock—" "Just a moment," Krepsin said. "Jack Braddock?" He breathed deeply and then took off his oxygen mask. "I'll talk to him." Krepsin's organization had taken over Braddock's Essex Records Company in Nashville several years ago. Essex was continuing to lose money, and there had been a record pirating scandal 2 years ago that Essex had barely squeaked out of. Krepsin was beginning to regret letting such a poor manager as Braddock stay on, though Essex had been purchased primarily as an avenue to launder dirty money. Niles told the operator to put the call through, and Krepsin answered the phone. "What do you want?" There was a startled intake of air almost 1,500 miles away. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Krepsin, but something's come up that I need to—" "Why don't you take speech lessons, Braddock? Everyone down there sounds as if they haven't had a good bowel movement in years. I can send you some herbal pills that will clean you out." Braddock laughed nervously. "I hope your line is green," Krepsin said. A bugged line would be red. After the pirating mess, Krepsin suspected the FBI tapped Essex's phones. "I'm calling from a pay phone." "All right. What is it?" "Well, I got a visit from a lawyer named Henry Bragg yesterday afternoon. He represents the Falconer Crusade, and they want to start making records. They're looking for an independent company to buy, and—" "Falconer Crusade? What is that?" "Religious bunch. They're into publishing, radio, lots of stuff. I don't suppose you get the Wayne Falconer Power Hour on TV out there, do you?" "I don't watch television. It sends out radiation, and radiation causes bone cancer." "Oh, yes, sir. Well, this Mr. Bragg is backed by a lot of money. They want to make an offer for Essex." Krepsin was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Essex is not for sale. Not to anyone. We worked too hard getting through our troubles with the authorities to give it up just yet. Is this the important reason you've called me?" On the other end, Braddock coughed. Krepsin knew the man was addicted to cigars, and he thought, throat cancer, malignant cells running rampant through Braddock's body. Disease breeding disease. "There is one other thing I thought you might be interested in," Braddock said. "Wayne Falconer. He runs the whole crusade from a little town in Alabama. He's only about 20 years old, but he's a hell of a preacher. And he's a healer, too." Krepsin paused, his face folded in thought. "Healer?" "Yes, sir. Cures people of all kinds of diseases. I saw him straighten a man's back on television last week. Saw him heal a pair of crippled legs, too. Bragg says they want to make self-healing records for people to listen to. He says the boy wants to tour Essex, if it's on the market." "A healer?" Krepsin asked. "Or is he simply a good actor? An awful lot of people believe in him. And like I say, that crusade's just rolling in the money." "Oh?" Krepsin grunted softly. His small black eyes glittered. "A healer? Mr. Braddock, I may have been hasty. I want you to contact those people. Let them tour Essex. Talk it up. I'm going to send Mr. Niles to represent the corporation. You and he will work together, and I want to know everything about this Falconer boy. Understand?" "Yes, sir." "Good. And one more thing. I don't want Mr. Niles returning to Palm Springs with his suits fouled by cigar smoke. Now get in contact with those people at once." He hung up and turned toward Niles. "You're leaving for Nashville today. I want something called the Falconer Crusade thoroughly investigated. I want to know everything about a boy named Wayne Falconer." "Yes, sir," Niles said. "May I ask why?" "Because he's either a cunning charlatan or he's a genuine healer. And if that's so, I want him here. With me. It's time for my massage now." Niles helped Krepsin rise from the chair. The man's huge bulk, over 400 pounds on a large-boned frame, 5 feet 6 inches tall, left its shape impressed in the leather. As they neared the door, an electric eye triggered the mechanism that both unlocked the door and started a new flow of charcoal-filtered air in the outside corridor. After they'd gone, a Mexican maid in a long white smock entered the empty projection room and began vacuuming the carpet. She wore spotless white gloves and white cotton slippers, and across the lower half of her face was a surgical mask. Chapter 45. There was a letter from Dr. Miracle in the mailbox today. Billy read it as he walked up the hill to the house in the clear golden light of late October. Dr. Miracle said he had his eye on a cottage in Florida. He asked if Billy had read the last batch of books on spiritualism he'd sent, and how his piano lessons were coming along. He asked also if Billy had given any more thought to visiting that institute in Chicago. Billy slipped the letter back into its envelope. Since that strange autumn 3 years ago, Dr. Miracle had written frequently, and often sent him books on a variety of subjects. He'd visited once, about 3 months after Billy had come home to find his father buried, and had brought the old piano, tuned and repaired, that now stood in the front room. 6 months after that, a letter had come from Chicago, marked special delivery and addressed to Mr. Billy Creekmore. Its return address was the Hilburn Institute, 1212 Cresta Street in Chicago. In the crisp white envelope was a typewritten letter from a Dr. Mary Nivens Hilburn, who said she was writing because of some correspondence the Institute had had with a Mr. Reginald Merkel of Mobile. Merkel, the doctor wrote, had impressed upon her and the Institute's staff that Billy might be of interest to them. Would he briefly write down his biography and send it to them? Were there other witnesses who could verify Billy's allegedly paranormal abilities? He'd let his mother read it, then had put it away in a drawer. He'd heard nothing further from them. The house was painted white, its windows glinting with sunlight. A wisp of smoke curled from the chimney. Around the house the trees had burst into color, and in the breeze there was a faint chill of approaching winter. An old brown pickup truck, an ugly and unreliable beast bought over a year before with money from a sizable corn crop, rested in front of the house. The Creekmore place was now one of the last houses that didn't have electricity, but Billy didn't mind. The dark wasn't threatening, and late at night the kerosene lanterns cast a soft golden glow that was much better, to his way of thinking, than harsh white electricity. He was less than a month shy of turning 21. In the last 3 years he'd grown another 2 inches and had gained 20 pounds, all of it firm muscle that came from hard outdoor work. His face had sharpened and matured, and thick, dark curls tumbled over his forehead. His dark eyes glittered with an earthy intelligence, and could shine with good humor as well. He walked up onto the front porch and went into the house, past the upright piano in the front room. He'd been taking lessons for 2 years from a retired music teacher at $2 a week, and had progressed from pounding hell out of the instrument to letting it draw the moods from him as his fingers rippled across the keyboard. Many evenings his mother sat with her needlepoint, listening to the slightly warped chords, but appreciating the feeling behind the music. "Any mail?" she called from the kitchen. "One letter from Dr. Miracle. He says hello." He sat down in a chair before the hearth and read Dr. Miracle's letter again. When he looked up, Ramona was standing over him, drying her hands on a dish rag. "Did he mention that place again?" she asked quietly. He nodded and handed her the letter, but she didn't read it. "Chicago. I wonder what kind of a city that is." "Probably dirty," Billy replied. "They've got gangsters up there, too." Ramona smiled. "I believe that was a long time ago you're thinking of. But I suppose there are gangsters just about everywhere." She rubbed her calloused fingers. They were stiff and unresponsive. The lines in her face were many and deep. "I wonder what that institute would be like. Don't you wonder sometimes?" "No." "We could afford a bus ticket if you wanted to go. From what I recall, they were eager to hear from you." Billy grunted, watching the small tongues of flame in the hearth. "They'd probably treat me like a freak." "Are you afraid to go?" "I don't want to go." "That's not what I asked." She stood over him for a moment more, then she went to a window and looked out. The breeze stirred reddening leaves. "You will be 21 in November," she said. "I know. Things happened to you when you joined that ghost show. I know that you came back home bearing scars." "That's all right. Only tough folks carry scars."
Maybe I shouldn't stick my nose in where it doesn't belong, but I think you should go to that institute. I think you should see what they have to say." "I don't belong up there." "No," Ramona turned toward him. "You don't belong here. Not anymore. The land and the house are in fine shape, and now you're just filling up your days trying to stay busy. What kind of life is ahead for you in Hawthorne? Answer me that." "A good life. I'll work hard, and I'll read, and I'll keep up my music. And there goes another year, doesn't it? Boy, have you forgotten everything your grandmother and I tried to teach you about the mystery walk? That you have to be strong enough to follow it wherever it leads, and that it's up to you to break new ground? I've taught you all I know about the ceremony, about the use of the Jimson weed and hemp, and how to recognize the mushrooms that must be dried and crushed into powder to be smoked. I've taught you what I know of the shape-changer, and how it can use other souls against yours. I've taught you to be proud of your heritage, and I thought you'd learned how to see by now." "See? See what?" "Your future," she said. "The Choctaw doesn't choose who's to make the walk. Only the giver of breath can make that choice. Oh, many before you lost their faith or their courage, or had their minds swept away by evil forces. But when evil can break the chain of the mystery walk, then all that's gone before is disrupted. All the learning and experience and pain might just as well be for nothing. I know that it left a scar on you that summer and autumn, but you can't let it win. The ceremony is important, but most important is what's out there." Ramona motioned toward the window. "The world." "It's not my world," Billy said. "It can be. Are you afraid? Are you giving up?" Billy was silent. His experience on the Octopus was still burned into him, and there had been many nightmares of it to keep the wounds raw. Sometimes a cobra reared up in the darkness, and sometimes he had a gun that wouldn't fire as the thing coiled closer toward him. Soon after arriving home that autumn, he'd taken the bus to Birmingham and had gone to the hospital to see Santha Tully. The nurse there had told him that Santha Tully had left the day before and had gone back to New Orleans. He'd stood in the empty room she'd occupied, knowing he'd never see her again. He silently wished her good luck. "I'm not afraid," he said. "I just don't want to be treated like a freak." "And you think they will at this institute in Chicago? You understand who and what you are. What else matters? But if the institute works with people like us, then they can teach you and learn from you as well. I think that's where you belong." "No." Ramona sighed and shook her head. "Then I've failed, haven't I? You're not strong enough. Your work isn't done. It hasn't really started, and already you think you deserve rest." "You don't. Not yet." "Damn it," Billy said sharply and abruptly stood up. "Leave me alone." He snatched Dr. Miracle's letter from her and angrily ripped it up, throwing the pieces into the fireplace. "You don't understand what it was like on the Octopus. You didn't hear it. You didn't feel it. Leave me alone." He started past her toward the front door. "Billy," Ramona said softly. When he turned, she held out the piece of coal in the palm of her hand. "I found this on the top of your dresser this morning. Why did you take it out of the drawer?" He couldn't remember if he had or not. Ramona tossed it to him. There seemed to be heat in it, and it gleamed like a black, mysterious amulet. "Your home is here," she said. "It'll always be here. I can take care of myself, the house and the land. I've done it before. But you've got to go into the world and use what you know, and learn more about yourself. If you don't, you've wasted everything that's gone before you." "I need to think," he told her. "I'm not sure what to do." "You're sure. You're just taking your time coming around to it." Billy clenched the piece of coal in his fist. He said, "I want to sleep out tonight, out in the forest. I want to be by myself for as long as it takes." Ramona nodded. "I'll get some food ready for you, if you—" "No, if I can't catch my food or dig it up, I won't eat. I'll just need a sleeping bag." She left the room to get what he wanted. Billy put the coal into his pocket and stepped out onto the porch. He wanted to lie on southern earth tonight, to watch the stars move and let his mind drift. It was true that he'd felt the Hilburn Institute in Chicago pulling at him. He was curious as to what kind of place it might be and what might lie ahead of him in a city that size. Chicago seemed as far away as China, and just as foreign. It was true also that he was afraid. He faced the horizon, ablaze with the colors of late autumn. The musky scent of dead summer wafted in the air like old wine. He didn't want to leave all the work to his mother, but he knew she was right. The mystery walk was beckoning him onward, and he had to follow. Ready or not, he thought, recalling the games of hide-and-seek he used to play with Will Booker, whose symbol of faith in Billy's potential rested in his jeans pocket. "Here I come." Chapter 46. The blue and silver Canada Air Challenger had been in the air for less than an hour, and was now streaking over central Arkansas at 23,000 feet. The late October sky was a dazzling blue, while beneath the jet a rainstorm whipped Little Rock. Wayne Falconer, sitting in the plane's quiet pocket, the area just behind the flight deck, was stunned and delighted. The silent eagle made his Beechcraft seem like a clumsy moth. Leaving the ground at Fayette's airport had been one of the most sublime feelings he'd experienced. Up here the sky was so clear and blue, and he felt as if he'd left his worldly responsibilities very far behind. He wanted a jet like this. He had to have one, and that was all there was to it. The business jet's interior was done in dark blue and black, with a lot of shining chrome and waxed wood surface. The motorized swivel and reclining seats were upholstered in black Angus steer hide, and there was a long, comfortable-looking sofa next to a fruit and vegetable juice bar. Danish teakwood tables were bolted to the carpeted floor in case of rough weather. On one of the tables were neatly arranged copies of the Falconer Crusades magazine. Everything in the long, spacious cabin sparkled with cleanliness, as if someone had polished every fixture and surface with a strong disinfectant cleanser. The oval plexiglass windows, George Hodges had noticed, didn't have one streak or fingerprint on them. He decided that this Mr. Augustus Krepsin must be a very fastidious man, though something about the display of Crusade magazines bothered him. It was maybe too clever and was trying to win Wayne over too fast. Krepsin's assistant, Mr. Niles, bothered Hodges too. The man was polite, intelligent, and well-informed about the Crusade's business policies, but there was something about his eyes that disturbed Hodges. They looked soulless, and they lingered on Wayne far too often. Hodges sat a few seats behind Wayne, closer to the high whine of the twin jet engines at the rear of the fuselage. Niles, Hodges had noticed, was quick to take the seat across the aisle from Wayne. Henry Bragg was paging through a Field and Stream a couple of seats behind him. Bragg was pleased to be away from his wife and 3 stair-step children. He sipped ginger ale through a straw and watched the clouds move far below, a dreamy and contented smile on his face. Beth, their attractive young flight attendant, came down the aisle with a cup of orange juice for Wayne. The cabin was more than 8 feet wide and 6 feet high, so she had no trouble making her way to the young man. "Here you go," she said with a sunny smile. "Can I get your magazine?" "No, thank you." "What's our airspeed now, ma'am?" "Beth." "Oh, I think we're flying around 500 miles per hour by now. I understand you're a pilot." "Yes, ma'am. Beth, I mean. I've got a Beechcraft Bonanza, but it's nothing like this. I've always loved planes and flying. I always feel so free when I'm up in the air." "Have you ever been to California?" He shook his head, sipped at the orange juice, and put the cup down on his service tray.
"Sun and fun," Beth said. "That's the lifestyle there." Wayne smiled, though uneasily. For some reason, Beth reminded him of a half-forgotten nightmare. A dark-haired girl slipping on a slick platform. The awful noise of her head hitting the sharp edge. The sound of painfully exhaled breath and water closing over her like a black shroud. In the past 3 years his face and body had thickened, and the texture of his red hair had become dense and wiry. His eyes were deep-set and glowed as blue as the sky beyond the jet's windows. But they were haunted eyes, holding back secrets, and there were purplish hollows beneath them. He was very pale, except for a few rashes of late-blooming acne across his cheeks. "Beth," he said, "do you go to church?" Mr. Niles had given her a thorough briefing on Wayne Falconer before they'd left Palm Springs. "Yes, I do," she said, still smiling. "As a matter of fact, my father was a minister, just like yours was." Across the aisle, Niles's eyes were closed. He smiled very slightly. Beth was a resourceful person who could think on her feet. "An evangelist," Wayne corrected her. "My daddy was the greatest evangelist that ever lived." "I've never seen you on television, but I'll bet it's a good show." "I hope it does good for people. That's what I'm trying to do." He smiled wanly at her and was pleased when she returned his smile with sunny wattage. She left him to his thoughts, and he drank his orange juice. He had just finished a 3-day-long healing revival in Atlanta. It was estimated that he'd touched 5,000 in the healing line, and he'd preached 3 scorching hellfire and brimstone messages. He was bone-tired, and in 2 weeks the Falconer Crusade was booked into the Houston Astrodome for yet another revival. If only he could find a record of a jet engine in flight, Wayne thought, maybe he could sleep better. The sound would soothe him, and he could pretend he was very far away from the crusade, flying across a night sky sparkled with stars. His daddy had told him buying this record company was a smart move to make. He should listen to this Mr. Krepsin and trust in what the man said, his daddy had told him. It would all work out for the best. "Wayne?" Mr. Niles was standing over him, smiling. "Come on up to the flight deck with me, will you?" Niles led the way forward and pulled aside a green curtain. Wayne was breathless at the sight of the cockpit, with its magnificent control panel, its gleaming toggles and gauges and dials. The pilot, a husky man with a broad sunburned face, grinned below his smoke-tinted sunglasses and said, "Hi there, Wayne. Take the co-pilot's seat." Wayne slipped into gloved soft leather. The engine noise was barely audible way up here. There was only the quiet hissing of air around the Challenger's nose. The windshield gave an unobstructed wide-angle view of brilliant blue sky dotted with high, fleecy cirrus clouds. Wayne noticed the movements of the control yoke before him and knew the jet was flying under autopilot command. The instruments he faced, altimeter, airspeed indicator, horizontal situation indicator, attitude director, and a few more he didn't recognize, were set in a basic T formation similar to the Beechcraft panel, but of course much more complex. Between the pilot and co-pilot was a console holding the engine thrust throttles, the weather radar controls, the speed brake lever, and other toggle switches Wayne knew nothing about. He stared at the panel with rapt fascination. "Everything's right there," the pilot said, "if you know where to look for it. My name's Jim Coombs. Glad to have you aboard." He shook Wayne's hand with a hard, firm grip. "Mr. Niles tells me you're a flyer. That right?" "Yes, sir." "Okay." Coombs reached up to an overhead console and switched off the autopilot. The control yokes stopped their slight correction of ailerons and elevators. The Challenger slowly began to nose upward. "Take her and see how she feels." Wayne's palms were sweating as he gripped the guidance wheel and placed his feet against the hard rubber pedals that controlled the rudder. "Scan your instruments," Coombs said. "Airspeed's still on autopilot, so don't worry about that. Bring your nose down a few degrees. Let's level her off." Wayne pushed the yoke forward, and the Challenger instantly responded, the silver nose dropping back to level flight. He had overestimated, though, and had to pull slightly up from a 6-degree downward pitch. The plane began to roll just a bit to the right, and Coombs let Wayne work with the yoke and pedals until he'd gotten the jet trimmed again. The controls needed a feather-light but decisive touch, and compared to this, he'd had to fight the Beechcraft across the sky. He grinned and said in a shaky voice, "How was that?" Coombs laughed. "Fine. Of course, we're about 100 miles off our flight path, but you're okay for a prop jockey. Want to co-pilot me into Palm Springs?" Wayne beamed. Less than 2 hours later, the Challenger was landing at Palm Springs Municipal Airport. In the co-pilot's seat, Wayne watched intently as Coombs went through the landing procedure. 2 Lincoln Continental limousines awaited the Challenger. Wayne was escorted by Niles into the first one, and Hodges and Bragg climbed into the other. They started off together, but after 10 minutes the Mexican driver of the second limo announced he felt something funny and pulled off the expressway. He got out to check and reported that the left rear tire was going flat. Hodges watched the car carrying Niles and Wayne driving away out of sight, and he said tersely, "Fix it." The driver had already pocketed a small ice-pick-like blade as he unlocked the trunk to get the spare. Wayne was driven along the edge of a huge golf course. A purple line of mountains undulated in the distance. Everywhere there was green grass being saturated with water from sprinklers, and palm trees sprouted bright green fans. The limo turned into a residential area where only roofs and palm trees showed above high stone walls. A uniformed watchman waved to them and opened a pair of wide wrought-iron gates. The limo continued up a long driveway bordered with bursts of red and yellow flowers, carefully trimmed hedges, and a few large species of cactus. Gardeners were at work, pruning and spraying. Wayne caught a glimpse of a red slate roof capped with turrets, and then there was a huge structure before him that was perhaps the strangest house he'd ever seen. It was made of pale brownish stone and was a riot of angles and protuberances, blocks upon blocks, high towers, mansard roofs and gables and Gothic arches and masonry carved in geometric shapes and statue-like figures. It looked like the work of 10 insane architects who'd all decided to build a structure on the same property and connect them with domes, parapets, and sheltered walkways. Work was still going on, Wayne saw. More stones were being placed one atop the other by workmen on a scaffolding. There was no telling how many floors the place had, because one level seemed to stop in mid-air and another shot up at a different place. But oddly, only the ground floor had windows. The limo pulled under a porte-cochere, and Mr. Niles escorted Wayne up a few stone stairs to a massive front door. It was opened for them by a white-jacketed Mexican butler with a brown-seamed face. "Mr. Krepsin's expecting you, Mr. Falconer," the butler said. "You can go up immediately." "This way," Niles said. He led Wayne across a gleaming hardwood floor to an elevator. When the elevator doors opened, a rush of cool, dry air came out. As they ascended, Wayne could hear the quiet throbbing of machinery somewhere in the house, growing louder as they rose. "Shouldn't we wait for the others?" he asked. "They'll be along." The doors slid open. They stood in a featureless white room. A pair of glass doors stood just opposite them, and beyond that was a dimly lit corridor. Machinery hissed and hummed from the walls, and Wayne could smell the distinct odor of disinfectant. "If you'll be so kind," Niles said, "as to take off your shoes. You can put these on." He stepped across to a chrome-topped desk and picked up one of the several pairs of cotton slippers. A box of surgical gloves sat atop the desk as well. "Also, if you'll take any change you might have in your pockets and put it in one of these plastic bags. Currency, too." Wayne took his shoes off and slipped into the cotton ones. "What's this all about?" Niles did the same, taking the change out of his pockets and putting it in a bag. "Shoes and money carry bacteria. Will you put on a pair of gloves, please?"
Ready? Follow me, then." He pressed a button on the wall next to the doors, and they slid quickly open like a pair of automatic supermarket doors. When Wayne followed him through into an atmosphere that was cooler and noticeably drier than the rest of the house, the doors thunked shut like the closing of a bear trap. The corridor, illuminated by recessed lighting, was totally bare and uncarpeted. The thick stone walls radiated a chill, and somewhere in them an air-purifying system hissed faintly. Wayne was taken almost to the end of the corridor, to a pair of large oak doors. Niall pressed a buzzer set into the wall, and a few seconds later Wayne heard the sound of the doors unlocking electronically. "Go right in," Niall said. Wayne, his stomach twisted into nervous knots and his head aching again, stepped through the doors. There were skeletons in the room, skeletons of fish, birds, animals, and one of a human being, laced together with wire and standing in a corner beneath a track-light's beam. Smaller skeletons of lizards and rodents were placed under glass display cases. The doors closed automatically behind Wayne, and a lock softly clicked. "Welcome!" Wayne looked toward the sound of that voice. In front of glass-enclosed bookcases there was a teakwood desk topped with a green blotter. A man sat in a wide, high-backed, black leather chair, a track-light shining down upon a white, bald head. The room was wood-paneled, and on the floor was a dark blue Persian rug with gold figures. Wayne stepped closer to him and saw that the head sat atop a mountain of caftan-dressed flesh. His face was made up of folds within folds, and small black eyes glittered. He smiled, showing tiny white teeth. "I'm so glad you could come," the man said. "May I call you Wayne?" Wayne glanced uneasily around at the mounted skeletons. There was an entire skeleton of a horse, caught in mid-stride. Augustus Krepsin waited until Wayne had almost reached the desk, then extended a hand. Only after Wayne had shaken it did he realize Krepsin was also wearing flesh-colored surgical gloves. "Please, sit down." Krepsin motioned toward a chair. "Can I offer you something? Fruit juice? Vitamins to perk you up?" "No, thanks." Wayne took the seat. "I had a sandwich on the plane." "Ah, the Challenger. How'd you like it?" "It was fine. Mr. Coombs is a good pilot. I don't know what happened to the others. They were in the car right behind us. They'll be along soon, I'm sure." "I see you're intrigued by my collection, aren't you?" "Well, I've never seen anything quite like it." Krepsin grinned. "Bones. The very framework of the body. Strong, durable, highly resistant to disease, yet sadly often the first thing to weaken in a body. I'm fascinated by the mysteries of the human body, Wayne, its flaws and faults as well as its strengths." He motioned toward the human skeleton. "What a grand design, isn't it? Yet doomed to return to dust. Unless, of course, you treat it and varnish it and wire it together so it won't dissolve for a few 100 years. Wayne nodded, his hands clasped together in his lap. "You're a handsome young man," Krepsin said. 21 next month, am I right? Lived in Fayette all your life? You know, there's something about a Southern accent that's so earthy. I've become quite a fan of yours, Wayne. I had Mr. Niles obtain videotapes of some of your shows when he visited Nashville, and I've watched them all several times. You have quite a commanding presence for such a young man." "Thank you." Krepsin's large head dipped in respect. "You've come a long way, I understand. Now you have an influential television show, a radio station that's turning at least 100,000 in profits every year, and a publishing company that will break even sometime in 1974. You speak before approximately 500,000 people per year, and your foundation is planning to build a 4-year Christian university before 1980. "You've been checking up on me," Wayne said. Just as your Mr. Hodges has been asking questions about the 10 High Corporation. It's only good business."
He shrugged his massive shoulders.
"But I'm sure you know what needs to be known. I own 10 High. 10 High owns a controlling interest in Essex Records. You want to purchase Essex Records for $1.5 million, and so you're sitting in my study."
Wayne nodded. He said calmly, "Is Essex worth that much?"
Krepsin responded with a soft laugh. "Ha, my boy, you made the offer. Is it worth that much to you?" "Essex lost $200,000 last year alone," Wayne replied. "It's lost clout in the country western music business, and Essex can't afford to lure in hit-producing artists. I want to pump new money into it and start it all over as a gospel label." "So I understand," Krepsin said quietly. "You're a very bright young man, Wayne. You have a great insight as well as a very special ability. Tell me something now, and your answer will never go beyond this room. I've watched your television shows over and over. I've seen the expressions of these people who pass through, what do you call it, the healing line."
His head bent forward, jowls and chin hanging.
"Are you really a healer? Or is it trickery?"
Wayne paused. He wanted to get up and leave this room, get away from this strange house and this man with the black eyes. But he remembered that his daddy had told him to trust Mr. Krepsin, and he knew his daddy wouldn't tell him wrong. He said, "I am a healer."
"And can you heal any kind of sickness, any kind of disease?"
From a distance of time and space, Wayne seemed to hear a whispered but accusing voice.
"Do you know what you're doing, son?"
He shut his mind on years of accumulated doubts that had haunted him in the night.
"Yes."
Krepsin sighed and nodded.
"Yes, you can, can't you? I've seen it in your face. I've seen it in the faces of those you've healed. You conquer the fading flesh and brittle bone. You conquer the filth of disease and drive out the germs of death. You hold the power of life itself, don't you?"
"Not me. God works through me."
"God?"
Krepsin blinked, and then his smile was back.
"Of course. You could have Essex Records as my gift to your crusade, but I'd prefer to stay on in a consulting position. I like the idea of going gospel. There's a lot of money to be made in it."
Wayne frowned. For an instant he thought he'd seen something dark and huge standing behind Krepsin, something bestial. But then it was gone.
"I know you're tired from the flight," Krepsin said. "You and I are going to get along very well, Wayne, and we'll have plenty of time to talk later. Mr. Niles is waiting for you at the end of the corridor. He'll take you downstairs for some lunch. I'd suggest a nice afternoon steam bath and then a siesta. We'll talk again this evening, all right?"
Wayne stood up, an uncertain smile on his face, and Krepsin watched as he left the room in his sanitary cotton slippers. Krepsin peeled off his rubber gloves and dropped them into a waste receptacle beneath the desk.
"Plenty of time," he said softly.
Chapter 47.
"Here you go," the cab driver said, and pulled to the curb. "You sure this is where you want to get out?"
"Yes, sir," Billy told him. At least he thought it was the place. A crooked sign said Cresta Street, and the address on the small brownstone building was 1212. Across the street was a sad-looking little park with a rusty swing set and a few drooping trees. Set around the park were other brownstone buildings and old two-story houses, many of which looked empty. The larger buildings of downtown Chicago loomed in the distance, filtered by gray haze. Billy paid the driver.
$4.50 for a car ride, he thought incredulously, and stood with his battered suitcase in front of a wrought-iron gate and fence that separated 1212 from the other buildings. He didn't know exactly what he'd expected, but this place was far from it. The gate shrieked as he pushed through, and he walked up the steps to the front door. He pressed the doorbell and heard the faint sound of chimes. There was a small round peephole in the door, and for a moment Billy felt himself being watched. Then locks began to click open, 1, 2, and 3. He had a sudden urge to run all the way back to the Greyhound bus station, but he stood his ground. The door opened, and standing within was a young girl, perhaps 16 or 17. She had long black hair that hung almost to her waist, and Billy thought she looked Spanish. Her eyes were pretty and alert, but there was a trace of sadness in them. She glanced at his suitcase. "Yes? This must not be the right place. I thought this was the Hilburn Institute?" She nodded. "Well, my name's Billy Creekmore, and I'm here to see Dr. Hilburn." He fumbled in his back pocket for the envelope and held it out to her. The girl said, "Come in," and then locked the door behind him. The interior was a pleasant surprise. Dark wood paneling gleamed with oil and polish. There were clean rugs on the shining hardwood floor, and an abundance of green plants added a welcoming touch. The tempting aroma of good food wafted in the air. A staircase ascended to the second level, and just to the left of the front door, in a high-ceilinged parlor, a half-dozen people, both young and old, watched television, read, or played checkers. Billy's entrance caused a pause in their activities. "I'm Anita," the girl told him. "You can leave your suitcase down here if you like." "Mr. Perlman," she said, addressing one of the men in the parlor, "it's your turn to help in the kitchen today." "Oh, right." The man put aside his Reader's Digest and went off through a hallway. "Follow me, please." Anita took Billy upstairs through a series of well-kept dormitory-like rooms. There were doors marked Testing Lab 1, Audio-Visual, Conference Room, Research Lab 1. The building was very quiet, with pale green linoleum floors and tiled ceilings. Billy glimpsed other people moving about, several of them wearing white lab smocks. He saw a young woman about his own age coming out of a testing lab, and he felt a quick spark of attraction as their gazes met and held. She was wearing jeans and a blue sweater, and Billy saw that her eyes were different colors. One was a pale blue, the other a strange deep green. The young woman looked away first. Then Anita led him around a corner to a door marked Dr. Hilburn, Ph.D., Director. Billy could hear a muffled voice within. The girl knocked on the door and waited. A moment passed. Then, "Come in!" It was a woman's voice, carrying an inflection of annoyance. Dr. Hilburn was sitting behind a battered desk in a small office cluttered with books and papers. The beige-colored walls were adorned with framed certificates and brass plaques, and a window looked out over the Cresta Street Park. A green-shaded lamp burned atop the desk, which also held a blotter, a metal can with a collection of pencils and pens, and several pictures of people Billy assumed were her children and husband. Her hand was clamped around a telephone receiver. "No," she said firmly, "I can't accept that. The grant was promised us last year, and I'll fight for it right up to the Capitol if I have to. I don't care that all the funds are tied up, and I don't believe that anyway. Am I just supposed to shut down everything and go out on the street? God knows we're almost on the street as it is." She glanced up and motioned for Anita to close the door. "Tell the esteemed senator that I was promised matching funds dollar for dollar." "No, we've cut our staff down to a skeleton crew already." "Ed, just tell him that I won't stand for any more foolishness. I'll expect to hear from you by tomorrow afternoon. Goodbye." She put the receiver down and shook her head. "It's getting so deep over in Springfield you need waders to get through. Do you know what's ahead of us on the budget agenda, Anita? Consideration of a grant for a study of litter patterns on the North Beach. I asked them for $15,000 to keep our programs going for another year, and—" Her clear gray eyes narrowed. "Who are you, young man?" "My name is Billy Creekmore. You people sent me this letter." He stepped forward and handed her the envelope. "Alabama? Dr. Hilburn said with obvious surprise. "You're a long way from home, aren't you?" She was a fragile-looking woman in a white lab coat, her eyes deeply set, alert, and very intelligent. Billy thought she was probably in her late 40s or early 50s. Her dark brown hair, threaded with silver, was cut short and brushed back from her high, furrowed forehead. Though she had a gentle appearance, the sound of her voice on that telephone told Billy she could spit nails if angered. Dr. Hilburn looked up at him for a moment after reading the letter. "Yes, we sent you this some time ago. I think I recall the correspondence we got from this friend of yours, Mr. Merkel. Anita, will you do me a favor, please? Ask Max to go through the M files and bring me the letters from a Mr. Reginald Merkel." She spelled out the name, and then Anita left. "Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Creekmore?" "I've come because your letter asked me to." "I expected a reply by mail, not a visit. And besides, that was some time ago. Are you here in Chicago with your family?" "No, ma'am. I'm here alone." "Oh? Where are you staying, then?" Billy paused, smelling disaster. "Staying? Well, I left my suitcase downstairs. I thought I'd be staying here." Dr. Hilburn was silent. She nodded and spread her hands before her on the blotter. "Young man," she said, "this is not a hotel. This is a workshop and research center. The people you probably saw downstairs and those in the labs have been invited here after long consultation. I know nothing about you, and to be perfectly honest, I can't even recall why we wrote you in the first place. We write hundreds of people who don't answer us. Our labs certainly aren't as well equipped as those at Duke University and Berkeley, but we have to make do on the budget we get from the University of Chicago and small grants. That budget is hardly enough to continue our tests and research on the individuals we select, and certainly there's no room here for someone off the street." "I'm not off the street," Billy protested. "I've come a long way." "Of course you have, young man, but I'm saying that—" She looked up as a middle-aged man in horn-rimmed glasses and a lab jacket brought in a file folder containing several letters. "Thank you, Max," she told the man, and when he'd gone she put on a pair of reading spectacles and took several letters from the folder. Billy recognized Dr. Miracle's spiky handwriting. "What kind of place is this?" Billy asked her. "What goes on here?" "Pardon? Don't you know?" She glanced up at him. "The Hilburn Institute is a death survival studies clinic, sponsored in part by the University of Chicago. But as I say, we—" She trailed off, engrossed in something she was reading. "What do those people downstairs do?" They've had experiences with manifestations or spirit controls." Dr. Hilburn looked up from the letters and pushed the spectacles up onto her forehead. "Young man," she said quietly, "you evidently left your friend Mr. Merkel deeply impressed. The experiences he's written down here are quite interesting." She paused, returned the letters to the folder, and said, "Sit down, won't you?" Billy took a chair in front of her desk. Dr. Hilburn swiveled her chair around to stare through the window at the park, her face illuminated by pale gray light. She took her glasses off and put them in her jacket pocket. "Young man," she said, "what do you think of our city?" "Well, it's noisy," he replied. "And everybody's running around so fast." He didn't tell her that he'd seen the black aura twice, once clinging to an elderly black man on the bus and once surrounding a young girl a few blocks away from the bus station. "Have you ever been this far away from home before?" "No, ma'am." "Then you must feel the ability you have, whatever it is very special. Special enough to leave Alabama and come such a distance. Why did you come here, Mr. Creekmore? And I'm not talking about the letter. Why did you come?" She turned toward him again, her gaze sharp and watchful. "Because my friend Dr. Miracle said I should, and because my mother wanted me to, and maybe because I didn't know where else to go. I want to understand more why I'm like I am. I want to know why I see things that other people don't, like the black auras and the entities that look like mist and carry so much pain. And the shape changer. My mother
could see the same things, and her mother before her. And it's likely that my son or daughter will be able to as well. I want to know as much as I can about myself. If I'm in the wrong place for that, tell me now, and I'll leave." Dr. Hilburn had been observing and listening to him carefully. She was a trained psychiatrist as well as a parapsychologist with 2 books on death survival studies to her credit, and she'd been looking for telltale signs of emotional instability, inappropriate gestures or grins, facial tics, a general irritability or melancholia. She sensed in Billy Creekmore only a genuine desire for self-knowledge. "Did you think, young man, that you could just present yourself on our doorstep and we would offer easy answers for all your questions?" "No, I'm afraid that's not to be the case. As I say, this is a workshop. A damned difficult workshop, I might add. If there's any learning to be done, we learn together. But everything has to be verified through extensive tests and experiments. We don't deal in trickery here, and I've seen enough psychic fakers in my lifetime. Some of them have sat where you're sitting now, but sooner or later their tricks fail them. I don't know anything about you except what I've read in these letters. As far as I know, you don't understand a thing about death survival research. You may have a psi ability, though I'm not saying I'm convinced you do, but as far as I'm concerned, it may only be a figment of your imagination. You may be a publicity hound. You may even want to disrupt the work we're trying to do here, though God knows we have enough disruptions. Do you believe you can communicate with the dead, young man?" "Yes, I can." "That remains to be seen. I'm a born skeptic, Mr. Creekmore. If you say a traffic light's red, I'll say it's purple, just for the sake of an interesting argument." Her eyes had taken on a shine. "If I decide you're worth being here, you might rue the day you ever walked through that gate. I'll throw every test I can think of at you. I'll take your brain apart and put it back together again, more or less as it was. In 2 or 3 days you'll hate me, but I'm used to that. You'll have a room the size of a closet to sleep in, and you'll be expected to work around here like everyone else. It's no free ride. Sound like fun? No? Now you've got the idea." She smiled cautiously. "Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, you'll be right here telling me your life story. I want to hear about your mother and the black auras and the entities and... what was it? A shape changer?" "Indeed. Dinner's in 15 minutes, and I hope you like Polish sausage. Why don't you go get your suitcase?" Billy rose from his chair, feeling confused about the whole thing. It was still at the back of his mind that he should leave this place, and he had enough money for a return ticket home. But he'd come this far, and he could stick out whatever was in store for him for at least 3 days. He didn't know whether to thank the woman or curse her, so he left without saying a word. Dr. Hilburn looked at her wristwatch. She was already late getting home, and her husband would be waiting. But she took the time to read Merkel's letters again. A pulse of excitement had quickened within her. "Is this boy from Alabama the one?" she asked herself. The same question she asked when any new subject came to the Institute. "Is Billy Creekmore the one who'll show proof positive of life after death?" She had no way of knowing, but she could hope. After a moment of reflection, she stood up and took her coat from a rack beside the desk. Chapter 48. Wayne Falconer's scream cracked the silence that had fallen over the Krepsin estate. It was just after 2 o'clock in the morning. When George Hodges reached Wayne's bedroom, one of the few rooms in the strange house that had windows, he found Niles already there, pressing a cold washcloth to Wayne's forehead. Wayne was curled up on the bed, his eyes feverish with fear. Niles was still dressed as if he'd just stepped out of a business meeting. "A nightmare," Niles explained. "I was walking along the hall when I heard him. He was just about to tell me what it was, weren't you, Wayne?" Henry Bragg came in, rubbing his eyes. "Who screamed? Wayne? What the hell's—" "Wayne's fine," Niles said. "Tell me your dream, and then I'll get you something for that headache." Hodges didn't like the sound of that. Had Wayne gone through his Percodan and codeine capsules yet again? In a halting voice, Wayne told them what he'd dreamed. It was a hellish vision of Jimmy Jed, a skeleton in a yellow suit gone green and rotten with grave dirt, screaming that the witch of Hawthorne had sent him to hell, where he would burn forever if Wayne didn't free him. When he was finished, a terrible groan came from Wayne's throat, and tears glittered in his eyes. "She knows where I am," he whispered. "She's out there in the night, and she won't let my daddy come to me any more." Bragg had gone a sick gray. Wayne's obsession with his dead father was getting worse, Hodges realized. For the past 4 nights, Wayne had been awakened with nightmares of Jimmy Jed and the Creekmores. Last night he'd even sworn that he'd seen the Creekmore boy's pallid face grinning through the window at him. Wayne was coming to pieces, Hodges thought, right out here on the sunny coast. "I can't sleep." Wayne gripped Niles's smooth white hand. "Please. My daddy's rotted, and I can't make him all right again." Niles said softly, "Everything's going to be fine. There's no need for you to be afraid, not while you're in Mr. Krepsin's house. This is the safest place in the world for you. Why don't you put on your robe and slippers? I'll take you to see Mr. Krepsin. He can give you something to calm your nerves." "Now, just one damned minute," Hodges said angrily. "I don't like all these late-night visits Wayne's been having with Krepsin." "What's going on? We came here for a business conference, and so far all we've done is hang around this crazy house. Wayne's got other obligations, and I don't want him taking any more pills." "Herbal medicine." Niles held Wayne's robe for him. "Mr. Krepsin believes in the healing power of nature, and I'm sure Wayne will agree that you're free to go any time you please." "What, and leave him here with you? Wayne, listen to me. We've got to get back to Fayette. This whole thing is as shady as the dark side of the moon." Wayne tied his robe and stared at him. "My daddy said I was to trust Mr. Krepsin. I want to stay here for a while longer. If you want to go, you can." Hodges saw that the young man's eyes looked blurry and dazed. His grip on reality was lost, Hodges knew. And just what kind of pills was Wayne being given? "I'm begging you," he said. "Let's go home." "Jim Coombs is going to take me up in the Challenger tomorrow," Wayne said. "He says I can learn to fly it. No trouble at all." "But what about the crusade?" Wayne shook his head. "I'm tired, George. I heard inside. I am the crusade, and where I go, that's where the crusade goes, too. Isn't that right?" He looked at Henry Bragg. The lawyer's smile was tight and strained. "Sure, anything you say, Wayne. I'm behind you 100%. "You gentlemen needn't stay up," Niles said, taking Wayne's elbow and leading him toward the door. "I'll see that Wayne gets his sleep." And suddenly George Hodges' face reddened with anger, and he was crossing the room to clamp his hand on the other man's shoulder. "Listen to me, you—" Niles twisted around in a blur, and for an instant there were 2 fingers pressing rigidly against the hollow of Hodges' throat. Hodges felt a brief, dizzying pain that almost buckled his knees, and then Niles's hand dropped to his side. A low fire burned in the man's pale gray eyes. Hodges coughed and backed away, his heart pounding. "I'm sorry," Niles said, "but you must never touch me like that again." You tried to kill me," Hodges croaked. "I've got witnesses. By God, I'll sue you for everything you've got. I'm getting out of here right now." He stalked past them and out of the room, his hand pressed to his throat. Niles glanced back at Bragg. "Will you see to your friend, Mr. Bragg? There's no way for him to leave tonight because the house is kept sealed by hydraulic pressure on the doors and the first-floor windows." "I reacted hastily, and I regret it." "Oh, sure. Well, no harm done. I mean, George is kind of upset." "Exactly. I'm sure you can calm him down. We'll talk in the morning." "Right," Bragg said, and managed a weak smile. Augustus Krepsin was waiting in his huge bedroom 1 floor up and on the other side of the house. When Wayne had first seen it, he'd been reminded of a hospital room. The walls were an off-white, with a blue sky and clouds painted on the ceiling. There was a sunken living area with a sofa, a coffee table, and a few leather chairs. Persian rugs in soft colors covered the floor, and track lights delivered a delicate golden illumination. The large bed, complete with a console that controlled lighting, humidity, and temperature, and contained several small closed-circuit television screens, was surrounded with a plastic curtain like an oxygen tent. An oxygen tank and mask were mounted next to the bed. The chess game was still on the long teak coffee table, where it had been left the night before. Krepsin, dressed in a long white robe, sat over it, his small eyes pondering options as Niles brought Wayne in. He was wearing his cotton booties and surgical gloves. His bulk was stuffed into a specially supported Angus steer-hide chair. "Another nightmare?" he asked Wayne after Niles had left. "Yes, sir." "Come, sit down. Let's pick up the game where we left off." Wayne took his chair. Krepsin had been teaching him the fundamentals of the game. Wayne was losing badly, but the knights and pawns and rooks and whatever they were took his mind off the bad dreams. "They can be so real, can't they?" Krepsin said. "I think nightmares are more true than ordinary dreams, don't you?" He motioned toward the 2 pills, one pink, one white, and the cup of herbal tea that was set in front of Wayne. Without hesitation, Wayne swallowed the pills and drank the tea. They helped relax him, helped smooth out the throbbing pain in his head, and when he did sleep toward morning, he knew he would have wonderful dreams of when he was a child playing with Toby. In those drug-induced dreams, everything was bright and happy, and evil couldn't find its way into his head. "A little man fears inconsequential things, but only a man of great character feels true horror." "I enjoy our talks, Wayne. Don't you?" He nodded. Already he was feeling better, his brain clearing, all the musty cobwebs of fear drifting away in what felt like a fresh summer wind. In a little while he would be laughing like a small boy. The worries and responsibilities faded away like bad dreams. "You can always judge a man," Krepsin said, "by what makes him afraid. And fear can be a tool as well, a great lever that can move the world in any direction. You, of all people, must know the force of fear." "Me?" Wayne looked up from the board. "Why?" "Because in this world there are 2 great terrors, disease and death. Do you know how many millions of bacteria inhabit the human body? How many organisms that can suddenly become malignant with disease and leach themselves into human tissues? You know how frail flesh can be, Wayne." "Yes, sir," Wayne said. "It's your move." Wayne studied the inlaid ivory board. He moved a bishop, but had no particular plan in mind other than to capture one of Krepsin's black towers. Krepsin said, "You've already forgotten what I've told you. You must keep looking over your shoulder." He reached across the board, his face like a bloated white moon, and moved the second of his black rooks to capture Wayne's last bishop. "Why do you live like this?" Wayne asked. "Why don't you ever go outside?" "I do go outside, occasionally. When I have a trip scheduled. 49 seconds between the door and the limousine. 46 seconds between the limo and the jet. But don't you understand what floats in the air? Every plague that ever ravaged across cities and countries, destroying hundreds of thousands, began with a tiny microorganism. A parasite, riding a sneeze or clinging to a flea on a rat's hide." He leaned toward Wayne, his eyes widening. "Yellow fever, typhus, cholera, malaria, the Black Plague, syphilis.
Blood flukes and worms can infect your body, drain your strength, and leave you a hollow shell. The bubonic plague bacillus can lie dormant and impotent for generations, and then suddenly it can lay half the world to waste. Small droplets of sweat glimmered on Krepsin's skull. "Disease," he whispered. "It's all around us. It's outside these walls right now, Wayne, pressed to the stones and trying to get in." "But people are immune to all those things now," Wayne said. "There is no such thing as immunity," Krepsin almost shouted. His lips worked for a few seconds before he could speak. "Levels of resistance rise and fall. Diseases shift, parasites mutate and breed. Bubonic plague killed 6 million people in Bombay in 1898. In 1900 it broke out in San Francisco, and the same bacillus that causes plague has been found in the ground squirrel. Don't you see? It's waiting. There are cases of leprosy in the United States every year. Smallpox almost spread into the United States in 1948. The diseases are still out there. And there are new bacteria, new parasites evolving all the time. If disease could be controlled, so could death," Krepsin said. "What power a man would have, not to have to fear. That would make a man godlike, wouldn't it?" "I don't know. I've never thought about it that way." Wayne stared at Krepsin's bulbous face. The man's eyes were fathomless pools of ebony, the pores in his flesh as big as saucers. His face seemed to fill the entire room. Warmth coursed through Wayne and a feeling of safety and belonging. He knew he was safe in this house, and though he might have nightmares sent by the witch-woman, she couldn't get in at him. Nothing could get in at him. Not pressures or responsibilities or fears. Not any of the diseases of real life. Krepsin rose from his chair with a grunt like a hippo rising from dark water. He lumbered across the room, drew aside the plastic curtain ringing his bed, and pressed a couple of buttons on the command console. Instantly, images appeared on the 3 videotape screens. Wayne squinted and grinned. They were videotapes of his television show, and there he was on the 3 screens, touching people in the healing line. "I've watched these again and again," the huge man said. "I hope I'm watching the truth. If I am, then you're the one person in the world who can do for me what I want." He turned to face Wayne. "My business is very complex and demanding. I own companies from L.A. to New York, plus many in foreign countries. I make a phone call and stocks do what I want them to. People do anything to get close to me. But I'm 55 years old, and I'm susceptible to diseases, and I feel things slipping away. I don't want that to happen, Wayne. I'll move heaven or hell to keep things as they are." His black eyes burned. "I want to keep death away from me," he said. Wayne stared at his hands clenched in his lap. Krepsin's voice echoed inside his head as if he were sitting within a huge cathedral. He remembered his daddy telling him to listen hard to what Mr. Krepsin had to say, because Mr. Krepsin was a wise and just man. Krepsin put his hand on Wayne's shoulder. "I've told you my fear," he said. "Now I want to hear yours." Reluctantly at first, Wayne began. Then he told more and more, wanting to get it all out of him, and knowing Mr. Krepsin would understand. He told him about Ramona Creekmore and the boy, about how she'd crushed both of them and wished his father dead, about his daddy's death and rebirth, how she was making him have nightmares, and how he couldn't get her face or the demon boys out of his mind. "She makes my head hurt," Wayne said. "And that boy, sometimes I see his eyes staring at me like he thinks he's better than me." Krepsin nodded. Do you trust me to do the right thing for you, Wayne?
Yes, sir, I do.
And I've made you feel comfortable and safe here. And I've helped you sleep and forget?
Yes, sir, I feel like you believe me.
You listen to me and you understand. The others, I can tell they're laughing at me. Like up on the tower.
The tower? Krepsin asked.
Wayne rubbed at his forehead but didn't reply. I want to show you how sincere I am, son. I want you to trust me. I can end your fear. It would be a simple thing. But if I do this thing for you, I'll soon ask you to do something for me in return. To show me how sincere you are. Do you understand? The pills were working. The room had begun to slowly spin, colors merging together in a long rainbow scrawl. Yes, sir, Wayne whispered. They should burn in the fires of hell forever. Forever. I can send them to hell for you. He loomed over Wayne, squeezing his shoulder. I'll ask Mr. Niles to take care of it. He's a religious man. Mr. Niles is my friend, Wayne said. He comes in at night and talks to me, and he brings me a glass of orange juice just before I go to bed. Wayne blinked and tried to focus on Krepsin's face. I want some of the witch's hair. I want to hold it in my hand so I'll know. The huge face smiled. A simple thing, it whispered. Chapter 49. Indian summer had lingered late. The blue evening light was darkening as yellow leaves stirred on the trees, and a few of the dead ones chattered on the roof of the Creekmore house. Ramona turned up the lamp wicks in the front room as darkness gathered outside. A small fire burned in the hearth, her chair pulled up so she could warm herself near it. She followed the Choctaw custom of building little fires and stepping close, instead of the white man's belief in making a bonfire and standing back. On a table next to her a lamp burned, a metal reflector behind it, so she could read for the third time the letter she'd gotten from her son today. It was written on lined notebook paper, but the envelope had Hilburn Institute and the address in nice black print up in the left-hand corner. Billy had been in Chicago for almost 2 weeks, and this was the second letter he'd sent. He described what he'd seen of the city and told her all about the Hilburn Institute. He'd had long talks with Dr. Mary Hilburn, he'd said, and also with the other doctors who worked on a volunteer basis. Billy said he'd met some of the other people, but many of them seemed withdrawn and kept to themselves. There was a Mr. Pearlman, a Mrs. Brannan, a Puerto Rican girl named Anita, and a scruffy-looking hippie named Brian. All of them, it seemed, had had an experience with what Dr. Hilburn termed theta agents, or discarnate entities. Billy also mentioned a girl named Bonnie Haley. She was very pretty, he'd written, but she stayed apart from the others, and he saw her only infrequently. He was taking tests, lots of tests. They'd punched him with needles, wired electrodes to his head, and studied squiggles on long pieces of paper that came from the machines he'd been connected to. They'd asked him to guess what kind of geometric shapes were printed on something called Zener cards, and he was keeping a diary of his dreams. Dr. Hilburn was very interested in his experiences with the shape-changer, and whenever they talked, she took everything down on a tape recorder. She seemed more demanding of him than of the others, and she'd said that she looked forward to meeting Ramona sometime. Next week there would be hypnosis sessions and sleep deprivation, not something he particularly looked forward to. Billy said he loved her, and that he'd write again soon. Ramona put his letter aside and listened to the wind. The fire crackled, casting a muted orange light. She'd written a reply to Billy, and had mailed it this afternoon. It had said, Son, you were right to leave Hawthorne. I don't know how things will turn out, but I have a lot of faith in you.
Your mystery walk has led you out into the world, and it won't end in Chicago. No, it'll go on and on right to the end of your days. Everybody's on their own kind of mystery walk, following the trail of their days and doing the best with what life throws at them. Sometimes it's mighty hard to figure out what's right and wrong in this mixed-up world. What looks black can sometimes really be white, and what appears like chalk can sometimes be pure ebony. I've been thinking a lot about Wayne. I drove over there once, but his house was dark. I'm afraid for him. He's pulled toward you, just like you are to him, but he's scared and weak. His mystery walk might have led him into teaching others how to heal themselves, but it's been warped now by greed, and I don't think he can see his path clearly. You may not want to stomach this, but if ever in your life you can help him, you have to. You're bound by blood, and though the walk took you off in different directions, you're still part of each other. Hate's easy. Loving's damned hard. You know what's a greater mystery than death, Billy? Life itself, the way it twists and turns like a carnival ride. By the by, I think I catch a little peacock strutting when you talk about that Bonnie girl. I know she must be special if you've taken a shine to her. I'm very proud of you. I know you'll make me even prouder. I love you. She picked up the lamp and went to the bedroom to get her needlepoint. Catching her reflection in a mirror, she stopped to examine herself as she combed out her hair. She saw more gray hairs than dark, and there were so many wrinkles in her face. Still, there remained deep in her eyes the awkward girl who'd seen John Creekmore standing across the barn at a hoedown, the girl who'd wanted that boy to hold her until her ribs ached, the girl who'd wanted to fly above the hills and fields on the wind of dreams. She was proud that she'd never lost that part of herself. Her mystery walk was almost over, she realized, with a touch of sadness. But she thought, look at all she'd done. She'd loved a good man and been loved by him, had raised a son to manhood, had always stood up for herself, and had done the painful work her destiny demanded. She'd learned to take life for good or bad, and to see the giver of breath in a dewdrop or a dying leaf. She had only one pain, and that was the red-haired boy, the image of his father, that J.J. Falconer had named Wayne. Unsettled wind whooped around the house. Ramona put on a sweater and took her needlepoint to the fireside, where she sat and worked steadily for over an hour. There was a prickling sensation at the back of her neck, and she knew it wouldn't be very much longer. Something was coming through the night. She knew it was coming for her. She didn't know what it would look like, but she wanted to see its face and let it know she was not afraid. In the mirror, she'd seen her own black aura. She closed her eyes and let her mind drift. She was a child again, running wild and free across the green meadows in the heat of a summer sun. She lay down in the grass and watched the clouds change shape. There were castles up there with fleecy towers and flags, and "Ramona!" she heard. "Ramona!" It was her mother calling from the distance. "Ramona, you little Dickens, you get yourself home now, you hear?" A hand brushed her cheek and her eyes flew open. The fire in the lamp's wick had burned very low. She'd recognized that touch, and she was filled with warmth. There was a knock at the door. Ramona rocked on in her chair for a moment more. Then she lifted her chin, stood up, and approached the door. She let her hand rest on the latch for a few seconds. Then she took a deep breath and opened it. A tall man in a straw cowboy hat, a denim jacket, and faded jeans stood on the porch. He had a grizzled gray beard and dark, deep-set brown eyes. Behind him there was a glossy, black pickup truck. He chewed on a toothpick and drawled, "Howdy, ma'am. Seems I took a wrong turn up the road a ways. Sure would appreciate it if I could get some directions and maybe a glass of water. Throat's kinda..." "I know who you are," Ramona said, and saw a little shock and unease register in the man's eyes. He wasn't a real cowboy she'd seen because his hands were too smooth. "I know why you're here. Come in." He paused, the smile slipping off his face. He saw that she did know. Some of the power seemed to drain out of him, and under her firm gaze he felt like a bug that had just crawled from beneath a rock. He almost called it off right then and there, but he knew he couldn't take their money and run. They'd find him sooner or later. After all, he was a professional. "Aren't you coming in?" she asked, and opened the door wider. He took the toothpick out of his mouth, mumbled "thank you," and stepped across the threshold. He couldn't look her in the face, because she knew, and she wasn't afraid, and that made it unbearable for him. She was waiting. The man decided he'd make it as quick and painless as possible, and that this would be his last one, God help him. Ramona closed the door to shut away the cold, then turned defiantly toward her visitor. Part 11. The Test. Chapter 50. A muffled cry burst from Billy's throat, and he sat up in the darkness as the cot's hard springs squealed beneath him. His mind was jumbled with terrors. He switched on the lamp and sat with the blanket around his shoulders as rain crashed against the window. He couldn't remember the details of the nightmare, but it had to do with his mother. And the house. Sparks flying into the night sky. The awful face of the shape-changer, glowing dark red with reflected light. Billy got out of bed and trudged into the corridor. On his way to the men's bathroom, he saw a light on downstairs in the parlor. He descended the stairs, hoping to find someone he could talk to. In the parlor, a single lamp burned. The television was on, silently showing a ghostly test pattern. And curled up on the sofa, lying beneath a brown raincoat with patched elbows, was the girl with different-colored eyes, except her eyes were closed now, and she was asleep. Billy stood over her for a moment, admiring the dark auburn of her hair and the beauty of her face. As he stared, she flinched in her sleep. She was even prettier than Melissa Pettis, he thought, but she seemed to be a troubled person. He found out from Mr. Perlman that she was 19 and her family lived in Texas. No one else knew anything about her. Suddenly, as if she'd sensed him in the room, her eyelids fluttered. She sat up so abruptly he was startled and stepped back a pace. She stared at him with the fierce concentration of a trapped animal, but her eyes looked glazed and dead. "They're going to burn up," she whispered in a barely audible voice. "Cappy says they will, and Cappy's never wrong." Then Billy saw her gaze clear, and he realized she'd been talking in her sleep. She blinked uncertainly at him, a red flush creeping across her cheeks. "What is it? What do you want?" "Nothing. I saw the light on." He smiled, trying to ease her obvious tension. "Don't worry, I won't bite." She didn't respond, but instead drew the coat tighter around her. Billy saw she still wore jeans and a sweater, and either she'd gotten dressed after she was supposed to be in bed, or she'd never been to bed at all. "Doesn't look like there's much on TV," he said, and switched it off. "How long have you been in here?" "A while," she replied in her distinctive Texas drawl, topped with frost. "Who's Cappy?" She flinched as if he'd struck her. "Leave me alone," she said. "I don't bother folks, and I don't want to be bothered." "I didn't mean to disturb you. Sorry." He turned his back on her. She was surely a pretty girl, he thought, but she lacked in manners. He had almost reached the stairs when she said, "What makes you so special?" "What?" "Dr. Hilburn thinks you're special. Why is that?" He shrugged. "I didn't know I was." "Didn't say you were, only said that Dr. Hilburn thinks so. She spends a lot of time with you. Must think you're important." Billy paused at the bottom of the stairs, listening to the noise of the rain hammering at the walls. Bonnie sat with her legs drawn up defensively to her chest, the coat around her shoulders. There was a scared look in her eyes, and Billy knew she was asking for company in her own way. He walked back into the parlor. "I don't know why, really." A silence stretched. Bonnie wouldn't look at him. She stared out the bay window into the icy storm. "It's sure been raining a lot today," Billy said. "Mrs. Brannon says she thinks it'll snow soon." Bonnie didn't respond for a long while. And she said softly, "I hope it keeps raining. I hope it rains and rains for weeks. Nothing can burn if it rains like this, can it?" She looked at him appealingly, and he was struck by her simple, natural beauty. She wore no makeup, and she looked freshly scrubbed and healthy but for the dark hollows under her eyes. Not enough sleep, he thought. He didn't understand her comment, so he didn't reply. "Why do you always carry that?" she asked. And it was only then that he realized he held the piece of coal gripped in his left hand. He must have picked it up when he left his room. He was seldom without it, and he'd explained its significance to Dr. Hilburn when she'd inquired. "Is it like a good luck charm or something?" "I guess so. I just carry it, that's all." "Oh." Billy shifted his weight from foot to foot. He was wearing pajamas and a robe and slippers provided by the Institute, and even though it was well after 2 in the morning, he was in no hurry to return to bed. "Where are you from in Texas?" "Lamesa. It's right between Lubbock and Big Spring." "Where are you from in Alabama?" "Hawthorne." "How'd you know I was from Alabama?" She shrugged. "How'd you know I was from Texas?" "I guess I asked somebody." He paused, studying her face. "How come you've got one blue eye and one green? How come you've got curly hair if you're an Indian?" He smiled, realizing she'd been asking as many questions about him as he had about her. "Do you always answer a question with a question?" "Do you?" "No. I'm only part Indian. Choctaw. Don't worry, I won't take your scalp." "I wasn't worrying. I come from a long line of Indian hunters." Billy laughed, and he saw from the sparkle in her eyes that she wanted to laugh too. But she turned away from him and watched the rain. "What are you doing so far from Texas?" he asked. "What are you doing so far from Alabama?" He decided to try a different tack. "I really think your eyes are pretty." "No, they're not. They're different, is all." "Sometimes it's good to be different." "Sure." "No, I mean it." "You ought to be proud of the way you look. It sets you apart." "It does that, all right." "I mean, it sets you apart in a good way. It makes you special. And who knows, maybe you can see things more clearly than most folks." "Maybe," she said quietly, in an uneasy tone of voice, "it means I can see a lot of things I wish I couldn't." She looked up at him. "Have you been talking to Dr. Hilburn about me?" "No." "Then how'd you know about Cappy?" "Only Dr. Hilburn knows about that." He told her what she'd said when she was startled out of sleep, and it was clear she was annoyed. "You shouldn't be creeping around anyway," Bonnie told him. "You scared me, that's all. Why'd you come sneaking down here?" "I didn't sneak. I had a nightmare that woke me up." "Nightmares," she whispered. "Yeah, I know a lot about those." "Haven't you been to bed?" "No." She paused, a frown working across her face. She had a scatter of freckles across her cheeks and nose, and Billy could envision her riding a horse under the Texas sun. She was a little too thin, but Billy figured she could take care of herself just fine. "I don't like to sleep," Bonnie said after another moment. "That's why I was down here. I wanted to watch TV and read as long as I could." "Why?" "Well, it's just because I have dreams sometimes. Nightmares. Sometimes they're really awful. If I don't sleep, I won't see them. I was even going to go out for a walk tonight until it started raining so hard." But I hope it keeps on raining like this. Do you think it will?" "I don't know. Why is it so important to you?" "Because," she said, and gazed up at him, "then what Cappy's been showing me won't come true. Nothing can burn like what he's been making me see." The tone of her voice bordered on desperation. Billy sat down in a chair, prepared to listen if she wanted to talk. She did, and Billy listened without interrupting. The story came hesitantly. When Bonnie Haley was 11 years old, she was struck by lightning on the stark Texas plain. All her hair burned off, her fingernails turned black, and she lay near death for almost a month. She recalled darkness and voices and wanting to let go, but every time she wanted to die, she heard a clear, high, childish voice tell her no, that letting go wasn't the answer. The voice urged her over and over to hang on, to fight the pain. And she did, winning by slow degrees. She had a nurse named Mrs. Shelton, and every time Mrs. Shelton would come into the room, Bonnie would hear a soft ringing sound in her ears. She began to have a strange recurring dream, a nurse's cap rolling down a flight of moving stairs. A week later, Bonnie found out that Mrs. Shelton had tripped on an escalator in a Lubbock department store and had broken her neck. And that was the start of it. Bonnie called the strange, high voice in her head Cappy, after an invisible playmate she'd had when she was 5 or 6. She'd had a lonely childhood, spending most of the time on the small ranch her stepfather owned near La Mesa. Cappy's visits became more frequent, and with them the dreams. She foresaw suitcases falling from a clear blue sky over and over again, and she could even read a name tag and a flight number on one of the cases. Cappy told her to tell somebody quickly, but Bonnie's mother had thought it was utter foolishness. 2 planes collided over Dallas less than a week later, and suitcases were strewn over the plains for miles. There had been many other incidents of dreams, and hearing what she called death bells, until finally her stepfather had called the National Star and they'd come out to interview her. Her mother was horrified at the attention that followed, and in came a flood of crackpot letters and obscene telephone calls. Her stepfather wanted her to write a book. Oh, just make it up, he told her, and for her to go on tour talking about the death bells. Bonnie's parents had split up, and it was clear to Bonnie that her mother was afraid of her and blamed her for the divorce. The dreams kept coming, and Cappy's voice with them, urging her to act. By this time the National Star touted her as the death angel of Texas. "A psychiatrist at the University of Texas wanted to talk to me," Bonnie said in a quiet, tense voice. "Mom didn't want me to go, but I knew I had to. Cappy wanted me to. Anyway, Dr. Callahan had worked with Dr. Hilburn before, so he called her and made arrangements to send me up here. Dr. Hilburn says I've got precognition, that maybe the lightning jarred something in my brain and opened me up to signals from what she calls a messenger. She believes that there are entities that stay here in this world after their bodies have died." "Discarnates," Billy offered. "Right. They stay here and try to help the rest of us, but not everybody can understand what they're trying to say." "But you can." She shook her head. "Not all the time. Sometimes the dreams aren't clear. Sometimes I can hardly understand Cappy's voice. Other times, maybe I don't want to hear what he's saying. I don't like to sleep because I don't want to see what he shows me." "And you've been having dreams just recently?" "Yes," she said, "for several nights now. I haven't told Dr. Hilburn yet. She'll want to hook me up to those machines again, and I'm sick of those tests. Cappy's shown me a building on fire, an old building in a bad part of town. The fire's fast, and it's so hot I can feel the heat on my own face. I can hear the fire engines coming, but the roof collapses, and I can see people jumping out of the windows. It's going to happen, Billy. I know it is." "But do you know where this building is?" "No, but I think it's here in Chicago. All the other dreams I've had came true within 100 miles or so of where I was. Dr. Hilburn thinks I'm like a radar or something. My range is limited," she said, with a frightened little smile. "Cappy says they're going to die if I can't help them. He says it's going to start in the wires, and it's going to be fast. He keeps saying something that sounds like spines, but I can't figure out what he means." "You need to let Dr. Hilburn know," Billy told her. "Tomorrow morning. Maybe she can help you." She nodded vaguely. "Maybe, but I don't think so. I'm so tired of being responsible, Billy." Why did it have to be me? Why? When she looked up at him, there were tears glimmering in her eyes. "I don't know," he said, and reached out to take her hand as the rain flailed against the windows. For a long time they sat together, listening to the storm, and when the rain stopped, Bonnie let out a soft, despairing whisper. Chapter 51. As Billy sat with Bonnie Haley at the Hilburn Institute, the telephone was ringing at the Hodges house in Fayette. George Hodges stirred, feeling his wife's back pressed against his own, and fumbled for the receiver. It was Albert Vance, an attorney he'd met at a business conference in Fort Lauderdale the year before, calling from New York City. Hodges told him to stay on the line, nudged Rhonda, and asked her to hang up when he yelled from downstairs. He went down to the study, rubbing sleep from his eyes, and took the call. "Okay," he shouted, and the upstairs phone clicked down. He didn't want Rhonda overhearing. His heart was pounding as he listened to what Vance had to say. "I had to go through red tape like you wouldn't believe," Vance said in a northern accent abrasive to Hodges's ear. "Ten High owns a few companies here in New York, and on the surface they're as clean as polished glass. No IRS trouble, no union problems, no bankruptcies. They're real Boy Scouts." "So what does that mean?" "It means I had to dig $5,000 deeper, and I had to cover my tracks. That's why I'm calling so late. I don't want anyone in my office to know what I found out about Ten High. Just in case." "I don't understand." "You will. Ten High may or may not be connected." "Connected with what?" "The organized boys. Got the picture? I said may or may not be. They've insulated themselves pretty damned well. But the word I get is that Ten High has sunken its claws into the West Coast porno business. The garment trade, owns a sizable slice of Vegas action, and controls most of the Mexican illegal alien flow. Ten High is strong, prospering, and lethal." "Oh, Jesus." Hodges's hand clenched around the receiver. Wayne and Henry Bragg were still out there. Wayne had missed a television taping, and now the Houston date had passed, and still Wayne showed no intent of coming back to Fayette. God only knew what hold Krepsin had on him. He said weakly, Al, what can I do?" "You want my advice? I'll give you a $50 warning for free. Keep your ass away from those people. Whatever's going on between them and your client, it's not worth being made into dog food over. Right?" Hodges's mouth was numb. He said in a whisper, "Yes." "Okay, that's it. Send me the money and a case of Jack Daniels, or call it even. And listen to me, and I'm serious about this. You never called me to check into Ten High. I never heard of Ten High before. Got it? Those guys have very long arms. Okay?" "Al, I appreciate your help. Thank you." "Sleep tight," Vance said, and the telephone was hung up in New York City. George Hodges slowly returned the receiver to its cradle. He was shaking and couldn't find the strength to rise from his desk. For all intents and purposes, the Falconer Crusade, the Foundation, the Scholarship Fund, everything was in the grip of Augustus Krepsin, chairman of the board of the Ten High Corporation. Surely Henry Bragg could see what was happening. Couldn't he? No, he thought bitterly. Henry was too busy lying around that pool and meeting the young girls Niles introduced him to. Palm Springs was all the things Henry had ever fantasized about.
and he was hooked as deeply as Wayne. Hodges reached for the phone again and dialed O. When the operator answered, he said, "I'd like to make a long-distance call, please. To Birmingham, to the Federal Bureau of—" And then he tasted ashes in his mouth, because what could he say? What could he do? Wayne wanted to be out there. Wayne felt safe in that stone tomb, hidden from his responsibilities. "Those guys have very long arms," Al Vance had said. "Yes, sir?" the operator asked. Hodges thought of Rhonda and of Larry in his freshman year at Auburn. Long arms. He'd seen Niles's eyes, the eyes of a killer. His gut lurched and he hung up. Things had been coming loose at the seams ever since JJ's death. Now the whole package was coming apart. Hodges feared what might be at its dark center. But he had his family, his stocks and bonds, his house and money. He was alive. Hodges rose wearily from his desk, and as he started across the room, he thought he saw through the picture window a red glow in the sky when wind whipped through the trees. A fire, he wondered. In that direction lay Hawthorne. What could be burning? Still, it couldn't be a very large fire, and it was several miles away. It would be put out. He'd find out what it was in the morning. "God help me," he said quietly, and hoped he would be heard. Then he turned off the lights and climbed the stairs. He felt as if his soul had been scorched to a cinder. Chapter 52. "I'll be perfectly honest with you, Billy," Mary Hilburn said. She put on her reading glasses and opened a file folder that lay before her atop the desk. "I have all your test results right here, everything from Zener cards to biofeedback. You checked out just fine on your physical, incidentally." "That's good to know." It had been several days since Billy's talk with Bonnie Haley, and just yesterday morning he'd finished the last of the tests Dr. Hilburn had planned for him. It had been a long hypnosis session conducted by Dr. Lansing, and Billy had felt as if he were floating in a dark pool as the therapist tried to take him to different levels of consciousness. From the disappointment on Lansing's face, Billy could tell it had been a dismal failure. The same disappointment he saw was in Dr. Hilburn's eyes. "Your psychological tests," she said, "are also positive. Your Zener card tests were about average, indicating no special ESP ability. You were cooperative in hypnosis, but Dr. Lansing reports no unusual or noteworthy reaction. Your dream diary shows no thread of continuity. You scored highest on the biofeedback session, which may indicate you have a more intense power of concentration than average. Other than that," she looked up at him over the top of her glasses, "I'm afraid there's nothing in any of your tests that marks you as being more than just an ordinary, healthy young man with a high concentration potential." "Oh," Billy said quietly. All that work for nothing, he thought. "Then you don't think I can do what I say I can, is that right? Take on pain from the dead? I really don't know. As I say, the tests—" "They're not the right tests," Billy said. She pondered that for a moment. "Perhaps you're right. But then what would the proper test be, young man? Can you come up with one? You see, parapsychology, and death survival research in particular, is a very, very tricky enterprise. It's a fledgling science, a new frontier. We make up the tests as we go along. But even our tests have to be tested. We have to prove ourselves as being serious every day, and most scientists won't even listen to our findings." She closed his file. "Unfortunately, we have proven nothing. No proof of death survival, no proof of an afterlife. Nothing. But still people come to us with sightings of discarnates. They come to us with precognitive dreams, with the ability to suddenly speak in different languages, or to play musical instruments that they had no prior experience with. I've seen individuals go into trance-like states and write in a completely different handwriting style.
I've heard a little girl, also in a trance, speak in a man's voice. What does it mean? Simply that we have reached the edge of a new unknown, and we don't understand what lies before us. Dr. Hilburn took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes. She was suddenly very tired, and she'd so hoped this young man from Alabama would be the one she was looking for. "I'm sorry," she said. "I don't disbelieve what you've told me about yourself and your family. Your friend Mr. Merkel was certainly convinced. But how can we test that black aura you say you see? How can we test someone who feels he can calm the dead?" "I don't know. Until we come up with new, verifiable test procedures, we cannot. So I'm going to send your file around to some other parapsychologists. In the meantime, I'm sorry, but I've got a list of people waiting to come in. I'm going to have to ask you to vacate your room." "You want me to leave?" "No, I don't want you to, but I'm afraid you'll have to. I can give you until the end of the week, and we'll put you on a bus back home. I'm hopeful one of the other parapsychologists who get your file can—" Heat pulsed in Billy's face. He stood up abruptly, thinking of all the money he'd spent to come up here. "I'll leave tomorrow," he said. "And nobody has to see me off. I thought you were going to help me." "I said we'd put you through some tests. We have. I'm groping through the dark, just as you are, and I wish I had room for everyone here who has psi potential. But we don't. It's not that I don't believe in your abilities, but right now there's only your word for them." "I see," Billy said, confused and angry. "All this time wasted. I shouldn't have come up here. I was wrong, I know that now. You can't understand or help me because you look at everything through machines. How can a machine know what's in my mind and soul? My mother and her mother before her never needed machines to help them do their work. And I don't either." He glowered at her and then stalked out of the office. Dr. Hilburn couldn't blame him. She turned her chair toward the window to look at the park in the gray mid-afternoon sunlight. She hated to let Billy Creekmore go because she sensed something about him, something important that she couldn't quite understand. But she needed the space he was occupying, and that was that. She drew in a deep breath and turned to her next priority, Bonnie Haley's dream diary. Bonnie was still having dreams about a burning building, and her messenger was still trying to impress a word on her, something that sounded like spines. She reread Bonnie's latest dreams, all of them similar except for minor details, and then took a Chicago street map from a bookshelf behind her desk. Chapter 53. They came for Henry Bragg at a quiet hour just before 3 in the morning, and turned on all the lights in his mirrored bedroom. Niles was standing over the bed when Bragg got his eyeglasses on. "Mr. Krepsin would like to see you," Niles said. "You don't need to get dressed. Just your robe and slippers will do." "What's going on? What time is it?" "It's early. Wayne's repaying a debt to Mr. Krepsin. It's important that you be there." Niles and a sturdy blond bodyguard named Dorn escorted Bragg into the east wing of the house, Krepsin's private domain. In the weeks since George Hodges had been gone, Bragg had felt as pampered as a prince. He was getting a good suntan and becoming addicted to pina coladas. When the young girls that Niles introduced to him fawned over him, he conveniently forgot about his wife, children, his house, and legal practice. He'd begun wearing a chain around his neck with his zodiac sign on it. He was doing his job, staying close to Wayne. If there just happened to be one hell of a lot of fringe benefits, was it his fault? Niles pressed the button outside Krepsin's study. The doors unlocked, and Bragg stepped into the room. Track lights were aimed on him, and the mounted skeletons threw dark slats upon the walls. Krepsin sat behind his desk, his hands folded before him, his head in a pool of light. Bragg had to visor his hand over his eyes because the light in his face was almost painful. "Mr. Krepsin, did you want to see me, sir?"
"Yes. Step forward, will you?"
Bragg did. The feel of the Persian carpet under his feet changed. He realized he was standing on a wide piece of thin, clear plastic that had been laid down over the carpet.
"That's fine," Krepsin said. "Right there, if you please."
"What's going on?" Bragg grinned.
"Wayne?"
Krepsin looked to his left at the figure sitting in a high-backed chair.
"Are you ready?"
It took Bragg a few seconds to recognize Wayne. The boy's face was pallid, haunted-looking. It had been several days since he'd last seen Wayne, and the boy looked like a stranger. Wayne held a small box in his lap and was rubbing something between his fingers. Was it hair, he wondered? "I don't know," Wayne said softly.
"What did I tell you before, son? You're either ready or not for your test."
"Hey," Bragg said, "is anybody going to tell me what's going on?" Dorn was covering some of the skeletons nearest Bragg with clear plastic sheets. He moved a coffee table and chair to the far side of the room. Wayne sat staring at the hair in his hand. Most of it was gray, and it had a luster that shone like starlight. He got a strange feeling from holding it. The Creekmore boy's face was fresh in his mind, and for an instant it didn't look evil at all. But then he remembered what his father had told him about things of the devil not always looking black as sin. "I'm ready," he said, and let Ramona Creekmore's hair slip back into the box. He could call it up from deep within. He knew he could. He rose to his feet, clenching and unclenching his fists at his sides.
"Let's begin," Krepsin said.
Before Bragg could turn, Dorn gripped his wrists and pinned his arms behind him. Bragg cried out in pain as Dorn held him so tightly he could barely breathe.
"Mr. Niles?" Krepsin said softly.
Niles had taken what looked like a set of brass knuckles from a black leather pouch. He slipped the weapon on his right fist, and Bragg whined with fear as he saw the wicked glint of broken razor blades studding the weapon's surface. "Wayne!" Bragg screamed, his glasses hanging from one ear. "For God's sake, don't let them kill me!" He tried to kick out at Niles, but the other man neatly sidestepped. Niles gripped his hair and jerked his head back while Dorn increased the pressure of his lockhold. And then Niles's arm swept outward in a blurred arc, across Bragg's exposed throat. Fountains of bright red blood leaped into the air, jetting upon the plastic sheets. Niles leaped aside, but not in time. His gray suit was splattered with scarlet. Bragg's face had gone marble white.
"Let him go," Krepsin ordered.
Bragg crumpled to his knees, his hands clasped around his throat, blood streaming between the fingers. Krepsin had clicked the stopwatch on when Bragg's throat was slashed and the seconds were running. He inclined his head toward Wayne.
"Now heal him," he said. "You have about 3 minutes before he bleeds to death."
Wayne had had no idea what the test was going to be. He was transfixed by the sight of all that blood.
"Please," Bragg whispered, and reached a gore-covered hand out for him. "Oh, Jesus, Jesus, don't let me die."
"Hurry, Wayne," Krepsin urged. Gripping the man's slippery hand, Wayne got on his knees beside him. Red tides rippled across the plastic. Wayne clamped his free hand over the gushing, ragged wound. "Be healed," he said, his voice shaking. "I command you to be healed." He tried to visualize the veins and arteries melding together as if by a cauterizing torch, but he knew it wasn't working. "Please," he whispered, "please be healed." Bragg moaned hoarsely and fell on his side. The stopwatch on Krepsin's desk continued to tick, 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 tick. Wayne felt trapped in rust. He had felt the healing fire when he'd touched Toby. He had felt it when he'd healed a little girl's numbed legs. He had felt it 100 times in those old days, before he felt so pushed and squeezed and pressured to keep doing it day after day. But he couldn't pretend any more, not with Henry dying in front of him. He had to find the blue fire again, and he had to find it fast. When he looked pleadingly up at Krepsin, he saw the man's impassive face like a huge chunk of eroding stone. Krepsin had put on a surgical mask. "Wayne," Bragg whispered. He clamped both hands to the wound. Be healed, dear God, heal this man, please heal him." He squeezed his eyes shut. "It wouldn't happen. Where was the blue fire? Where was the power?" "Burn it shut!" he shouted. Still nothing. He thought of the Creekmore witch, scorching in hellfire. He thought of the Creekmore boy, still out there roaming the earth. One had been dealt with, the other must follow. "Burn it shut!" he screamed, his mind turning toward revenge for the death of his father. A faint jolt shuddered through his hands, like a spark plug misfiring. He was covered with blood and sweat, and as he concentrated, he bowed his back and screamed for his daddy to help him heal Henry Bragg. Spark plugs fired. 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 "Yes, I command you to be healed. I command you to be healed." A terrific pain suddenly ripped across his head. His brain felt as if it were about to explode. "Be healed," he shouted as blood oozed from his nostrils. His eyes bulged from his head. Bragg's body writhed, his mouth opening in a moan. Krepsin, breathing hard, began to rise from his chair. Pain crisscrossed Wayne's head in savage waves. His hands curled into rigid claws, were locked against Bragg's throat. A fire was coming up from his soul, sizzling through sinew and muscle and flesh. With it there was an agony that made Wayne throw back his head and shriek. Krepsin thought he smelled charring flesh. Wayne shook violently, the eyes rolling back in his head as his hands convulsively twitched around Bragg's throat. The man's body was shaking too, his mouth making low, gasping sounds. And then Wayne fell backward as if thrust away by a physical force. He lay curled up on the bloody plastic. Agony throbbed through him like the vibration of a bass fiddle. Bragg moaned, "Oh, God, help me. Please help me. The pain." Krepsin released his breath in a hiss. The second hand of the stopwatch was sweeping past 3 minutes. "Check him," he rasped. Niles bent over Bragg. Pulse irregular, the bleeding's almost stopped. The blood's coagulated into a hard crust. I think the wound's sealed, Mr. Krepsin." "Hurts," Bragg whispered. Krepsin's bulk leaned over the desk. "That man should be dead by now," he said. "He should be dead." Breathing like a steam engine, he came around the desk and stepped onto the plastic film, avoiding the blood. Get away," he told Niles, who moved quickly aside. Very slowly, Krepsin dared to bend forward and touch with one finger the hard crust of dried blood that had effectively sealed Bragg's wound. He drew his finger back as if it had been burned. "He's going to live," Krepsin whispered. Then, in a shout that seemed to shake the room, "He's going to live!" Wayne sat up, staring blankly ahead as blood dripped from his nose. His head was full of black, consumptive pain. "He's a healer," Krepsin breathed, his eyes wide and astonished. "He's a healer! He's a healer! He's a goddamned healer! I've found a healer!" He turned toward Wayne, one of his shoes sinking into a puddle of blood. "You always knew you could do it, didn't you? You never doubted it. Oh, I've looked for someone like you for such a long time, Wayne. You can heal anything, can't you? Cancers, fevers, plagues, anything." The son of Satan, Wayne thought through a haze of pain. Loose in the world, mocking me,
I always knew I could do it. Death deserves death. Send the demon boy to join the witch in hellfire. I always knew I could get it up. My God, Wayne, Krepsin was saying, what a gift you have. I'll give you anything you want, anything in the world. You want to stay here with me, don't you? Here where it's safe, where nothing can get at you. What do you want, Wayne? I'll give you—
The demon boy, Wayne whispered. I want the demon boy dead. He's loose in the world, spreading death like a plague. Death deserves death.
The Creekmore boy? Anything you want done, anything in the world. We know he's in Chicago at the—
He couldn't recall and snapped his fingers at Niles. The Hilburn Institute, Niles answered. The courier had come this morning, bringing a package containing snippets of hair and an envelope Travis Bixton had found in the Creekmore house. On that envelope had been the Institute's address, and inside a letter from the Creekmore boy.
Right, Krepsin said. But that boy can't hurt you, Wayne. It was his mother you feared, wasn't it? And now that she's—
Dead, Wayne said, his haunted gaze burning toward the other man. Dead, dead, I want the demon boy dead. Krepsin glanced quickly over at Niles and returned his attention to Wayne.
I want you to go back to your room now. Mr. Dorn will give you something to help you relax. Tomorrow you can go up in the Challenger with Coombs. All day if you want. Would you like that?
Yes, sir. Dorn helped Wayne to his feet. Bragg stirred and whispered,
Wayne, don't leave me.
Henry's still hurting, Wayne said dazedly. What's going to happen to him?
We'll see to Mr. Bragg. Go along now. And, Wayne, you've passed your test magnificently.
When Wayne had gone, Niles bent down beside Bragg and examined the throat wound as Krepsin raved on about Wayne's powers. Niles was fascinated at the way the blood had crusted. He'd never seen anything like this before. Bragg's bloodshot eyes were fixed on him. After a period of observation, Niles knew Bragg would go into the incinerator. "What about the boy at that institute, Mr. Krepsin?" he asked.
"Wells won't have any problem with that, will he?"
"No, sir." He stood up and stepped away from the body. "No problem. But aren't you curious about this Creekmore boy? He has some kind of hold over Wayne. Should we find out what it is?" Krepsin recalled something Wayne had told him in one of their first conversations. The Creekmores serve the devil, and they know all the secrets of death. He narrowed his eyes and regarded Niles for a silent moment. "Something about that boy and his mother has preyed on Wayne's mind for a long time," Niles said quietly. "What could it be? And could it be used to bind Wayne closer to you?"
"He'll never leave me," Krepsin said. "How long could a man live, Mr. Niles, if he cannot be touched by injuries or disease? 100 years? Longer?"
Then he said in a soft, dreamy voice,
"Not to die, but to know the secrets of death. That would make a human being godlike, wouldn't it?"
"The Creekmore boy," Niles said, "may know something about Wayne that you should know. Possibly we acted prematurely on the woman as well."
"What's your advice, then?"
Niles told him, and Krepsin listened very carefully. Chapter 54. It was Billy's last afternoon at the Hilburn Institute, and he was packing his suitcase when he heard the scream from downstairs. He knew almost instinctively that it was Bonnie's voice. He found her in the parlor, hugging Mr. Perlman with tears streaming down her face. A few others were watching something on television. Billy stared numbly at the screen. It was a nighttime scene of a blazing building, firemen wearing oxygen masks and scaling ladders to the upper floors as sparks exploded into the sky. The camera had caught pictures of people leaping to their deaths from the window. The scene at 2 a.m. at the Alcott Hotel in South Chicago. a female announcer was saying, where a cigarette may have ignited one of the worst hotel fires in the past decade. Officials believe a smoldering mattress burst into flames just after midnight, and fire spread rapidly through the structure, which has been used as a refuge for transients since 1968. 2 firemen were overcome by smoke, and it's estimated now that over 40 persons may have died in the flames. It may be days before the rubble is cleared away, and more victims may be buried beneath. The scene changed to an ugly dawn. The building lay in smoking ruins, and firemen picked through the debris. Stay tuned to WCHI's Eye on Chicago News at 5. And then the station returned to The Wizard of Oz. "It wasn't a cigarette," Bonnie said, staring at Billy. "It was the wiring. It happened just like I knew it would, and I couldn't stop it. I couldn't do anything." "There's nothing you could have done," Dr. Hilburn said. She was standing at the foot of the stairs and had seen the news bulletin. This morning she'd read in the paper about the fiery destruction of the Alcott Hotel on South Spines Street, and had known that Bonnie's messenger had been right again. "Yes, there was. I could have told somebody. I could have—" "You told me," Dr. Hilburn said. She glanced at Billy and the others, and then her gaze returned to Bonnie. "I found Spines Street on a Chicago map. It's in a very bad area on the south side, full of flophouses for derelicts. 2 days ago I called the local police station and the fire department's prevention bureau. I explained who I was, and my conversation ended with, respectively, a desk sergeant and a secretary. I was told there were dozens of transient hotels on Spines Street, and an inspection of them all was impractical. You did the best you could, Bonnie, and so did I." 40 people dead, Billy thought. Maybe more, their bodies buried in the rubble. The Alcott Hotel, South Spines Street. 40 people dead. He could envision them awakening from drunken sleep as fire roared through the corridors. They would have had no time, no chance to escape. It would have been a terrifying, agonizing way to die. 40 people. Bonnie, her face strained and tear-streaked, took her coat from the closet and went out into the cold. She walked into the park, her head bowed. "She'll survive," Dr. Hilburn said. "She's a fighter, and she knows I'm right." "Billy, what time does your bus leave?" 4 o'clock. "Whenever you're ready, I'll drive you to the station." Dr. Hilburn watched Bonnie walking in the park for a moment, then started up the stairs. Billy kept thinking about the Alcott Hotel. The raw image of people leaping from the windows was imprinted on his brain. What would his mother want him to do? He already knew, but he didn't know if he was strong enough for that many of them. He had 2 hours before his bus left. No, he should forget about the Alcott, he told himself. He was going home, back where he belonged. Dr. Hilburn was about to enter her office when Billy said quietly behind her, "I'd like to talk to you, please." "Yes?" "That hotel fire. All those people trapped in there. I think that's where I should go." "Why? Are you presuming that just because there was fast and painful death, discarnates are present?" "I don't think that's a very valid—" "I don't care what you think," Billy said firmly. "I know that some souls need help in crossing over, especially if death came so fast they didn't have time to prepare themselves. Some of them, a lot of them, I think, are probably still in that place, and they're still burning up. They don't know how to get out." "So what are you suggesting?" "I want to go there. I want to see for myself." He frowned when she didn't respond. "What my mother taught me had to do with compassion, with feeling, not with brain waves or machines. They need me at that place. I have to go, Dr. Hilburn." "No," she said, "out of the question. You're acting on an invalid emotional assumption, and I'm sure that what remains of the Alcott is extremely dangerous. While you're in this city, I feel responsible for you, and I won't have you walking around in a burned-out building. I'm sorry, no." And she went into her office and closed the door.
Billy's face was grim. He went to his room, put on his heaviest sweater, and tucked the rest of his money into a jeans pocket. A bus stop was 2 blocks north, he knew. He'd have to find the Alcott Hotel by himself. Anita saw him leave, but he spoke to no one. Outside, small flakes of snow were spinning down from an overcast sky, and the wind was frigid. He saw Bonnie out in the park, and almost went over to comfort her, but he knew she needed to be alone, and if he paused, he might lose the determination that was forcing him to the Alcott. He started walking north, and didn't hear Bonnie's voice when she looked up and called his name. Chapter 55. The bus doors hissed open, and Billy stepped onto the pavement in a chilly mix of rain and snow. On the corner was a rusted street sign that read, South Spines. As the bus pulled away, Billy shoved his hands in his pockets and started walking into the wind, his teeth beginning to chatter. For the last hour and a half he'd been transferring from bus to bus, heading deeper into Chicago's grim, gray South Side. He was almost at the edge of the city, and he'd ridden the bus to the end of the line. Rows of square, severe-looking buildings surrounded him, and on the horizon factory chimneys belched brown smoke. Metal shields were pulled down across storefront windows, and the reek of decay hung in the air. Billy walked south, shivering. In the distance he heard a police car's siren, the wail strengthening and ebbing. The street was all but deserted. Around him snowflakes hissed as if falling on a hot griddle. From windows an occasional solemn face watched him pass. After another block he could smell charred timbers. The air grew denser, thick with a grayish-brown haze that seemed to hang in layers. He heard an eerie chorus of police sirens, a noise that climbed the scales to a chilling dissonance. Billy could feel the hair at the back of his neck standing up. The haze grew denser still, like a filthy fog. Billy walked into it, his eyes stinging. And through it loomed his destination, a scorched 5-story building with the letters A-L-L, O-T-T-H-O remaining painted in dark red just under the rooftop, which had collapsed during the fire. Windows were rimmed with black, and rooms and narrow corridors had been exposed, when part of the hotel's brick skin had slid down to the ground. Smoking rubble was piled up all over the street. A safety barricade, yellow sawhorses with blinking amber lights, had been set up to hold back a group of 15 or 20 curious onlookers, and 2 police cars were parked nearby. Firemen in long brown canvas coats were picking through the debris. A group of men in scruffy clothes stood around a blaze in an empty oil can, passing a bottle back and forth. Parked across the street was a fire engine, its hoses snaking into the rubble. 2 firemen were digging something out. A third came over to help. The blackened shape they were trying to lift fell apart in their hands, and one of the men leaned unsteadily on his shovel as the group of drunks hooted and catcalled. Billy's heart was pounding, the chorus of sirens making his skin crawl. He saw a couple of policemen moving around in the rubble. Something within the building cracked, and bricks fell from above, causing the officers to scatter. And then Billy realized those weren't sirens he was hearing. They were high, dissonant, eerie screams coming from inside the Alcott. And he knew that he was the only one who could hear them. "Got another one over here," one of the firemen shouted. "Get me a body bag, it's a bad one." Billy stared across the barricades into the blackened remnants of the lobby. Furniture had been charred into lumps. A tangle of pipes leaked dirty water, and a narrow staircase warped by intense heat, and the weight of water ascended along a sooty wall. The screams drove themselves into his brain like spikes, and he knew there were too many. He couldn't handle them all. They'd kill him. He'd never tried to help this many, not at one time. "Step back," a policeman told him, and he obeyed. But he knew that if he didn't at least try, give it his best and strongest effort, he'd hear that terrible screaming in his mind for the rest of his life. He paused, waiting for the chance. "I am strong," he told himself. "I can do it." But he was trembling, and he'd never been more uncertain in his life.
The drunks started shouting at the firemen who were zipping a black form into a body bag. The policeman hurried over to shut them up, his broad face reddening with anger. And Billy slipped under the barricade, then into the Alcott Hotel's ruined lobby. He ascended the stairs as quickly as he could, ducking low beneath twisted pipes and dangling timbers. The stairs groaned under his weight, and around him shifted a curtain of gray smoke. Above the sound of the ghostly screams, he could hear restless wind roaring along the upper floors. As he reached the dank second floor, noises from the outside world faded away. He could sense the pulse of agony at the heart of the Alcott Hotel. His foot plunged through a step. He fell to his knees, ashes swirling around him as the entire staircase shook. It took him a moment to work his foot free, and then he forced himself upward. Cold sweat and soot clung to his face. The screaming, spectral voices led him to the third floor. He was aware also of individual voices, low, agonized moaning, snippets of shouts, cries of terror that he seemed to feel vibrating in his bones. The third-floor corridor was dark, puddled with ashy water, clogged with burned, unidentifiable shapes. Billy found a shattered window and leaned against it to inhale some fresh air. Down on the street, a white van marked WCHI, the Eye of Chicago, had pulled up to the barricade. 3 people, a woman and 2 men, one with a camera unit braced against his shoulder, were having a heated argument with the cop while the drunks shouted and whistled. The voices of the dead urged Billy on. He continued along the corridor, feeling something like a cold hand exploring his features as a blind man might. The floor groaned under his weight, and from above ashes shifted down like black snow. His shoes crunched on a layer of debris. To his right there was a doorway that had been shattered by firemen. Beyond was a thick gloom of gray ashes. Billy could sense the terrible cold in that room, leaking out into the corridor. It was the chill of terror, and Billy shivered in its frigid touch. Beyond that doorway, he knew, was what he had come here to find. Billy braced himself, his heart hammering, and stepped through the doorway. The voices stopped. A pall of black ashes and smoke drifted around him. It had been a large room. He looked up, saw that most of the ceiling had collapsed in a morass of charred timbers. Water was still seeping down from above and lay a half-inch deep around the objects on the floor. Charred rib cages, arm and leg bones, unrecognizable shapes that might once have been human beings. Around them, like black barbed wire, was a metal framework that had been melded together by intense heat. Bed frames, Billy realized. Bunk beds. They were sleeping in here when the ceiling collapsed on top of them. There was a silence, as of something waiting. He could feel them all around him. They were in the smoke, in the ash, in the burned bones and malformed shapes. They were in the air and in the walls. There was too much agony here. It weighed heavily in the dense air, and terror crackled like electricity. But it was too late to run, Billy knew. He would have to do what he could. But there was something else here as well. The hair at the back of his neck stirred, and his flesh prickled. Hatred oozed from this room. Something in here seethed. Something wanted to tear him to pieces. A shape stirred in a far corner and rose up from the ashes, taking hideous form. It stood 7 feet tall, and its narrowed eyes glittered like red beads. The shape-changer's boar-like face grinned. "I knew you'd come," it whispered, in a voice neither masculine nor feminine, young nor old. "I've been waiting for you." Billy stepped back into puddled water. "Oh, you're not afraid, are you?" The shape-changer came out of the corner like a drift of smoke, its bestial gaze fixed on Billy. "Not you, no. Never afraid. You're strong, aren't you?" "Yes," Billy said, "I am." And he saw a flicker of hesitation in the shape-changer's gaze. He wasn't sure of the limits of the shape-changer's powers, if indeed there were any, but it seemed to him that as he got stronger, the shape-changer grew more uncertain, more threatened. Perhaps he thought the beast couldn't physically hurt him in that demonic elemental shape, but it could affect his mind, possibly make him hurt himself. If the shape-changer ever devised a way to attack him physically, he feared he couldn't survive against such a hideous force. The thing's form shifted like a reflection seen in a rippling pond of stagnant water, and suddenly it looked like Lee Sayre. "You're a meddler," it said in Sayre's voice. "Your family's full of meddlers. Some of them couldn't stand up to me, boy. Do you think you can?" Billy didn't reply, but stood his ground. Lee Sayre's face grinned. "Good. Then it'll be you and me, boy, with a room full of souls in the balance. Think fast, boy." The floor creaked and pitched downward, dropping Billy to his knees in the water. It's a trick, he thought, as the floor seemed to sway precariously. An illusion conjured up by the beast. A blizzard of lighted matches swirled around Billy, burning him on the face and hands, sparking his hair and sweater. He cried out and tried to shield his face with his arms. A trick! Not really burning, not really. If he was strong enough, he knew, he could overcome the shape-changer's tricks. He looked up into the matches that sizzled off his cheeks and forehead, and he tried to concentrate on seeing the shape-changer, not as Lee Sayre, but as it really looked. The blizzard of matches faded away, and the boar thing stood before him. "Tricks," Billy said, and looked up through the darkness at Melissa Pettis. A fireball suddenly came crashing through the ceiling upon him, burying him in flaming debris. He could smell himself burning, a May night smell, and he screamed as he tried to fight free. He ran, his clothes on fire, his mind panicked. Before he reached the doorway, he stepped through a gaping hole in the floor that had been hidden by rubble. As he plunged through, he caught a jagged piece of twisted metal bed frame that cut into his hand. His body hung halfway through the hole, his legs dangling 20 feet over a pile of timber studded with blackened nails. His clothes were still on fire, and he could hear his skin sizzling. "Let go, Billy," Melissa whispered. "It hurts, doesn't it? It hurts to burn." "No!" he shouted. If he let go, he knew he'd fall to his death. The shape-changer had wanted him to flee, had wanted him to step through this hole. Panic, terror, illusions, and insanity, those were the shape-changer's most lethal weapons. "Your mother's dead," Melissa's pretty face said. "The cowboy came and cut her throat. Your little house is a heap of ashes. Billy, your hand's bleeding." "Somebody up there?" a voice shouted from below. "Let go. Let go," the shape-changer in Melissa's skin said urgently. Billy concentrated on the pain in his hand. His flesh had stopped sizzling. He turned his full attention to getting out of the hole. His clothes weren't on fire, weren't even scorched. He was strong, he told himself. He could resist the shape-changer's weapons. Melissa's form began to fade away, and in its place was the boar. Billy climbed up and crouched on his knees in the water. What had the thing said about his mother? Lies, all lies. He had to hurry, he told himself, before the firemen found him in here. There were scorched bones lying around him. A rib cage lay nearby. In the corner was a hideous, blackened form still wearing the shreds of clothes, its black skull-like head lolling. Billy could feel them all around him, terrified and confused. They murmured and moaned, crowding around him to flee the dark power of the shape-changer. "No fear," Billy whispered. "Give up the pain. Give up." "Get out of the dark place!" Jimmy Jed Falconer bellowed, his eyes blazing with righteous anger. Something as soft as silk brushed Billy's face. A formless, pale, bluish-white mass had begun seeping out of the wall, reaching tentatively toward him. A second revenant hung in a corner like a spider-web, clinging fearfully to the wall. "You're not strong enough!" Falconer shouted. "You can't do it!" "Give up the pain," Billy whispered, trying to mentally draw them closer. He squeezed his eyes shut, concentrating. When he opened them, he saw a third revenant drifting nearer, taking on a vague human shape, arms reaching to grasp for him. "You have to leave this place," Billy said. "You don't belong here." and suddenly he shivered as a cold white shape drifted over him from behind. It was as soft as velvet, and was so cold it made his bones ache. Two appendages that might have been arms enfolded him. "No!" the shape-changer thundered, reverting to the beast. The revenant began to sink into him. Billy gritted his teeth as its human memories filled him. First the panic as the fire spread and the ceiling crashed down, then the agony of burning flesh. Then in his mind he saw a splay of cards on a table, a hand reaching for a bottle of Red Dagger wine, golden wheat fields seen from a speeding boxcar, dreaded policemen swinging clubs. Memories and emotions swept through him like leaves blown from dying trees. Another form drifted closer, gripping Billy's hand and crawling up his arm. Again the agony of the blaze streaked through Billy's mind, then a needle sinking into flesh. A thin woman standing in a doorway, cradling a child. Billy shuddered and moaned from the intensity of the pain and emotions he was taking on. He saw dozens of white forms sifting through the room, rising from the heaps of bones and ashes. They were oozing out of the wall, some of them hurrying toward him, others still as frightened as little children and clinging to the corners. "Let go of the pain," he whispered, as the forms clung to him. "No pain, no fear." Images from other lives crackled through his mind. A knife fight in an alley, a bottle up-tilted for the last precious drops. "Look at me, boy!" the shape-changer shouted, and rippled into fits, standing with a python curled around his neck. "Your mother's dead, your mother's dead. The cowboy came and sheared her head." The revenants were all over Billy. Though they were weightless, the tonnage of the emotions they were shedding bore him to the floor, where he lay gasping on his side in ashes and water. He heard the shape-changer roar, "It's not over! It's not over yet! You'll see!" But he closed his mind to the thing's taunts, mentally fixed on bringing the revenants into him. The shape-changer vanished, but behind Billy the charred corpse in the corner stirred. Its dead, burned-out eye sockets began to show a gleam of red. The thing moved slowly, slowly, and started to drag itself toward the boy. One skeletal hand closed around a piece of metal and lifted it to strike Billy from behind. Burned bone cracked. The arm dangled uselessly, and as Billy turned to look over his shoulder, he recognized in the reanimated corpse's face the shape-changer's red, hate-filled eyes. He lay immobile as the corpse crawled toward him, its mouth opening to emit a hoarse whisper through burned vocal cords. Then the head lolled, ripping loose from the neck. The body shuddered and settled again into the ashes as the shape-changer gave it up. Someone shouted, "Jesus Christ!" and another voice rising frantically, "Get the lights on!" A stunning beam of light flooded the room. Some of the wraiths scattered away from Billy, fleeing the harsh illumination. Others floated above the floor, transfixed. The fireman with his spotlight backed away, stumbling into the camera crew from WCHI, who were doing a documentary on fire-trap hotels. The room was filled with strange white shapes, some of them vaguely in human form. "What the hell?" the fireman whispered. "Barry," a tall woman with red hair said, "film it." Her eyes were wide and startled, and she was fighting the urge to run like hell from whatever those things were. The cameraman paused, stunned, and at once the woman switched on a power pack strapped to his back. She lifted the videotape camera from its mount on his shoulder, popped off the plastic lens cap, and started filming. Two intense lights attached atop the camera came on, illuminating every corner of the room. "Give me more cable! Now, damn it!" She stepped into the room, panning from corner to corner. "Nothing there," the fireman was babbling. "Nothing there. Just smoke. Just—" And then he fled the room. The camera woman stepped over the boy, passed out on the floor, jerked at the cable to make sure it wasn't snagged, and filmed a white shape with a head and arms as it fled into a wall. Chapter 56. When Cammy Falconer saw her son, she was amazed at how much older he looked. He was growing into a handsome man, but he was getting fat. He sat out at a table by the glass-enclosed swimming pool that was part of the Krepsin house, working on a plastic airplane model.
"Wayne," Niles said quietly, "your visitors are here."
Wayne looked up incuriously, and Cammy saw that his eyes seemed dead. She managed a weak smile as she stepped forward. "Aren't you going to say hello to your mother?"
"You've been smoking," Wayne replied. "I can smell it on your clothes." He glanced up at the husky, curly-haired man who stood a few paces behind her and frowned. One of her boyfriends, he thought. He'd heard she had a lot of boyfriends out in Houston, where she'd moved after the Falconer Foundation had bought her a condominium.
"Wayne, this is Darrell Whitten," she said uneasily. "He plays for the Oilers."
"I don't like football." He concerned himself with putting together the fuselage of a Concorde. "How'd you find me?"
"Where you are isn't a secret."
She glanced quickly at Niles, who seemed determined to stay around.
"Can I be alone with my son, please?"
Niles nodded in accordance, wished them a good visit, and returned to the house.
"It's been a long time since I've seen you, Wayne."
"Did they send you?"
"No," she said.
But she was lying. The Crusade people had called her and explained that they needed her help. Little Wayne was out in Palm Springs, they told her, and he didn't want to come home. Henry Bragg was missing, and George Hodges had quit the Crusade only a few days ago. Cammy inwardly shuddered when Wayne looked at her. She feared he could see the lie through those scorched, haunted eyes. Whitten, an affable lout, picked up one of the plastic pieces and grinned. "Mighty good job you're doing there, Wayne. Your mama tells me you like—" And then the grin froze when Wayne's gaze fixed on him. Whitten cleared his throat, put the piece down, and ambled away along the edge of the large swimming pool.
"What's this all about?" Cammy asked.
She was well-tanned and obviously prosperous, and had broken out of the crystalline cocoon J.J. Falconer had spun around her.
"Don't you want to continue the crusade any more?"
"They did send you, didn't they?"
"Wayne, you're the head of a multi-million-dollar corporation, and here you are putting together kids' toys. Who is this Krepsin man, and why did he make it so hard for me to see you? I've called half a dozen times."
"Mr. Krepsin is my friend," Wayne replied. "I'm resting. And you got in to see me, didn't you?" He concentrated on getting the wings done just right.
"Resting for what?"
"The future," he said softly. "But you don't care, not really. You stopped caring after my daddy died. But I'll tell you about the future anyway. Mr. Krepsin is going to help me build a church right out in the desert. It's going to be the biggest church in the world, and it's going to last forever. It's going to be built in Mexico, and Mr. Krepsin is going to show me where—" His voice trailed away, and he sat staring into space for a moment. "We can build our own television network, Mr. Krepsin says. He wants to help me every step of the way."
"In other words, this man's got control over you."
He shot a dark glance at her. "You can't see the future, can you? I don't have any friends back in Fayette. They just want to use me. Back there, I'm still little Wayne Falconer, but here I'm Mr. Wayne Falconer. I can have anything I want here, and I don't have to be afraid of anything. And know what? They let me fly a jet, night or day, whenever I choose. I take those controls and I fly over the desert, and I feel so free. Nobody demands anything from me here."
"And what do you do for money?"
"Oh, I've had my bank accounts transferred from Fayette. I've got a new lawyer, too, Mr. Russo. We're going to put all the foundation money in a Mexican bank because the interest rates are higher. So you see, I'm still in control."
"My God," Cammy said incredulously, "you've handed over the foundation to a stranger. If the press finds out about this, you're through."
"I don't see it that way." He carefully squeezed plastic cement out of a tube, applying it to a tail fin. "Daddy doesn't either." Cammy went cold.
"What?" Daddy. He's come back to me now that the Hawthorne witch is dead. He says what I'm doing is right, and he says he can rest in heaven when the demon boy is dead." "Oh," she whispered. "Wayne, where's Henry? Is Henry here with you?" "Henry? Oh, he went on to Mexico." Cammy realized her son was out of his mind. Her eyes stung with tears. "Please," she said, "Wayne, listen to me. I'm begging you, please go back to Fayette. They can talk to you and—" She touched his arm. Instantly he jerked away, and the half-finished airplane scattered across the table and to the ground. "Don't touch me," he told her. "I never asked you to come here." His face reddened as he realized the model he'd worked so hard on was ruined. "Look what you've made me do! You've broken it!" "Wayne, please,
"Get out," he said angrily. "I don't want you near me."
"You're destroying everything J.J. built. Don't throw it all away. You need help, Wayne. Please go back to Fayette, where they can—"
"Get out!"
Wayne howled, rising to his feet. Whitten was hurrying over.
"You Jezebel!"
Wayne shouted and tore away the necklace she was wearing. Pearls rolled across the ground.
"You painted whore! You're not my mother anymore, so get out!"
The glass partition separating the pool from the house slid open. Felix the butler looked out and then went to summon Niles. Cammy stared at her son. He was too far gone now to be helped. She knew she'd never see him again. She touched a red welt across her neck where he'd scratched her, and it came out of her before she could stop it. "You're right, Wayne," she said in a quiet, firm voice. "I'm not your mother. I never was."
"Don't, Cammy,"
Whitten said, but Cammy's anger and disgust at what her son had become was pouring out of her. "I was never your mother," she said, and saw Wayne blink. "You spoiled little bastard. Jimmy Jet Falconer bought you because he wanted a son to carry on the crusade, and it had to be done quietly. Do you hear me, Wayne?" Wayne was motionless, his eyes narrowed into slits and his mouth half open. "He paid hard cash for you." And then she shouted it for the world to hear. "Jimmy Jed Falconer was impotent. God only knows who your mother and father really were." Niles, who'd just come up behind the woman, grasped Cammy's elbow. "I'll have to ask you to get your hand off me." She pulled away. "What kind of tricks are you people playing? Why don't you let Wayne go?" "He can leave any time he likes, can't you, Wayne?" The boy's eyes had frozen into chunks of blue ice. "You're a liar," he whispered to the woman. "I'm J.J. Falconer's son." "Not by blood. There's a man who buys and sells babies. It was done in secret, and I was expected to go along with it. Oh, he loved you like you were his blood, and I tried my best, but I can't stand to see you throwing everything away like this." "Liar," Wayne whispered. "The visit is over, Niles said. Felix, will you show these people to the door, please?" "Go back to Fayette," Cammy pleaded. "Don't destroy J.J.'s life work." Tears filled her eyes. Whitten gently took her hand, and they followed the Mexican butler. Cammy looked back only once and saw the man named Niles put his hand firmly on Wayne's shoulder. "That was kind of cruel, wasn't it?" Whitten asked. She wiped her eyes. "Take me to a bar, Darrell. The nearest damned bar you can find." Niles watched them leave through hooded eyes. "Are you all right, Wayne?" "I'm J.J. Falconer's son," the boy replied in a dazed voice. "Of course you are." He recognized the shock settling into Wayne's face, and he took a plastic bottle of small white pills from his inside coat pocket. He shook out a couple into his hand. "Your sedatives, Wayne. Chew these up." "No!" The boy struck out at Niles's wrist, and the pills went flying into the swimming pool. Wayne's face was mottled and stricken. "I'm J.J. Falconer's son," he shouted. "That's right." Niles tensed, ready for anything. If the boy went out of control, there was no telling what he might try. "Of course you're his son," he said soothingly. "Now why don't you finish your model? They're gone now. They won't bother you again. I'll have Felix bring you a nice glass of fresh orange juice." The juice would be laced with Valium, enough to turn him into a zombie again. My airplane. Wayne stared down at the scattered plastic pieces. "Oh," he whispered, and a tear dripped down his right cheek. "It's broken." "You can fix it. Come on, sit down." Niles led him to his chair. "What would you like to go with that orange juice?" Wayne frowned, staring at the sun's reflection in the swimming pool. "Zingers," he said. "Vanilla." "Remember, we leave for Mexico early in the morning. You'll need your sleep. Are your bags packed?" "No, sir." "Felix will give you a hand with them." Niles hadn't understood all of what that damned woman had said, but she'd really given Wayne a jolt. Taped to the underside of the table was a voice-activated tape recorder about the size of a cigarette pack. Niles knew Mr. Krepsin would be interested in hearing it. He left the poolside. Wayne had gathered up the plastic pieces when Felix brought out his orange juice and Zingers. He stuffed the cakes into his mouth after Felix had gone. The orange juice seemed more bitter than usual today. He didn't like it, so after one swallow he poured it into the pool and stirred away the color with his hand. Mr. Niles always insisted he finish everything that was put in front of him, and Wayne didn't want to get Mr. Niles mad. Then Wayne sat cross-legged on the edge of the pool, telling himself over and over again that the painted Jezebel had lied. Chapter 57. Billy Creekmore was watching The House on Haunted Hill on TV in his room at Chicago's Armitage General Hospital when Bonnie Haley knocked softly at the door and came in. "Hi," she said. "How you doing today?" "Better?" He sat up and tried to make himself presentable by running a hand through his unruly hair. His bones still ached, and his appetite had dropped to almost nothing. Sleep was a confusion of nightmares, and in the television's blue glow Billy's face looked ghostly and tired. He'd been in the hospital for 2 days, suffering from shock and exhaustion. "How about you?" "I'm fine. Here, I brought you something to read." She gave him a copy of the Tribune she'd bought down at the newsstand. "It helps pass the time, I guess." "Thank you." He didn't tell her that every time he tried to read, the lines ran together like columns of ants. "You okay? I mean, are they treating you right around here? Everybody at the Institute wants to come over, but Dr. Hilburn says nobody can come for a while. But me, that is. I'm glad you wanted to see me." It was late afternoon, and the last rays of sunlight were slanting through the blinds beside Billy's bed. Dr. Hilburn had spent most of yesterday with him, and had been there this morning as well. "Did Dr. Hilburn call Hawthorne like she promised she would?" Billy asked. "I don't know. I haven't heard from my mother for a while. I want to know if she's all right." Billy remembered the shape-changer's mocking sing-song, "Your mother's dead, the cowboy came and sheared her head." Bonnie shrugged. Dr. Hilburn had told her not to mention Billy's mother. The owner of a general store in Hawthorne, the number Billy had said to call, had told Dr. Hilburn that Ramona Creekmore had perished when her cabin had caught fire in the middle of the night. Embers stirred by the wind in the hearth, the man had said. The place went up quick. "I'm so tired," Billy said. Had a dark cloud passed over Bonnie's face or not? His brain was still teeming with the emotions and memories he'd absorbed in the Alcott Hotel. He realized he had narrowly escaped death from the shape-changer. The beast hadn't been able to crack his mind or erode his determination, but Billy shivered when he thought of that burned corpse dragging itself slowly through the ashes toward him. Had it been another mental trick, another assumed shape, or did the beast have the power to animate the dead as if they were grisly puppets? There had been utter hatred and grim desperation burning in those hollow eye sockets. When the shape-changer had given up that husk of crisped flesh, the red glint of its eyes had extinguished like spirit lamps. And where was the beast now? Waiting for another chance to destroy him? They were going to meet again somewhere. He was sure of it. "Dr. Hilburn told me the people at that television station have a videotape," Billy said quietly. "They're keeping it locked in a safe, but they showed it to her yesterday. It shows everything. Me, the revenants in the room, everything. She said it shows some of the revenants being drawn into me and some seeping into the walls. She said they're trying to decide whether to show the tape on TV or not, and they may do a documentary on the Institute." He remembered the charge of emotion in Dr. Hilburn's voice as she'd told him other parapsychologists were going to want to see that film and to meet him, and that very soon his life was going to change. He might not stay in Chicago, she'd said. Chicago, and specifically the Institute, might be for him just the first step in a long, arduous journey. Dr. Hilburn's eyes had been bright with hope. Pain stitched across Billy's forehead. His body felt like a damp rag. "I wonder if there's a piano somewhere around here," he said. "A piano? Why?" "I like to play. Didn't I tell you? There's a lot I want to tell you, Bonnie. About my family and about something called the Mystery Walk. I'd like to show you Hawthorne someday. It's not much, but it's where I was born. I'll show you my house and the high school. I'll show you the trails I used to wander when I was a kid. I'll take you to a place where a creek sings over the rocks and where you can hear 100 different birds." He looked up at her hopefully. "Would you like that?" "Yes," she replied. I think I'd like that. A lot. It won't take me long to get well." His heartbeat had quickened. "I want to know the things that are important to you. Will you take me to Lamesa sometime?" Bonnie smiled and found his hand under the sheet. "Do you think a cowgirl could get along with an Indian?" he asked her. "Yep, I think they could get along just fine." Someone screamed from the house on Haunted Hill. It startled Bonnie, but then she laughed. It was a sound that warmed Billy's bones, as if he were standing before a fireplace. Suddenly he was laughing too. Then she leaned close to him, those strange and beautiful eyes luminous, and their lips gently touched. Bonnie pulled back, her face blooming with color, but Billy cupped his hand behind her head, and this time their kiss was long and lingering. "I'd better go," Bonnie said finally. "Dr. Hilburn wanted me back before dark." "Okay, but you come back tomorrow?" She nodded. "As early as I can." "Good. Will you say hello to everybody else for me? And thanks for coming to see me." "Thanks a lot." "Get your rest," she said, and kissed him lightly on the forehead. At the door she paused to say, "I do want to see Hawthorne with you, Billy. Very much." And then she left, while Billy grinned and stretched and dared believe that everything was going to be just fine. "She's dead, she's dead. The cowboy came and sheared her head. I'll be waiting for you." When a nurse brought in his dinner at 5:30, Billy asked about finding a piano. There was one up on the 4th floor in the chapel, she told him, but he was supposed to lie right there and get plenty of rest. Doctor's orders. After she'd gone, Billy picked at his dinner. He paged through the Tribune for a while, and then, restless and troubled, he put on the robe the hospital had provided and slipped down the hallway to the staircase. He hadn't noticed a heavy-set Mexican orderly who'd been mopping the corridor outside his room. The man put aside his mop and took a beeper from his back pocket. On the 4th floor, Billy was directed to the chapel. It was empty, and an old piano stood next to an altar with a brass crucifix. The walls were covered with heavy red drapes that would muffle sound, but he closed the chapel doors. Then he sat down at the piano as if gratefully greeting an old friend. What came out was a quiet song of pain, made up of the emotions he'd drained from the revenants at the Alcott Hotel. It was dissonant at first, an eerie melody that advanced up the keyboard until the high notes sounded like strident human voices. But as Billy played, he felt the terrors begin to leave him. Gradually the music became more harmonious. He ended only when he felt cleaned out and renewed, and he had no idea how long he'd been playing.
"That was nice," a man standing near the door said. Billy turned toward him and saw he was an orderly. "I enjoyed that."
"How long have you been there?"
"About 15 minutes. I was out in the hallway and heard you."
He smiled and came along the center aisle. He was a stocky man with close-cropped brown hair and green eyes.
"Did you make that up yourself?"
"Yes, sir." The orderly stood beside Billy, leaning against the piano.
"I always wanted to play an instrument. Tried the bass fiddle once, but I wasn't no good. My hands are too big, I guess." "What's your name?"
"Billy Creekmore."
"Well, Billy, why don't you play something else? Go on. For me."
He shrugged.
"I don't know what else to play. Anything. I've always liked piano music. Do you know any jazz?"
"No, sir. I just play what I feel."
"Is that so?"
He whistled appreciatively. "I sure wish I could do that."
"Go ahead, okay?"
He motioned toward the keyboard, a smile fixed to his broad face. Billy started playing, picking out a few chords as the man nodded and moved around behind so he could watch the way Billy's hands worked.
"I'm not really very good," Billy said.
"I haven't practiced like I ought." Suddenly he was aware of a sharp medicinal aroma. He started to turn his head, but a hand clamped around the back of his neck. A wet cloth was pressed to his mouth and nose, stifling his cry.
"I like music," the man said. "Always have."
It only took a minute or two for the chloroform solution to work. He would have preferred to use a needle on him, but he didn't want it breaking off in the boy's skin. Anybody who could play a piano like that deserved some respect. The Mexican orderly who'd been guarding the doors wheeled in a clothes hamper filled with dirty laundry. Billy was stuffed into the bottom, covered over with sheets and towels. Then the hamper was taken out and rolled along the corridor to a service elevator. A car was waiting outside, and a plane was waiting in an airstrip south of the city. Within 10 minutes, Billy was asleep in the car's trunk. At the airport, he would be given an injection that ensured he would sleep all the way to Mexico. Chapter 58. Moonlight shimmered on the swimming pool's surface. In his pajamas, Wayne switched on the underwater light, then slid the glass partition open and stepped into the pool house. He was trembling, and there were dark blue circles under his eyes. He tried to sleep, but what the woman had told him this morning had driven him crazy with doubts. He hadn't taken his sleeping pill before bedtime, and his nerves jangled like fire alarms. Instead, he'd flushed the pill down the toilet because he'd wanted his mind clear, to think about what Cammy had told him. The pool glowed a rich aquamarine. Wayne sat on the edge. He twitched with nervous energy, and his brain seemed to be working so fast he could smell the cells burning up. Why would Cammy have said that if it wasn't true? To hurt him. She was jealous of his power and stature, that was it. Yes, she was jealous. His head ached, but hadn't he loved his mother at one time? He asked himself. What had made things change? How had they gotten so out of control? He raised up his healing hands and stared at them. Where was Henry Bragg? Waiting for them in Mexico? All that blood, he thought. All that awful blood. It hadn't been right to hurt Henry Bragg like that. Henry was a good man. But what kind of man was Mr. Krepsin if he'd ordered that Henry be hurt? His daddy had visited him in the night and told him to trust Mr. Krepsin completely. But Wayne thought his daddy had tricked him, because if he wasn't of J.J. Faulkner's blood, then whose blood ran in his veins? And if his daddy had tricked him about that, if he'd failed to tell Wayne the whole truth, and could he be tricking him about Mr. Krepsin, too? A sudden clear thought rang in Wayne's head, a sharp peal of pain. My daddy is dead. I tried to raise him and couldn't, and I saw the coffin go into the ground. He's dead. Then what came in the night wearing his father's skin and yellow suit? He was confused, his head a ball of pain, breeding black thoughts. The witch was dead, and the demon boy would be dead soon. So why did he still feel evil in the air all around him like one of the plagues Mr. Krepsin talked about? He trembled, clasping his arms around himself for warmth. The witch was dead. There was no need to fear going home any more. And Cammy was right. There was so much to be done to keep the crusade going, just as his daddy, if J.J. had been his daddy, had wanted him to do. And only by returning to Fayette, Wayne realized, would he ever find out who his parents actually were. He stared blankly out across the water. So many decisions to be made. It was so safe here in Palm Springs. And what about the church to be built? God help me, he prayed. Please help me decide what I should do. The answer came to him with electric, painful clarity. He would not go with Mr. Krepsin to Mexico in the morning. He would return to Fayette, first to find out if that woman had been lying or not, and then to make sure the crusade was in good shape, because no matter who had given him birth, he was a child of the crusade as well, and now he must in turn take care of it. And perhaps he thought in finding out who his parents were, he would learn more about himself and the healing power that had shaped his life. Yes, he would go back to Fayette in the morning. He trembled and jittered, his nerves sputtering like raw fuses. He needed a Valium, he thought. No, his mind had to be sharp and clear when he went back home, so he could deal with all the problems. He was going to have to sweat all the Valiums, Dalmains, and Tuinols out of his system. But fear throbbed through him, and he didn't know if he was strong enough to leave Mr. Krepsin and go back to that place where he would have to work and pray and preach and heal. It seemed there were so many problems and so many people in the world who wanted his healing touch. And if he really healed them, if he reached down deep inside and brought up the cleansing power instead of prancing on a stage and pretending, in time the pain would tear him apart. The voice came drifting into his head like a distant whisper. Do you know what you're doing, son? No, Wayne said and shivered. Oh, God, help me, I don't. He leaned forward and put his hand into the water. It was comfortably warm. He sat for a moment listening to the noise of the desert wind outside the pool house, and a slight movement pulled his gaze toward a far corner. He thought something had shifted over there, like a haze of dark smoke. But now there was nothing. He stood up, took off his pajamas, and eased himself into the pool. He slowly swam the pool's length. He was winded when he reached the deep end, and he treaded water beneath the diving board. Then he reached up and gripped the board's edge, letting his body relax. Water gurgled softly behind him. A pair of purplish-brown rotting arms wound around his neck, like a lover's embrace. The foul odor of lake mud bubbled up. Black fingernails on skeletal hands playfully scratched at Wayne's cheeks. He screamed, lost his grip on the board, and sank. Water flooded his mouth. He flailed and kicked, trying to get away from the thing that clutched at him. In the glare of the underwater light, he saw a misshapen form with long black hair. Its bony arms reached for him, its purple, rotten face pressed close, the lips seeking his. The thing kissed him, trying to plunge its bloated tongue into his mouth. Wayne got his knee up against its chest and pushed it away. As he fought wildly to the surface, air exploded from his lungs. He swam frantically, tried to scream. Then he felt concrete underneath, and he stood in water up to his waist. He turned toward the deep end, wiping hair and water out of his eyes to see what had attacked him. Water sloshed against the pool's sides. There was nothing in the deep end, nothing between him and the underwater light. He whimpered softly, the breath burning in his lungs. Nothing there, he thought. Nothing. Something reached between his legs from behind, grabbing at his genitals. He gave a hoarse bark of fear and whirled around. She was nude, too, but her breasts had decayed and fallen, and Wayne could see the yellow bones of her rib cage through the slack purple flesh. The gases in her body had long since swelled and exploded, and the skin hung down in putrid tatters. Her nose had collapsed or been nibbled away by fish. There was a hole in the center of her face. Her eyeballs were gelatinous, as yellow-white as pools of lake water about to break over her ruined cheeks. But her hair was the same, long and black and lustrous, as if the years of immersion had preserved it. "Wayne," the awful mouth whispered. There was a shattered place at the side of her head, where she'd struck a diving platform a long time ago. He moaned and backed away toward deeper water. What was left of Lonnie's face grinned. "I'm waiting for you in Fayette, Wayne. I need you so bad." She came closer, bits of her floating away in the water. "I'm still waiting, right where you left me." "I didn't mean to," he screamed. "Oh, I want you to come back to Fayette. I'm so tired of swimming, and I need my sweet lover boy back again." "Didn't mean to, didn't mean to, didn't mean—" He stepped into deep water, sank, and heard himself scream underwater. He fought back to the surface, and now Lonnie was nearing him, holding out one purple claw. "I need you, sweet thing," she said. "I'm waiting for you to come home. I need you to heal me. Leave me alone, please. Leave me." He tried to swim away, but then she splashed behind him, and her arms curled around his neck again. Her teeth nipped at his ear, and she whispered, "Let me show you what death is like, Wayne." He sank as her weight became monstrous, as if she were made of concrete instead of rotten flesh and bone. She bore him deep. He opened his mouth. Bubbles rushed from him, rising to the churning surface. They turned over and over, locked together as if in some hideous underwater ballet. The light darkened. His cheek scraped against the bottom of the pool. And then he was being pulled upward, wrenched to the surface, and dragged out onto the astroturf. Someone turned him over on his stomach, and pressure squeezed the small of his back. Water streamed from his mouth and nose, and then he was throwing up his dinner and the 3 zingers he'd eaten. He moaned, curled up on his side, and began sobbing. "You'll be all right," Dorn said, stepping away from the body. His suit was soaked, and he glanced at Niles, who stood a few feet away from Felix. "What'd he try to do, drown himself?" "I don't know. If Felix hadn't heard Wayne scream, Niles knew, the boy would be dead by now. When Dorn had leaped in, Wayne had been down in the deep water, struggling weakly as if trying to escape from something. "Bring me a canister of oxygen," he told Felix. "Fast!" The boy's body was almost blue, and he was shivering violently. "And bring a blanket, too. Move it!" They covered Wayne with the blanket and cupped an oxygen mask to his mouth and nostrils. The boy shuddered and moaned, and then finally drew a rattling breath. His eyes came open, bulging with terror. Tears slid down his cheeks. He gripped Niles's hands, his fingers digging into the man's flesh. Niles said quietly to the others, "Mr. Krepsin doesn't have to know about this. It was an accident. Wayne went swimming, and he got water in his lungs." He looked up at them, his eyes darkening. "Mr. Krepsin would be very upset if he thought we almost let Wayne hurt himself. Do you both understand?" "Okay, he's breathing fine now. Shit, what a mess. Felix, I want you to go to the kitchen and pour Wayne a large glass of orange juice. Bring it up to his room." Wayne pushed the oxygen mask away from his face. "She was here in the pool, and she grabbed me and wanted me to die. She's waiting for me. She said she wanted me to know what death was like." His voice cracked, and he clung to Niles like a little boy. "Help me with him," he told Dorn. "He's got to be ready to leave in the morning." "No, don't make me go back," Wayne moaned. "Please, don't make me go back. She's waiting for me in the lake. She wants me to come back." "He's flipped his fucking lid." Dorn picked up the pajamas, his wet shoes squeaking. "So what else is new? Come on, let's get him upstairs." "Don't make me go back," Wayne blubbered. "I want to stay with Mr. Krepsin. I want to stay, and I'll be a good boy. I'll be good. I swear it. As they reached the glass partition, Niles looked over his shoulder at the pool and thought he saw a shadow. A huge shadow, maybe 7 feet tall, that might have been some kind of animal standing on its hind legs in a corner where there should have been no shadows. He blinked. The shadow was gone. "What is it?" Dorn asked. "Nothing." "Damn it, this door should have been locked." "I thought it was." "Forever," Wayne said, the tears dripping down his face. "I want to stay here forever. Don't make me leave. Please, don't." Niles turned off the pool's light. For an instant, the rippling of disturbed water sounded like a high, inhuman giggle. Part 12. Inferno. Chapter 59. Lizards scampered over rocks, baking in the sun. A distant line of sharp-edged mountains shimmered in the midday Mexican heat. As Niles came out of the air-conditioned interior of Krepsin's concrete bunker 25 miles north of Torreon, he slipped on his sunglasses to keep from being blinded by a world of burning white. Niles, immaculate in a khaki suit, walked past Thomas Alvarado's copper Lincoln Continental toward the concrete garage where a few electric carts were kept. Under a brightly striped canvas awning, Wayne Falconer was hitting golf balls out into the desert, where pipe-organ cactus and palmetto grew like a natural barbed-wire fence. Wayne had been urged to find something to do while Krepsin went over business matters with Alvarado, Ten High's Mexican connection. Wayne hit a ball and shielded his eyes from the glare, watching it bounce across the rocky terrain. It came to rest about 20 yards from one of the observation towers, where a bored Mexican security man dreamt of a cold margarita. "Nice shot," Niles observed. Wayne looked up. His eyes were drugged from the extra Valium in his system, his movements slow and heavy. Since the incident at the swimming pool several days before, Wayne had needed careful watching. He fawned over Mr. Krepsin at every opportunity, and Niles was sick of him. Wayne's face was puffy with sunburn. "I'm almost through with this bucket of balls," he told Niles, his speech slurring. "Get another one." "Mr. Krepsin says my church is going to be the biggest one in the world." "That's fine." Niles walked past him in a hurry. "Are you going out there again?" Wayne asked, motioning with his golf club toward the little white concrete structure about a mile away from the main house. "I saw Lucinda go out there with some food this morning. I saw her come back." "Who's out there, Mr. Niles?" The man paid no attention to him. Suddenly there was the whoosh of the golf club, and a ball cracked off the garage wall and ricocheted dangerously close to Niles. He tensed and turned toward Wayne. Wayne was smiling, but his face was slack, and Niles sensed his belligerence. Niles had realized in the last few days that Wayne was jealous of his closeness to Mr. Krepsin. "You thought you could fool me, didn't you?" Wayne asked. "You thought you could put him right under my nose, and I wouldn't know." "No one's trying to fool you." "Oh, yes, you are. I know who's over there. I've known all along." "Who, Wayne?" "Henry Bragg." Wayne's smile stretched wider. "He's resting, isn't he? And that's why I'm not supposed to go over there." "That's right." "When can I see him? I want to tell him I'm sorry he got hurt." "You'll see him soon." "Good." Wayne nodded. He wanted to see Henry very much, to let him know what he was doing for Mr. Krepsin. Last night Krepsin had asked him to feel a lump in his neck because he was afraid it might be a cancer. Wayne hadn't been able to feel any lump at all, but said he did anyway, and that Mr. Krepsin would be just fine. "I've been having that nightmare again, Mr. Niles." "Which one?" "When I have all the time. I thought I wouldn't have nightmares any more after she was dead. The snake and the eagle are trying to kill each other, and last night the snake bit the eagle in the neck and pulled it to the ground." He blinked, staring out at the horizon. "The snake's winning. I don't want it to win, but I can't stop it." "It doesn't mean anything. It's just a dream." "No, sir, it's more. I know it is. Because when the eagle dies, I'm scared something inside me, something important, is going to die, too." "Let's see you hit another ball," Niles said. "Go ahead, tee it up." Wayne moved like an obedient machine. The ball sailed out toward another observation tower. Niles continued to the garage, got in one of the electric carts, and drove out toward the white structure. A fly buzzed around his head in the heat, and the air smelled like scorched metal. Niles rapped on the door. Lucinda, a short, squat Mexican woman with gray hair and a seamed, kindly face, opened it at once. He stepped into a sparsely furnished living room, where a fan blew the heavy air around. "How is he?" he asked in Spanish. She shrugged. "Still sleeps. I gave him another shot about an hour ago." "Was he coming out of it?" "Enough to be talking. He spoke a girl's name, Bonnie. After this morning, when he threw his breakfast all over the wall, I wanted to take no chances." "Good. Mr. Krepsin wants to see him tonight. Until then, we'll just keep him under." Niles unlocked a slatted door across the room and stepped into a darkened, windowless bedroom with cinder-block walls. The boy was lying on the bed with a strap across his chest. Though the precaution was hardly necessary, he was deeply asleep from the drug Lucinda had injected. The boy had been kept drugged since he'd been brought in on the private airstrip behind Krepsin's bunker several days before. Niles stood over him, felt the boy's pulse, hooked up an eyelid, and then let it fall. This was the boy Wayne feared so much, Niles wondered. Why? What hold did this boy and his mother have on Wayne? Niles said, "I'll call before I come to get him tonight. You might want to give him some sodium pentothal around 9 o'clock, just enough to keep him settled down for Mr. Krepsin. Okay?" Lucinda nodded in agreement. She was as familiar with drugs as she was with fried tortillas. Satisfied with Billy's condition, Niles left the White House and drove back to the bunker. Wayne had started on a new bucket of balls, chopping them in all directions. The bunker's front door was metal covered with oak, and it fit into the concrete wall like the entrance to a bank vault. Niles pressed a little beeper clipped to his belt, and electronic locks disengaged. Disinfectant filled the entrance foyer, which led to a honeycomb of rooms and corridors, most of which were underground. As Niles closed the door behind him, he failed to notice the fly that circled quickly above his head and flew off through a faint swirl of air-cleansing chemicals. He found Mr. Krepsin in his study, talking to Thomas Alvarado, a gaunt, dark-skinned man with a diamond in his right earlobe. 26, Krepsin, wearing a white caftan and surgical gloves, was saying as he ate from a plate of Oreo cookies. "Ready to come across by when?" "Next week, Thursday at the latest. We're bringing them in a truckload of uncured iguana hides. They'll have to bear the stink, but at least the federales won't poke their noses in." Krepsin grunted and nodded. The cheap Mexican labor that Alvarado provided was used by Ten High in a number of ways, from the orange groves to the Sundown Ranch in Nevada. On the floor beside Krepsin's chair was a can of film, another gift from Alvarado, who owned a motion picture studio that cranked out cheap westerns, horror films, and martial arts gore-fests. "How is he, Mr. Niles?" "Sleeping. He'll be ready." "A secret project, Alvarado asked. "In a manner of speaking," Krepsin said. Behind his desk was a stack of newspapers, all carefully sprayed with disinfectant, carrying articles on Chicago's vanished mystery medium and photographs from a videotape that had been made in a burned-out vagrant's hotel. The boy's sudden disappearance from the hospital had fueled a controversy over the authenticity of that tape, and emotions were running high. Krepsin was intrigued and wanted to know more about Billy Creekmore. Krepsin had been explaining to Alvarado how the Falconer Crusade's assets were being transferred to Mexican banks, and how Wayne was fully in favor of the idea. "But what about his own people? Won't they cause trouble?" "It's not to their advantage to rock the boat, and that's what Mr. Russo is telling them right now. They'll still run part of the show and draw their salaries. Every penny donated to the crusade will first go to Alabama. In time, we'll build a television center outside Palm Springs, so Wayne can continue his network ministry." Alvarado smiled slyly. "It's a bit late for you to become a man of God, isn't it, Senor Krepsin?" "I've always been a man of God," he replied, chewing another cookie. "God's green, and he folds. Now let's go on to the next item of business, shall we?" Chapter 60. When an amber oval moon had risen over the stark mountain peaks and Wayne Falconer was asleep in his room, Niles and Dorn came for Billy. Floating in the darkness, unaware of where he was or how he'd gotten here, Billy heard the lock click and thought it was the woman again. He was startled when the overhead light came on, blazing into his eyes. There were two men in suits standing over him, a strap cut across his stomach as he weakly tried to lift his head. He remembered a tray of food and the way it had splattered against the wall. The woman with the needle had said some very nasty things to him. "Mr. Krepsin wants him scrubbed," one of the men said. The woman started on Billy with a soapy, rough sponge and scrubbed him until blood was almost drawn. Billy had come to like the woman in a way, to depend on her. She helped him find the bedpan when he needed to go to the bathroom, and she fed him when he was hungry. The strap was loosened. The man who'd spoken put a finger against Billy's throat to check his pulse. "Is Bonnie here?" Billy asked. "Where's Dr. Hilburn?" The man ignored his questions. "We want you to stand up now. We have brought you some clothes." He motioned toward a chair across the room, and Billy made out a pair of yellow pants and a pale blue short-sleeved shirt. Something about the yellow pants jarred him. The color was familiar. From where, he wondered. "Stand up now." Billy did, and his legs collapsed. The two men waited until he could stand up by himself. "Need to call my mom," Billy said. "Right, come on, get dressed. Mr. Krepsin's waiting." Dazed and weak, Billy put on his clothes. He couldn't understand why they hadn't brought him any shoes. He almost cried because he had no shoes, and the pants were so loose they bagged around the thighs and hips. The shirt had a monogram, a scrolled W. "These aren't my clothes," he said. The two men were blurred shapes in his fogged vision. "I went up to play the piano." "Let's go." The night was chilly. During a ride in a little car, Billy felt the cold wind in his face. Its chill helped to clear his senses a bit. He could see lights on towers that stood high off the ground. "Where is this place?" he asked the two men, but neither of them answered. They approached what looked to Billy like a huge square of concrete. He almost fell twice on the flagstone walkway, and the man in the gray suit had to help him walk. Billy felt a coldness coming off the man, like a bitter frost. And then he remembered the shape-changer saying his mother was dead. The memories came back in a rush, the hospital, the chapel, the man behind him pressing a strong-smelling cloth to his face. A distant memory of engines whining, the sun beating down on a runway, and on the horizon nothing but white desert. He tried to pull free from the gray-suited man, but he was held in a vice-like grip. Inside the concrete structure, Billy was made to put on a pair of cotton slippers. The air smelled like the hospital room. The two men led him along a hallway to a closed door, and one of them knocked on it. A voice said, "Come in." They took him in and left him, and the door closed behind him. Billy weaved on his feet, his vision blurring in and out. The largest man he'd ever seen was waiting in a chair before him, next to a table that held a lamp and a cassette recorder. The man wore a long white caftan trimmed in gold, was bald, and had small black eyes. "Hello, Billy," Krepsin said, and put aside the file folder of newspaper clippings he'd been going through. "Please sit down." He motioned toward one of the two chairs that faced him. Think, Billy told himself. He knew he'd been drugged, knew he was a long way from home, and knew also that he was in danger. "Where am I?" "In a safe place. Don't you want to sit down?" "No." "My name is Augustus Krepsin. I'm a friend of Wayne Falconer's." "Wayne Falconer? What's he got to do with this?" "Oh, everything. Wayne asked that you be brought here. He wants very much to see you. Look here at what Wayne's been doing." He showed Billy the folder, full of clippings about the Alcott Hotel videotape. "He's been cutting these out. You're a famous young man. Did you know that?" "Then Wayne's here?" "Of course. He even loaned you his clothes. Come on, sit down. I'm not going to bite you." "What do you want with me?" "I was playing the piano. Somebody came up behind me and—" "Just to talk," Krepsin said. "Just a few minutes of your time, and then we'll take you wherever you'd like to go." He offered a plateful of Oreos, Lorna Doones, and vanilla wafers. "Have one." Billy shook his head. Everything was mixed up in his mind. Nothing was clear. Wayne wanted to see him. Why? "The woman with the needles," he said, pressing a hand to his forehead. "Why'd she keep sticking me?" "What woman, Billy?" "Oh, I imagine you've been under a lot of strain. With what you did at that hotel, I mean. You're in newspapers all across the country. Wayne's very interested in you, Billy. He wants to be your friend." "No, I don't believe you." Exhausted, he sank down into one of the chairs. "I want to call Dr. Hilburn and tell her where I am." "Of course you do. And you will, tomorrow morning. It's late, and the telephone system here isn't very reliable. Wayne wanted you brought here, to Mexico, as his guest. I'm sorry if you've been under a strain, but—" "Why didn't Wayne just ask me to come?" "He did. Well, he asked Dr. Hilburn several times, but evidently that woman was resistant to your leaving Chicago. Perhaps some of the staff misinterpreted Wayne's request. Wayne's told me so much about you, I feel I know you already. You and Wayne, you're alike in many ways. You're both well on your way in making a mark for yourselves, and you're both special, aren't you? He's a healer, and you're blessed with a sight few other men ever know, to see beyond this world and into the next. The pictures in those clippings aren't faked, are they?" Billy didn't want to answer, but he was so sluggish and lazy it didn't seem to matter. "No, they're real." "I knew they weren't faked. How could you fake something like that in front of so many witnesses? No, you can see the dead, can't you? And you can speak to them?" "Yes." Krepsin ate another cookie. His black eyes gleamed with a desire to pick the secrets from Billy Creekmore's mind. "You've seen life after death, haven't you? And you can control the dead? You can speak to them and make them do as you please?" "I don't try to control them. I try to help them." "Why are you taping all this? Why is it so important to you?" "It's just this subject excites me. And it excites Wayne, too." "What do you mean?"
Krepsin smiled. "You really don't see it, do you? You don't understand your own potential. What you've done up to now is important, but you can go much, much further. All the secrets you could know about death, the power you could hold. You could reach anyone on the other side. You could relay messages back and forth. People would pay a lot for that. You could find out where lost treasures were. You could bring back messages that would shock the world. You'd be a famous and powerful young man. Don't you see that?" "No." "Wayne does," Krepsin said quietly. "He wants you to join the crusade, Billy. He wants you to tour with him." "What?" "Yes, tour with him. Wayne would be the healer, and you would be the spiritual advisor. With all this publicity, it would be a simple thing. People would pay to see you summon the dead. Oh, they'd sit in awe of you, Billy. You'd have your own television show, and you'd speak to the dead right on the air before millions of people." Staring at the man, Billy shuddered inwardly. It would be like digging up graves so people could gawk at the bones, like a ghost show using real revenants. A hideous entertainment. "Think of it," Krepsin said. "You've only scratched the surface. You and Wayne touring together. There are no secrets that would be hidden from you. Billy, you'd even hold power over the dead." Billy felt dizzy and sick. But he looked into the man's black eyes and saw the truth. The man wanted power over the dead himself. The man wanted to use him like some puppet in a sideshow, pulling in the paying customers with hints of dark mysteries. He couldn't believe that Wayne had any part in this. "No," he said. "I can't do that. I won't do it." "And why not? Why not? Of course you may be afraid and reluctant now, but after you think about it, and after Wayne's talked to you, you'll see the light. Ever since I saw those newspaper articles, no, ever since Wayne told me all about you and your mother, I knew there was something special about you. I knew you had the power to—" And then he stopped, a strangled whine bubbling in his throat. Billy stared at him. On Krepsin's hand a fly had landed. The man leaped up with a scream, knocking over the chair and table as he tried to get away from the thing. He batted wildly at the air as the fly buzzed around his head. In his mind he was back on the refugee ship that had brought him and his family from Greece, and he was 7 years old and watching the flies crawl over his parents' stiffened corpses as fever killed half the people aboard. Krepsin's eyes bulged from their sockets. The fly had touched him. Disease had broken through his barriers. Rats chittered in the ship's hold, his parents' bodies moldering and full of maggots. He screamed with pure terror as the fly danced across his cheek, and he fell to his knees. Billy stood up and waved the fly away from his face. The men would be coming back for him, he knew, and they'd take him back to the woman with the needles. Danger was here all around. He had to shake off the dizziness, had to find a way out of this place. He turned the doorknob and stepped out into the empty corridor as Krepsin shrieked again behind him. He started along the corridor, trying to remember how he'd come in. Krepsin's voice echoed behind him. Billy broke into a run, stumbled and fell, then got up and ran again. The walls around him seemed to breathe, as if he were caught inside a huge beast that was trying to consume him. And then he turned a corner and abruptly stopped. A young man with electric blue eyes and a shock of curly red hair was standing in his pajamas less than 10 feet away in front of an open doorway. He had frozen when he saw Billy. The sweat of a nightmare sheened his sunburned cheeks. "Wayne?" Billy said. Wayne's mouth hung half open. His eyes were glazed and dull with shock. Billy took a step toward the other boy and saw Wayne cringe. "What have they done to you?" Billy whispered. "Wayne, what have they—" A hand gripped his shoulder. Niles wrenched upward on Billy's arm to keep him from running. Krepsin was still screaming like a madman.
Wayne was pressed against the wall. He had seen that they had even provided the Hawthorne demon boy with his clothes. They had brought him here and hidden him in the White House, and they had given him his clothes. "You said I was safe," Wayne whispered to Niles. "You said as long as I stayed here, I was—" "Shut up, goddammit," Niles told him. "Wayne, they brought me here," Billy said, the pain clearing his head. "They're trying to use me, Wayne, just like they're trying to use you." Niles said, "Wayne, I want you to get dressed and pack your bag. Do it quickly. Mr. Krepsin wants to leave here in 15 minutes. "Demon," Wayne whispered as he huddled against the wall. "Get ready to go. Move." "Kill him for me," Wayne said. "Right here, right now. Kill him like you had the witch killed." Billy almost got free with a sudden burst of strength, but Niles pinned him tighter. And then Wayne knew the truth. "You did bring him here," he said, tears in his eyes. "Why? To hurt me? To make me have nightmares? Because," he moaned softly, "that boy's evil, and Mr. Krepsin is too." "I won't tell you again to get your fat ass moving," Niles said, and forced Billy back along the corridor toward where Krepsin was babbling about returning to Palm Springs because there was disease in the bunker. It was all a trick, Wayne realized. They'd never really been his friends. They'd never really wanted to protect him. They'd brought the demon right to his door. Everything had been a trick to get the crusade. It was all clear to him now, and his mind crackled with wild currents. Maybe they'd even brought Billy Creekmore here, he realized, to replace him. Even his daddy had tricked him and wasn't his daddy. He'd been tricked and lied to from the very start. Had been told, keep healing, Wayne, keep healing, even though you don't feel the fire anymore, keep healing. His mind was cracking. The snake was winning. But not yet. He was still Wayne Falconer, the South's greatest evangelist. And there was one last way to destroy the corruption that had surrounded and finally trapped him. He wiped the tears from his face. The eagle might still destroy the snake. Chapter 61. Jim Coombs took the Challenger to 16,000 feet. He checked his instruments and turned on the automatic pilot. Below the jet, as indicated by a downward-tilted radar mechanism set in the nose, was a rough terrain of desert and mountains. A scan of the weather ahead showed clear skies. The takeoff and landing were the skillful parts of flying the Challenger. Now, with the jet flying itself and visibility almost perfect, Coombs could sit back and relax. He'd been awakened in his quarters at the jet hangar about half an hour earlier, and told by Dorn that Mr. Krepsin wanted to go back to Palm Springs immediately. Krepsin was a nervous wreck back in the passenger section. The man had waddled aboard wearing his white caftan, his face as pale as milk, and had started sucking at an oxygen mask as soon as he'd strapped in. Niles and Dorn were even more quiet than usual. Wayne was silent and brooding, not even bothering to answer when Coombs had spoken to him. And there was another passenger aboard as well, the dark-haired boy that Coombs had flown down from Chicago. The boy had a hard, shiny look in his eyes, something between fear and rage, and probably a bit of both. Coombs didn't know what was going on, but for some reason he was very glad he wasn't that boy. Coombs yawned, still weary from his interrupted sleep. They'd be in Palm Springs in a couple of hours. From his seat at the middle of the plane, Billy watched Krepsin's chest heaving as the huge man breathed through an oxygen mask. Krepsin sat toward the front, where he had plenty of room. His breathing sounded like that of a man in agony. Abruptly he reached out and drew the clear plastic curtain around his seat, cutting himself off from the rest of the cabin. Niles sat sleeping just behind Billy, Dorn across the aisle. Across from Krepsin, Wayne sat like a statue. What had they done to him, Billy wondered. How had these people gotten control of the Falconer crusade? There had been madness and terror in Wayne's eyes, and Billy feared his brother was beyond help. But still, somehow, he had to try. He saw that, too, as part of his mystery walk, breaking through the barrier of fear that kept them apart, that had put Wayne on a twisted path leading into the clutches of Augustus Krepsin. His mother, their mother, was probably dead. Wayne's madness had wanted it done, and Krepsin had obliged. Fear and hatred had been Jimmy Jed Falconer's legacy to his adopted son. And now Billy recalled something his mother had told him, that Wayne wouldn't be able to recognize true evil when it reached out for him, that Wayne might be his weak link, that the shape-changer might be able to work on Wayne to get at Billy. He leaned his head back, squeezing his eyes shut. What would she want him to do now? When he opened his eyes, he saw Wayne looking back at him over his shoulder. They stared at each other for a long moment. Billy thought he could feel electricity passing between them, as if they were batteries feeding off each other. Then Wayne rose from his feet and came back along the aisle, averting his gaze from Billy. "What is it?" Niles asked him, when Wayne had prodded him awake. "I want to go up to the cockpit," Wayne said. His eyes were glassy, and a pulse beat rapidly at one temple. "Can I?" "No, go sit down." "Mr. Krepsin always lets me," Wayne told him. "I'd like to sit up front where I can see the instruments." One side of his mouth hitched up in a slight sneer. "Mr. Krepsin wants me to be happy, doesn't he?" Niles paused for a moment, then he said irritably, "Go on, then. I don't care what you do." He closed his eyes again. "Wayne," Billy said, and the other boy looked at him. "I'm not your enemy. I never wanted things to be like this." "You're going to die." Wayne's eyes flared, two hot bursts of blue. "I'm going to make sure of that, if it's the last thing I do. God's going to help me." "Listen to me," Billy said. It was burning to come out of him. He had to tell him right now, and he had to make him understand. "Please. I'm not evil, and neither was my mother. Didn't you ever wonder where your healing power came from? Didn't you ever wonder why you? I can tell you why. Don't turn away, please. The Falconers weren't your real parents, Wayne." Wayne froze. His mouth worked for a few seconds, and then he whispered, "How did you know that?" "I know because my mother, our mother, told me. I'm telling you the truth. Ramona Creekmore was your mother, Wayne. John Creekmore was your father. You were born the same day as me, November 6th, 1951. Jimmy Jed Falconer bought you from a man named Tillman, and he raised you as his son. But it wasn't because our parents didn't love you, Wayne. They did. But they wanted you to have a good home, and they had to—" "Liar," Wayne said in a strangled voice. "You're lying, trying to save your own life." "She loved you, Wayne," Billy said. "No matter what you did. She knew who you were from the first time she saw you at the tent revival. But she saw you were being used, and she couldn't stand it. Look at me, Wayne. I'm telling you the truth." He blinked, touched his forehead. "No. Lies. Everybody's lied to me. Even my own daddy." "You've got Creekmore blood in you. You're strong, stronger than you think. I don't know what they've done to you, but you can fight it. You don't have to let them win." Niles, who'd been dozing in his seat, stirred and told Billy to shut his mouth. "You're going to burn in hell," Wayne told Billy. And then he turned away and walked toward the flight deck. He stood staring at Augustus Krepsin for a moment. Krepsin's eyes were closed, the breath rasping in and out of his lungs like a bellows. "You'll see," Wayne whispered, and then he stepped through onto the flight deck, where Jim Coombs sat half-dozing in the pilot's seat. Coombs yawned and sat up, quickly checking the instruments. "'Lo, Wayne," he said. "Hi. Glad you came up. I was just about to ask you to sit in for me while I go to the John. We're on auto. You don't have to touch a thing." "Pretty moon, isn't it?" "Sure is." "Well," he stretched, then unstrapped his belt and stood up. "I'll be as quick as I can. Listen to those engines hum."
Man, that can just about put you to sleep."
"Yes, sir."
Wayne eased into the co-pilot seat, fastened his belt tightly, and glanced over the instrumentation panel. Airspeed 431 knots, altitude 16,000, compass showing a northwest heading. "Good boy," Coombs said, and left the cockpit. Wayne listened to the headphones, hearing signals floating through space from navigational beacons. He watched the control yoke moving at the command of the autopilot. A sense of power thrummed through him, setting him on fire. He had them all now, right where he wanted them. He knew he couldn't let them take him back to Palm Springs. He'd failed the crusade, failed in his healing mission. Failed. But now, up here in the sky, he could forget all about that. He could be in control. He lifted a trembling hand and cut off the autopilot. "Don't do it, son." Jimmy Jed Falconer, in his bright yellow suit, was sitting in the pilot seat. There was an earnest, concerned look on his face. "You can trust Mr. Krepsin. He cares about you, son. He'll let you do what you like with Billy Creekmore. Anything you like. But don't do what you're thinking. That'll ruin everything." Wayne stared at him, then shook his head. "You lied to me. All the time. I'm not your son, am I? I never was." "Yes, you are. Don't listen to that shit. Listen to me. Trust Mr. Krepsin, Wayne. Don't do what you're about to try." Wayne saw the frightened look in the man's eyes. It pleased him. "You're scared," he said. "You're scared to death, aren't you? Why, you're already dead." "Don't do it, you little fuck." Falconer's face began to crack like a waxen mask. One red, animalish eye glared out at Wayne. In the cabin, Billy felt a cold chill and opened his eyes. The pilot was just moving past him on his way to the bathroom at the rear of the plane. Billy jerked his head up and looked around because he'd seen the thing that had made his heart hammer in his chest. The pilot stopped and looked back, his forehead creasing. "What's wrong?" he asked uneasily. Billy stared. The man's body was surrounded by a malignant purplish-black haze. Stubby, vaporous tentacles undulated around him. "What are you looking at?" Coombs asked, transfixed by Billy's dark, intense gaze. Billy turned his head and looked across the aisle at Dorn. The black aura clung to him like a shiny, dark skin. Niles's hand came over the seat and grasped Billy's shoulder. The hand was coated with the black harbinger of death. Niles's face, surrounded by the roiling black aura, thrust forward. He said, "What's your problem, kid?" They were all about to die, Billy realized, and possibly himself as well. The jet, who was at the controls? Wayne? Suddenly death's cold chill had filled the cabin. When Wayne had entered the cockpit, things had abruptly changed. Wayne was going to do it. Wayne was going to kill them all. "No, don't do that, you little shit," the thing in the pilot seat roared. "Don't do it." Its J.J. Falconer mask had melted away, and now Wayne saw it for what it was, a bestial thing with flaring red eyes and the hideous snout of a wild, savage boar. Wayne knew he was seeing evil for what it was. The thing made a garbled, babbling noise as Wayne gripped the control column, his foot finding the rudder pedals. Then he whipped the Challenger to the right and upward, at the same time throttling more fuel to the engines. Billy heard the shape-changers roar an instant before the jet's nose lurched upward. The plane veered over on its right side, its engine screaming. Billy's body pressed backward in his seat, the pressure so great against his chest he couldn't draw a breath. Everything that wasn't strapped or bolted down in the cabin, briefcases, glasses, bottles of Perrier, took dangerous flight, slamming and crashing against the bulkheads. Jim Coombs was jerked upward so fast he never knew what had happened. His head hit the cabin roof with a sharp sound of cracking bone, and his body stayed glued in place until the jet rolled over and leveled off. Then Coombs slithered into the aisle, his eyes open and his teeth clenched through the bloody stub of his tongue. His hands twitched as if he were trying to snap his fingers.
Billy gasped for air. The jet rolled suddenly to the left and went into a steep dive. A bottle of Perrier whirled past Billy's head and exploded against the wall. Krepsin was screaming through his oxygen mask. Dorn's face was marble white, his hands gripped deeply into the armrests of his seat. He was squealing like a child on a scary fairgrounds ride. The thing in the pilot's seat shimmered like a mirage and dissolved. Wayne's face was set in a rigid grin, the flesh of his cheeks pushed back by the intense G-forces. Now he'd show them, he thought. He'd show all the liars. He laughed aloud and cut back on his airspeed, rolling the jet over. The Challenger responded immediately. A loose clipboard smacked him in the middle of his head. A pencil and paper clips danced around him. He pushed the control column forward, putting the Challenger into a shallow dive toward the dark plain below. There was a high whine of air around the nose cone. He watched the altimeter falling. 13,000, 12,000, 11,000, 10. "Wayne!" Niles shrieked from his seat behind Billy. "Stop it!" He started to unstrap his belt, but he saw Coombs's corpse folded over a teakwood table, blood leaking from the cracked skull, and he realized with a cold certainty that he was a dead man if he left the safety of his seat belt. Wayne grinned, his eyes filling with tears. Up here at the throttle of this fantastic machine, he was in full control. He saw the altimeter reach 4,000 feet, and then he whipped the jet off to the right. Airspeed fell dramatically. The control column shivered in his grip. He had never felt so free and full of power before in his life. The engines moaned. The entire plane began shuddering, straining to its limits. He couldn't breathe, and black motes danced before his eyes. With an effort that almost tore his arms from their sockets, Billy unsnapped his belt. Instantly he was pushed over the top of his seat, almost into Niles's lap. He clutched at the seat in front of him, trying to pull himself toward the flight deck. Wayne leveled the Challenger off and then threw it into a dive again. Billy was tossed like a cork inside the cabin. He rolled head over heels, trying to grab anything to steady himself. His chin cracked against a table. Dazed, he tumbled forward. His left shoulder smashed into something, and white-hot pain filled him. Then he gripped the plastic curtain around Krepsin's seat. It ripped down, and through the haze of pain Billy saw feral fear stitched across Augustus Krepsin's pallid face. At less than 500 feet, Wayne wrenched back on the control column. The Challenger shuddered and leveled off. The altimeter read 492. He was aware of strange shapes on the landscape before him, bathed in amber moonlight. He pulled the throttles back, cutting airspeed. Something huge and dark and jagged passed to the right, barely 50 yards away. Billy was at the flight deck, and Wayne looked over his shoulder with a half-snarl, half-grin. And then Billy saw it. It loomed up, filling the windshield. Moonlight glinted off wind-etched rock. Wayne twisted around and instinctively tried to lift the jet over the mountain peak they were almost upon. The Challenger shuddered, caught by an updraft. Then there was a banshee scream of ripping metal as the right wingtip was clipped by rock. The violent motion of collision threw Billy against a bulkhead. He heard bones snap, and then he was on his knees watching blood drip from his nostrils. The underside of the fuselage scraped rock, splitting open like a sardine can. Sparks and fire rippled along the seam, being sucked upward into the starboard jet engine. It exploded, first crumpling the starboard fuselage wall, and then bursting through with the scream and whine of popping rivets. Red-hot daggers of metal impaled Niles from behind, going through him and into the seat Billy had left. A flying sheet of metal, rippling with flame, took off the top of Niles's head and splattered Dorn with brains. Warning buzzers went off all over the instrument panel. The rear of the plane was on fire, the starboard engine gone, the starboard wingtip and ailerons mangled. The rudder wouldn't respond. Wayne saw the airspeed falling. They were going down toward a wide, flat plain rimmed with mountains. Fuses were burning, the cockpit filling with acrid smoke. The ground was coming up fast, a blur of amber-colored earth strewn with sparse vegetation. Wayne had time only to cut the remaining engine's power. The jet hit and bounced, hit again. Dust boiled up, obscuring his vision.
He was thrown forward and then backward, the belt almost squeezing him in two, and he lost his grip on the yoke. The jet ground forward on a sizzling sheet of sparks. It split in half, lost its wings, spun, and careened onward over a rough runway of pebbled desert. Wayne's head rocked forward, slamming into the yoke. The skeletal remains of the jet slid on 100 more yards, then lay still. Billy stirred from the floor of the flight deck where he'd been pinned against the back of the pilot's seat. He saw that the cabin was a mangled mass of burning cables and furniture. Where the jet had cracked in half, he could see out across the desert plain. For over 300 yards there was a litter of burning debris and a trail of flaming jet fuel. The rear section had been ripped away. Through a haze of eye-stinging smoke, Billy saw that Krepsin's seat had been torn away too. The man was gone. He tried to stand. There was no feeling in his left arm. Looking at it, he saw white bone gleaming at the severe break of his left wrist. A wave of pain and nausea passed over him, and cold sweat broke out on his face. Wayne moaned softly and began sobbing. In the remains of the passenger cabin, the carpet and seats were on fire. The plastic curtain that had hung around Krepsin's seat was melting. Billy forced himself up, cradling his injured arm against his chest. He grasped Wayne's shoulder and eased the boy back. Wayne's head lolled. There was a purple lump over his right eye, and the eye itself was swelling shut. Moving as if in agonized slow motion, Billy unstrapped Wayne's seatbelt and managed to haul him from the seat. Wake up, he kept saying as he dragged Wayne out through the burning cabin with his good arm. With the last of his ebbing strength, Billy half-carried, half-dragged Wayne as far as he could before his legs gave out. He fell to the ground, smelling his own burned flesh and hair. Then the long, terrible pain racked him, and he curled up like a fetus against the oncoming darkness. Chapter 62. He knew he was moving, hurtling rapidly through darkness. He was in a tunnel, he thought, and soon he'd reach the far end. He wasn't hurting anymore. He was afraid, but he felt fine. In the distance there was a sudden glint of bright, hazy golden light, as if a door were slowly being opened. For him, he realized. For him. It was the most beautiful light he'd ever seen. It was all the sunrises and sunsets he'd ever witnessed, all the golden, sunny summer days of his childhood, all the colors of sunlight streaming through the multicolored leaves of an autumn forest. He'd soon reach that light if he hurried. He desperately wanted to get there, to feel that warmth on his body, to bask in it and just let everything go. He was able to turn his head, or he thought he turned his head, but he wasn't sure, and looked back along the tunnel at what he was leaving behind. There was something back there on fire. The door was opening wider, flooding the tunnel with that wonderful glow. He had to reach it, he knew, before it closed again. His forward progress seemed to be slowing. The door was wide open, the light so bright it stung his eyes. Beyond the doorway was a suggestion of blazing blue sky, green fields and hills and forest stretching on as far as he could see. There were wonders over there, a beautiful place of peace and rest. There would be new paths to explore, new secret places, new journeys to be made. Joy surged through him, and he stretched out his arm to reach the opening. A figure stepped into the threshold, a woman with long, russet hair that flowed over her shoulders. He knew instantly who it was, and she looked at him with an expression of sadness and compassion. "No," she said softly. "You can't give it up yet. It's too soon." And the door began closing. "Please," Billy said, "help me. Let me stay." "Not yet," she replied. He shouted no, but he was already falling away from it, falling faster and faster as the door closed and the light faded. He sobbed and fought as he tumbled along the tunnel, returning to the place where pain waited to grip into him again. Memory ripped through him. Wayne at the controls, Krepsin screaming, the jet skidding along the ground while flames chewed at the cabin. A shriek of metal as the wings tore away, the final violent thrashing of the fuselage.
He moaned and opened his eyes. Two dark forms that had been poised near his head spread their wings, making startled cries as they flew away. They circled overhead in the graying sky, then dropped down onto something about 100 yards away. I'm not dead, Billy thought. But the memory of the golden light and the beautiful landscape almost cracked his heart. His mother had been there, waiting for him, but had turned him away instead. Why? Because his mystery walk wasn't yet finished. He braced himself with his right arm and tried to sit up. Pain pounded through his head, broken bones grinding in his jaw where his head had struck the table. Then he had forced himself into a sitting position, and he looked across the desert. The first orange rays of the sun were slicing the sky over a line of purple mountains to the east. Small fires still flickered everywhere. A large section of the jet, the rear of the cabin and the tail, had burned itself out into a black mass of tangled metal. Debris was scattered for more than a mile. Billy watched sunlight explode over the mountains. The heat was already stifling. In another hour or so it would be unbearable, and there wasn't a scrap of shelter. He heard a soft, shuddered moan behind him. With an effort, he turned his head and saw Wayne Falconer, his face swollen, his hair scorched, his clothes ripped and burned, lying about 10 feet away, his back supported by part of a seat that had been blown out of the aircraft. There was crusted blood all over Wayne's face, and one eye was swollen shut. The other was deep sunken, bright blue, and was fixed on the Challenger's strewn wreckage. The eye moved and came to rest on Billy. Wayne whispered, "The beautiful eagle. It's dead. It's all torn up and dead." A tear glittered in his eye, overflowed and ran down his blood-streaked cheek. Billy watched the vultures circle and swoop. A few of them were fighting over something that lay about 30 yards or so away, something twisted and charred black. "Do you know where we are?" he asked Wayne. "No. What does it matter? Krepsin's dead. They're all dead. Except you." "Can you move?" "My head hurts, and so does my side. But I landed her, didn't I? We were on fire, and I put her right down. What did we hit?" "One of those, I think." Billy motioned toward the peaks with his right hand. "Somebody'll help us. They'll see the smoke." Wayne watched the smoke rising. The sun painted his bruised face bright orange. "I wanted them all dead. But you most of all. I wanted to die, too. I don't remember much after we hit the ground, but I remember somebody pulling me out of the flight deck." He turned his head, the single eye unblinking. "Why didn't you leave me there to burn?" "I don't hate you," Billy said. "No matter what you think, I'm not your enemy. Krepsin was, because he wanted to own you, and he wanted to own me, too. They brought me here from Chicago to make me do awful things. If you hate me, it's because J.J. Falconer owned you, and he taught you how to hate." "Daddy," Wayne said softly, "he used to visit me all the time, late at night, just before I slept. But he lied to me, didn't he? No, it wasn't my daddy. It was something else, something that looked like an animal. I saw it in the flight deck just before we went down. It was lying to me all the time, making me think my daddy was still alive. And it told me to trust Mr. Krepsin, to stay with him and do whatever he wanted. They hurt Henry Bragg. They hurt him bad, and I had to heal him." Wayne lifted his hands and looked at them. "I just wanted to do good," he said. "That's all. Why was it always so hard?" There was pleading in his voice. Billy slowly rose to his feet. He was still wearing the cotton slippers that had been issued to him at Krepsin's hacienda. The ground was a pavement of rough pebbles, interrupted here and there by gnarled growths of cactus and spikes of palmetto. "We've got to find some shade," he told Wayne. "Can you walk?" "I don't want to move." "The sun's still low. In a couple hours it's going to be over 100 degrees out here. Maybe we can find a village. Maybe—" His gaze passed across the rise of mountains that stood to the north, and he squinted in the fierce hot glare. The mountains seemed to be only a mile or so away, shimmering in the heat waves. There were rippled outcrops of rock that might throw enough shade to keep them alive. "Up there," he said, and pointed. "It's not too far. We can make it." Wayne balked for another moment, then stood up. He grasped Billy's shoulder for support, and something like a charge of electricity passed between them, stunning and energizing both of them. The pain seemed to drain out of Billy's body. Wayne's head was cleared, as if he'd inhaled pure oxygen. Startled, Wayne drew his hand back. "We can make it," Billy said firmly. "We have to." "I don't understand you. Why don't you just leave me and walk away? Whenever I saw you and your mother, whenever I heard your names, I was afraid, and I was ashamed, too, because I liked the power I had." His face was agonized. "But I had to start lying about the healing because I couldn't heal everybody. I had to make them think I could, or they wouldn't listen to me anymore. I wouldn't have the power anymore. Even when I was a child, I was lying about it, and I knew it. And somehow you and she knew it, too, right from the start. You could see right through me. I hated both of you, and I wanted to see you dead." He squinted up toward the sun. "But maybe it was because I hated what I was, and I wanted to die. I still want to die. Just leave me here. Let me rest." "No. I don't know what Krepsin did to you, but you can get help. Now let's start walking." He took the first step, then the next and the next. The pebbles felt like glass under his feet. When he looked back, he saw that Wayne was following, but at a dazed, unsteady pace. They passed through the wreckage. Puddles of jet fuel still burned. Cocktail napkins with 10 High Incorporated printed on them fluttered past in a hot breath of wind. There was a litter of burned cables, shredded seats, broken glass, and razor-edged sheets of metal. A headless body in a scorched suit lay draped over the crisp remnant of a black leather sofa. The vultures were at work, stopping only to eye Billy and Wayne as they passed. They found Krepsin a few minutes later. The massive body was still strapped in its seat, lying on its side in a thatch of sharp palmettos, which had kept most of the vultures away. Krepsin, the clothes almost all ripped away from his body, was covered with mottled bluish-black bruises. The tongue lolled from his head, and his eyes protruded as if they were about to explode. The body was already swelling, the face, neck, and arms grown to even more freakish proportions. Billy heard the thin, high screaming in his head. The noise grew louder and then ebbed. He said, "Wait," and Wayne stopped. The screaming was agonized, terrified. Krepsin and the others were still here, caught at the instant of their deaths. Abruptly the screaming stopped, as if it had been squeezed off. Billy listened, feeling a cold chill work through him. Now there was only silence. Something was different, Billy thought. Something was wrong. The hair at the back of his neck was standing up. He felt danger here. The shape-changer, Billy thought, and was suddenly afraid. What had happened to the shape-changer? If it fed off the evil in Krepsin, Niles, and Dorn, might it not swell with hideous consumptive strength? Billy said, "Let's get out of here, right now." He started off again. Wayne stared down at Krepsin's corpse for a moment, then followed. Behind them, one of Krepsin's swollen, burned hands moved. The fingers crept down and worked the seat-belt loose. It shrugged free of the seat and grinned with a mouthful of shattered teeth. Its face turned toward the figures who were walking 50 yards away. Its eyes had changed, now burning red and animalish. The reanimated corpse crawled through the palmetto, muttering and chuckling, powered by a surge of evil stronger than anything it had ever consumed. The shape-changer rose slowly on its scorched, swollen legs. Its hands clenched into fists as it watched the figures walking away. This body was still strong, not like the others that had been torn to pieces and gnawed on by the vultures. This body could be used. The thing prowled through the wreckage, getting used to the feel of its fleshy cocoon. It giggled and muttered, ready now to smash and crush and rip. Vultures squalled and flew away from the lumbering thing. It sought Niles's headless body, ripped open the coat, and dug a thick hand into the pocket. It brought out a leather pouch tied with a drawstring. The prize inside wouldn't fit on the swollen hand. Impatiently, the shape-changer snapped off the first joints of the fingers and jammed the prize onto the stubs. Sharp pieces of razor blades gleamed in the sunlight. It was the weapon that Niles had used to slash Henry Bragg's throat. Krepsin's face turned toward the distant figures. The red eyes glared out as if through a bloated, bruised mask of flesh. Now it had human form and superhuman, evil-charged strength, and it would show them it would not be cheated. The thing swung its arm in a vicious arc and grinned. Now it would show them both. The corpse waddled after them, with murder flaring in its eyes. Chapter 63. The sun burned down relentlessly. Cradling his injured arm, Billy saw that he'd misjudged the distance to that range of mountains. They'd been walking for over 30 minutes, and still the cactus-covered foothills seemed at least another half-mile away. The mountains were boulder-strewn ridges of tortured earth, red rock shimmering in rising heat waves. He could see a few scattered caves, though. There were maybe 12, most of them little more than shallow cracks. He was losing liquid in rivulets, his head pounding from the deadly weight of the sun. His feet, bruised and cut by the rough desert pavement, were leaving bloody prints. Wayne staggered, about to pass out. His nose was bleeding again, the liquid attracting a horde of flies. His face felt like a sheet of hot metal, and as he lifted his gaze toward the sky, his single eye saw the 2 vultures that were circling overhead. One for each of them, he thought, and almost giggled. One would get the dark meat, one would get the white. They were going to die out here. It would be soon, and it was no use to keep walking. They might as well just lie down right here and let the vultures go to work. He lagged behind Billy, then abruptly sat down. Billy turned and stopped. "Get up." "No, I'm hurting too much. It's too hot." He sucked in a lungful of searing air, and the pain in his side flared. He watched as Billy stepped back toward him. "Want me to heal you?" he asked, and grinned. "Want me to lay my hands on you and make you all right? Take a number." "We don't have much farther to go. Come on." He shook his head. "I'm burned out. There's nothing left." Wayne's eyes closed. "The snake's won," he said. "It's killed the eagle." "What? What snake and eagle?" "I see them in a dream, fighting. The snake bit the eagle, bit it right in the heart, and pulled it down from the sky." Billy remembered how his eagle had clamped its beak down on the snake's head, how in his dream it seemed to be winning. "The eagle's smoke," he said, "and the snake's fire." Wayne's eyes snapped open, his head cocked to one side. "How'd you know that?" "What I told you on the plane about your mother," Billy said, "was true. You have to believe me. There's still time for you to be strong. There's still time for the eagle to win." Sweat dripped off Wayne's chin, making a dark puddle on the ground. "I always wanted to fly, but somehow I always ended up crawling. I wish I'd known more about her, and about you, too. Maybe things would have been different. Go on now, leave me alone." But Billy was looking out across the desert toward the haze of black smoke where the Challenger lay. He saw the figure approaching, now about 100 yards away. The mottled, bloated body waddled toward them, legs pumping in a frantic hurry. Wayne peered over his shoulder, his vision blurring in and out. "Krepsin," he said hoarsely. "He's not dead." The body was moving in a jerky pantomime of life. With each step the head joggled from side to side as if the neck had been snapped. Its shoes stirred up puffs of dust. The shattered left shoulder made the arm swing like a fleshy pendulum. No, Billy thought, that's not Krepsin. That's something wearing Krepsin's flesh, something hurrying now to catch them before they reach the foothills. "Wait for me, boys," the thing roared, a rasping voice forced through Krepsin's dead vocal cords. "I've got a present for you. Look, it's something shiny." The thing bellowed and snorted and swung its right hand in a quick arc. Billy saw sunlight glint off a metal object. "Wayne, Billy, wait for me right there. I'm coming." The shape-changer, Billy knew. Only now it wasn't playing games, wasn't shifting masks to confuse him and Wayne. It was wearing human flesh, muscle, and sinew. It was tracking them down, gobbling and snorting with glee. And in that form, Billy realized, no mental tricks were needed. It would tear them to pieces. "Get up, Wayne! Hurry!" Wayne rose to his feet, wincing from the pain. Then he and Billy were hobbling away, trying to put distance between them and the thing. It shouted, "You can't run. There's nowhere to hide." It tried to break into a run, too, but the lumbering, unwieldy legs collapsed, and the shape-changer fell to the ground. Sputtering with rage, it forced itself up again and moved onward. The heat quickly slowed Billy and Wayne down. The behemoth stalked after them, keeping a steady pace. "Wayne," the shape-changer shouted, "he's trying to trick you. He's a demon, the son of Satan. He's trying to mix up your head. Can't you see me? I'm alive." "No," Wayne whispered. "You're dead. You're dead. You're—" The voice changed, became feminine and softly seductive. "Wayne, I'm waiting for you at the lake. Want to go swimming? Don't run away, Wayne. Wait for me." And then thunderously, "I'll kill you, you little fuck." "Don't listen," Billy said. "Billy," the thing called out, "do you know who you're trying to help? He had them kill your mother, Billy. Know how it was done? They cut her throat. They cut it right to the spine. Then your pretty little Hawthorne house was set on fire so everything would be ashes. He wanted to have you killed, too. Oh, he dreamed of killing you. Go on, ask him." "Don't look back," Billy told Wayne. His voice was choked with conflicting emotions. They reached the foothills and began climbing. The terrain grew rockier and steeper. Behind them the shape-changer muttered and shouted and babbled, swinging its weapon back and forth with malicious glee. They climbed over sharp-edged boulders, the breath of pain hissing from between their teeth. They were slowing down as their strength burned away, but the shape-changer was gaining ground. Black, stomach-wrenching pain hit Billy as his injured arm grazed an outcrop of rock, but he clenched his teeth to contain the scream. In another few moments their progress was slowed to a crawl. They left sweat stains wherever they touched and bloody prints where Billy's feet had gripped rock. The caves were above them, less than 50 feet away over a tortuous trail of jagged stone. Wayne looked back, saw the bloated thing grinning 30 feet or so beneath them as it clambered up. He recognized the weapon on its right hand. "Running out of steam, boys," the walking corpse called out, showing its mangled teeth. Billy reached up with his good hand to climb onto a ledge. His feet slipped on loose stones, and he almost tumbled down, but then Wayne was pushing him up from below. He crawled upward onto a ledge about 6 feet wide and exposed to burning sunlight. A large cave was 20 feet above, but his strength was gone. He lay panting with pain as Wayne crawled up beside him. Wayne tried to drag Billy the rest of the way, but he was too weak to go more than a few feet. Sweat burned into his eye, blinding him for a few seconds. When he cleared his vision, Krepsin's dead face was rising over the ledge. Wayne let go of Billy and kicked out at the thing. Bone cracked in the corpse's neck, and watery blood gushed from the nose, but it was still pulling itself onto the ledge. Wayne kicked out again, but the shape-changer's arm swung to stop the blow. The razored weapon slashed into Wayne's ankle, scraping the bone. Wayne fell onto his injured ribs, curled up, and lay still with blood pooling under his leg. "Two very naughty boys," the shape-changer whispered as it rose on Krepsin's legs. "They must be punished." Billy was transfixed with fear, too weak to even try to crawl away. The shape-changer had them now. His mystery walk, and Wayne's too, would end here on a scorched slab of rock 100 feet above the Mexican desert. "You won't steal the food from my table any more, you whelp." It lumbered forward, bloodied head lolling. "I'm going to take my time with you. I'm going to enjoy this. You remember what I told you a long time ago in that bitch's smokehouse? I said I'd be seeing you again. Oh, it's worked out just fine, hasn't it? The little ghost boy is about to see what death is like from the other side, and I'll keep you screaming for a long, long time." It grinned, ready to feast on more agony, already drawing on Billy's fear to make itself stronger. It swelled with the terror and evil it had drawn from the dead men in the jet. The shape-changer gripped Billy's hair and thrust his head back, glaring into the boy's eyes. "First a scalp," it whispered, raising its arm. "A scalp from an Indian." And then Wayne grabbed the corpse's chin from behind, wrenching its head backward. Jagged edges of bone ripped through the throat with a noise like tearing cloth. The immense football-shaped head was jammed backward. The shape-changer's eyes were blinded by the sun. The head, now separated from the spine, hung back like a sack of flesh. The shape-changer couldn't see. It turned upon Wayne, flailing blindly with the razored knuckles. Wayne ducked the first blow, trying to balance on his good leg, but a backhanded swipe laid his cheek open, and he staggered toward the edge. The shape-changer danced with rage, striking at empty air, coming closer and closer to Wayne. Then Krepsin's corpse found him, and they grappled, Wayne's hand closing around the thing's right wrist, trying with the last of his strength to hold back the razors. They were balanced on the edge, the shape-changer unable to see forward, the ruined head hanging back over the corpse's shoulder. Wayne lost his grip. The razors glinted, the swollen hand burying itself in Wayne's stomach. Wayne caught his breath, felt warmth oozing down his legs. His vision hazed, but his brain was clear, and for the first time in his life he knew what had to be done. The shape-changer was making croaking sounds of triumph through Krepsin's ripped throat. Its hand twisted, driving the razors deeper into Wayne's stomach. "No!" Billy shouted and tried to rise. He'd seen the death aura flare around Wayne. It undulated, shimmering a deep purplish black. Blood was streaming from Wayne's stomach, his face quickly bleaching. But there was no fear in his unswollen eye. It caught Billy's gaze, locked, and then quickly shifted back to the struggling shape-changer. This was the thing that had taunted him all along, that had tricked him by taking his daddy's form, and the form of a young brunette girl who'd never really existed at all except in his own head. The hot pain that shot through his body was thawing rusted, cobwebbed gears in his brain. He wasn't afraid. He could still learn to fly, he realized. Yes, there was still time to kill the snake. Now, he thought. Do it now. And he twisted himself off the ledge, taking Krepsin's corpse with him. Billy heard the shape-changer's mangled roar, and then they were gone. The air was bright and blue and whistled around Wayne's ears. He was falling toward the surface of water there in the Fayette public swimming pool. And everything was all right. He had finally gathered the courage to soar from the tower, and no one was laughing at him any more. The water shimmered beneath him, coming up fast. He closed his eyes and saw the fighting shapes, the smoke eagle and the fire serpent. The eagle was mortally wounded, but it was still strong. It dug its claws into the reptile and gripped the burning spade-shaped head in its beak. With a triumphant cry, the eagle beat its tattered wings toward the sky and lifted the writhing snake up, higher and higher and higher, until the snake crisped into ashes and whirled away on the bright currents of air. He would be all right now. He'd done the best he could, and he was ready to soar. Billy heard them hit. Rocks cascaded down the mountainside, and then there was a long silence, but for the noise of sliding grit. He crawled painfully toward the edge and peered over. Wayne lay on his stomach 40 feet below, his arms outstretched. 15 feet beyond him, Krepsin's corpse had exploded like a gas bag on impact with a truck-sized boulder. Something dark and leprous rose like a mist from Krepsin, moving slowly toward Wayne's body. "Get away from him!" Billy shouted. "Get away!" The wraith picked and probed at Wayne, but Billy had seen the twisted angle of Wayne's head, the torn ankle, and a protrusion of bone through the other leg. For the shape-changer, the body was useless. The mist rose, took on the murky appearance of the huge boar-like beast. Its red eyes blinked. It was stunned and confused, unable to strike physically at Billy again. Within it, Billy saw roiling ectoplasm, a spectral hand clawing at the air, a football-shaped head with an open, silently screaming mouth, another face that might have been Niles's, mirroring shock and agony. The forms churned, slowly losing their clarity, as if they were being digested in the belly of the beast. "You've lost," Billy said. "Now run. Hide. Run!" The thing glowered at him for a moment, clutching its clawed arms around its stomach. The souls it had snatched writhed in soundless pain. It looked down at Wayne's broken body, and its hideous face rippled with a snarl of hatred and frustration. The boy had escaped, was now far beyond the shape-changer's control. The thing began to fade, taking its prizes with it. Before it had drifted away completely, it glared up toward Billy and said, "There'll be a next time." But the voice, a mixture of Krepsin's, Niles's, and Dorn's, was weaker and carried an undercurrent of what might have been fear. "I'll be ready," he replied. But the thing had already gone, leaving a slight turbulence of dust and grit. The air settled. The sun baked down, and the vultures began to gather. Billy waited, his head bowed with concentration. He was certain that Wayne was gone. Wayne had found the tunnel and was now on a different kind of mystery walk. He wanted to bury the body, but the rocks that had slid down over it would keep the vultures away for a while, and he knew he was too weak to climb down and then back again. He said a silent prayer for Wayne. The air was clear and untroubled. After another few minutes, Billy crawled away and painfully climbed to the large cave just above. There was no water, but the shade was deep and cool. Lizards scurried over the rocky floor, chasing small beetles. Billy crouched in a corner, ripped off the rags of his shirt, and fashioned a sling for his arm. Not much, but it would serve to keep the bones from moving. He was full of fever, his head pounding with heat. If he didn't find liquid soon, he knew he was going to die. He could let go. It would be easy to curl up and die, and so much pain would be avoided. But he knew his mother wouldn't want that. He didn't want it. He and Wayne had come so far from Hawthorne, both over twisted and treacherous ground. Their paths had split early, their mystery walks leading them in such different directions. But at the end they'd faced the shape-changer together, and Wayne had been stronger than the evil thing that had toyed with him for so long. The fever was burning Billy dry. He was getting chills now, and he knew that must be a bad sign. He closed his eyes, concentrating on Bonnie waiting for him in Chicago. He tumbled into sleep, escaping fever and thirst. "Billy?" someone said quietly. He stirred and forced his eyes open. There was a figure standing in the cave entrance, silhouetted against harsh white sunlight. It was a little boy, Billy realized, but he couldn't see the face. A little boy, he thought. Out here? No, he was dreaming, hallucinating. The little boy wore a clean shirt and trousers, not a spot of dust or drip of sweat on him. "Who's that?" Billy asked, his tongue so swollen he could hardly speak. "I can't see what you look like." "It's me. You remember, don't you, Billy? It's me from a long time ago. We used to play together. Remember?" "Who? I don't know you." The shape-changer, he thought, and went cold. "Get away from me." "I'm not trying to trick you. Honest, I want to help you if I can. But you've got to help yourself, too. You can't lie there too much longer. You'll die." "Maybe I will." "But why? You've come a long way, Billy. You've grown up. You helped me once a long time ago." "I want to sleep. Whatever you are, leave me alone. You can't hurt me anymore." "I don't want to. I know how bad it can be. It can be real bad here, but you can't give up. You can never give up, and you're not ready. Not yet." The little boy watched him for a moment, his head cocked to one side in a way that Billy thought was familiar. Was it? No, not him. "Leave here when it gets dark," the little boy said. "But watch how the sun goes down so you can figure out which way is due west. That's the direction you've got to walk, right where the sun sets. There are others trying to help you, too, but sometimes it's not easy. You still think I'm trying to fool you, don't you?" "I'm not, I promise. You've got to start walking when it gets dark. It's going to be hard, but you have to keep going. Okay?" "No. I'm staying right here until someone finds me." "They won't," he said quickly. "You're a long way from where people are, Billy. You've got to get out of here." "Go away. Leave me alone." "No. First you have to say you will. Okay?" Billy closed his eyes. It was the shape-changer, he knew, trying to make him lose himself in the desert, trying to make him walk in the wrong direction and away from where the villages were. "Do it, Billy. West, okay? Okay?" The last plea hung in the air. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the cave entrance was empty. The fever was making him hear and see things. No, it was best to stay right here, where he was cool and safe, where someone would eventually find the jet's wreckage. Surely someone would see the smoke. But there was something lying in the palm of his right hand. He stared at it, his heart beating rapidly. It was a piece of coal that had been covered with shellac so that the black wouldn't rub off. He stood up, hobbling to the entrance. There were no prints but his own bloody ones in the dust. The fierce heat forced him back into the shadow, where he sat down again and clenched the coal tightly in his fist. Had he had the coal with him all the time? No, it had been left in Chicago, 2,000 miles away. Hadn't it? He couldn't remember through the fire in his head. He put the coal in his pocket and waited for the sun to sink. In deep blue twilight, Billy carefully descended over the rocks to where Wayne and Krepsin's corpses lay sprawled. A flurry of vultures sailed away. They'd already feasted on much of Krepsin. They'd been working on Wayne's back and legs, but hadn't marked the face yet. Billy took Wayne's shoes and squeezed his swollen feet into them. He sat for a few moments beside Wayne. Then he arranged rocks over the body to keep the vultures away a while longer. He began walking westward. He stopped once to look back over his shoulder, where his brother's body lay. But his brother was gone, and there was no reason to mourn his passage to the other side. He wished he'd known more about Wayne, that they could have learned to understand each other, that they could have been friends instead of two young men who'd walked separately, each seeking some kind of answer to the forces that had taken over their lives. Billy left his brother's corpse and went on. He alternated walking and resting all through the long, chilly night. His feet were bleeding again, his broken wrist swollen to twice its size, but he had to keep going. Just before dawn, when he was exhausted and staggering, he climbed a small hill and came upon a squatter's cabin. The place was falling in, but inside there was a dirty mattress on the floor. On a table were plates with green molded food not fit to touch, much less eat. But there was a coffee pot, too, and something faintly sloshed inside when Billy picked it up. He eagerly poured a few drops into the palm of his hand. The water was slimy and green and alive with bacteria. He took one of the plates outside, scraped it clean with coarse sand, and then brought it back in. He tore a square of his pants leg off and stretched it over the plate, then carefully poured the water through the cloth to catch the bigger clumps of green growth. What remained at the bottom of the plate, barely 3 swallows, brackish and stagnant, was quickly tipped into Billy's mouth. He wet his face with the damp cloth, and then he slept for several hours on the filthy mattress. When he awakened, bright swords of sunlight pierced gaping holes in the rotting walls around him. He was feverish and very weak, his legs cramped into knots. His arm was a burning leaden weight, the wound oozing yellow fluids. He shut his mind to the pain and concentrated on Bonnie. He would show Hawthorne to her, and he wanted to see Lamisa, and he wanted to know everything about her from the day she was born. He hung her face up in his mind like a picture. He would get back to her. He stepped outside the cabin and was jolted by a sudden shock. About 3 or 4 miles away, sitting right in the middle of brown sand desert, was a large lake. It was surrounded by motels and restaurants with high signs that could be seen from the highway that passed about a half-mile from the cabin. There were cars and dune buggies on the road, and out on the lake Billy could see a sleek red speedboat pulling a water skier. Palm trees waved in the streets of some resort town built around a desert spring. The entire scene shimmered in the heat waves. Billy stood motionless, expecting the whole thing to vanish suddenly. He began to walk toward the mirage. On the highway a dune buggy swerved to avoid him, blasting its horn. He walked slowly down the center, being passed by cars and motorcycles and dune buggies. Some of the cars were hauling speedboats, and kids were hanging out the windows. The lake glittered like liquid gold in the strong sunlight. Billy stood in the center of the highway and started laughing. He couldn't stop, even though his jaw was aching, and he was so weak he was about to fall on his face. He was still laughing when a Mexican police officer on a motorcycle pulled up beside him and shouted something that included the word "loco." Part 13. Home. Chapter 64. They'd rented a brown gremlin at the Birmingham airport using Bonnie's driver's license and had driven the 2-hour trip to Fayette under a gray late December sky. The southern winter had set in. A wave of cold air and rain had rolled down from the northwest, scattering brown leaves before it. Christmas was 2 days away. They passed a large sign, punctured by 22 bullet holes, that said, "Welcome to Fayette, home of Little Wayne Falconer, the South's greatest evangelist." The second line Billy saw was being allowed to weather away. It would not be repainted. Home for Wayne's body was now a meticulously kept cemetery near the Falconer estate. He'd been buried next to his daddy, and there were always fresh flowers on the grave. "I've never seen so many hills," Bonnie said. She'd noticed him wince as if from an old injury as they'd passed the sign. "Lamisa's about as flat as a flapjack. Are we getting near?" "We'll be there in a few minutes. It's just past Fayette." There were still dark hollows under his eyes, and he needed to gain 5 or 6 pounds so his face would fill out. But he was doing much better. He'd been able to walk without crutches for the first time just a week before. There were a few lost weeks in which Billy had faded in and out, his body fighting against massive infection. His jaw was wired and was healing well, as was his left arm in its thick elbow cast. Dr. Hilburn had been straight with him. The doctors didn't know why he hadn't died out in that desert. The injuries he'd received in the crash had been severe enough to begin with, but the exposure and the infection from his broken wrist should have finished him off. Dr. Hilburn hadn't replied when Billy told her that he had died, but had been sent back from the other side. And those people had been right, Billy said. It was beautiful over there. But he planned on sticking around here for a while longer if Dr. Hilburn didn't mind. Dr. Hilburn had smiled and said she didn't mind at all. Later, Billy had asked about his mother. Dr. Hilburn confirmed what Billy already knew. Ramona Creekmore had died in a house fire of indeterminate origin. The cabin was almost a total ruin. Bonnie stayed with him day and night, helping him with his grief. Now that he was safe and his body was healing, his conflicting emotions about Wayne and the loss of his mother welled up out of him in agonized, bitter tears. Bonnie cradled his head while he cried. He had nightmares for a while, about the jet crash and the shape-changer in possession of Krepsin's bloated corpse, stalking him and Wayne across the burning desert. They faded as his body and mind healed, though he'd broken out in a cold sweat when he and Bonnie had stepped aboard the plane from Chicago, their trip a gift from the staff and residents of the Hilburn Institute. The most difficult thing was snapping the seatbelt, and when the 747 bound to Atlanta had taken off, he'd closed his eyes and held tightly to Bonnie's hand. Once up in the air, though, his fear drained away, as he'd hoped it would, and he was even able to look out the window for a few minutes. The plane ride was much faster and more comfortable than the bus or the train, Billy's other travel alternatives, and he'd wanted to get back to Hawthorne as quickly as possible. He'd told Bonnie fragments of what had happened in Mexico, but she knew it was hard for him to talk about it. She didn't want to push him. If and when he was ready to tell her, she would be there to listen. Now they were passing through Fayette, and Hawthorne was only 15 miles away. Billy had turned 21 while still in a semi-conscious state in the hospital. He was different now, he knew, from the person who'd left Hawthorne that first time to join Dr. Miracle's ghost show. He saw his direction more clearly, and he was secure with his own place in the world. He'd fought his way, he realized, through a rite of passage that had begun when he'd stepped down into the dark Booker basement a long time ago. He was strong now, strong in his heart, and he knew that in his life the eagle was winning. His mystery walk was pulling him onward, out into the world. But first, before he could walk forward to the University of California, Duke University, or even to Oxford in England, where parapsychologists had been studying the Alcott tape and were eager to get Billy into their death survival research programs, he had to look back over his shoulder. There were goodbyes to be said, both to people and to places. The Gremlin rounded a bend, and Billy saw the old, weather-beaten high school building with its brick gym addition. There was a large ragged scar in the football field, as if grass wouldn't grow where the bonfire had exploded. Billy touched Bonnie's arm and asked her to stop. The parking lot was empty, all the students out for Christmas holidays. Billy rolled down his window and stared out at the football field, his eyes dark with the memory of May night. "Something bad happened here, didn't it?" Bonnie asked. "Yes, very bad." "What was it?" "A lot of kids got hurt. Some of them were killed." He ran his gaze along the new fence, remembering the pain of his hands being ripped as the shock wave blustered past. He waited for a few minutes, listening to the sigh of wind out in the field. Pines swayed in the distance, and clouds seemed to skim the hills. "They're gone," he said. "There's nothing here." "Thank God." "Okay, I'm ready to go." They drove on, following the road into Hawthorne. When Billy saw the tangle of black timbers and the standing chimney where his house had once stood, his heart sank. The field was overgrown, the scarecrow sagging, everything gone to ruin. He didn't ask Bonnie to slow down, though, until they'd almost reached the lot where the decaying hulk of the Booker house had stood. The rubble had been cleared away, and now a trailer sat on the property. It was there to stay, sitting on concrete supports sunken into the earth. A Christmas tree stood in a front window, white lights blinking. A little boy, who looked not at all like Will Booker, sat outside, roughhousing with a big brown dog that was trying to lick him in the face. The boy saw the gremlin and waved. Billy waved back. There was warmth surrounding that trailer, and he hoped the people who lived there were happy. Hawthorne's murder house was long gone. He heard the sawmill's high whine as they approached the cluster of grocery store, gas station, and barber shop. A couple of farmers sat outside the gas station, watching with interest to see if the gremlin would pull in. Someone was loading a sack of groceries into a pickup truck. A television flickered from within Curtis Peel's barber shop, and Billy saw figures sitting around the red glow of the old heater. Life was going on in Hawthorne at its own slow, steady pace. The world had touched it. There was a poster on a telephone pole that said, "Now hiring qualified labor. Apply at the Chatham Personnel Office. We are an equal opportunity employer." But the essence of life, easy and unhurried, would never totally change. Maybe that was for the best, Billy thought. It was comforting to know that some places in the world remained the same, though the people living in them grew and matured and learned from their mistakes. "Would you stop here?" Billy asked, motioning to the curb near Peel's barber shop. "I want to go in there for a minute. Want to come with me?" "That's why I'm here," she replied. When Billy opened the barber shop door, the three men sitting around the heater looked up from their television show, Let's Make a Deal, and froze. Curtis Peel's mouth dropped open. Old Hiram Keller, as tough as leather, simply blinked, then returned his attention to Monty Hall. The third man, younger than the others, with curly brownish blonde hair and a plump-cheeked face tinted red by the heater, leaned forward as if he were staring at a mirage. "Damn my eyes," Peel said, and stood up. "Is that Billy Creekmore?" "That's right." He stood tensed, ready for anything. He'd recognized the younger man and saw Duke Layton's eyes narrow. "Well, I'll be a—" And suddenly Peel's face broke into a grin. He came forward, clapped Billy on the shoulder, and then, embarrassed by his own ebullience, stepped back a pace. We didn't expect to see you back after, I know what you mean. I want you to meet my friend, Bonnie Haley. This is Curtis Peel. That's Hiram Keller and Duke Layton." "Howdy," Hiram said, without looking up. "I didn't figure you'd recognize me, Billy." Duke patted his bulging beer belly. "I guess I've changed a lot. You have, too. You look like you've been in an accident." "Could be." They were silent for a long moment. Then Curtis said, "Hey, you two young folks want a Coke? I've got some in the back, just as cold as they can be." "No? Weather's turned for the worse, I hear. Supposed to get a hard freeze tonight. Listen, y'all take a chair and make yourself—" "We're not staying," Billy told him. "I've come to visit the cemetery." "Oh, yeah. Well, Billy, that was a bad thing, a real terrible thing. The fire burned everything up so fast, and the wind was bad that night, too. I'm sorry." "So am I." Peel turned and stared into Bonnie's face for a few seconds, seemingly entranced by her eyes. He smiled uncertainly, then looked back at Billy. "You need a haircut, Bill. Come on, get in the chair here, and we'll fix you up. On the house, okay? I recall you used to like the smell of Vitalis. You still do?" "No," he said, and smiled slightly at Peel's willingness to please. "Afraid not." He was aware of Layton's unyielding gaze on him, and he felt anger begin to simmer. "Well," Peel nervously cleared his throat. "Most everybody's heard about you, Bill. You're a celebrity. I mean, I don't rightly understand what you've been up to and all, but, look here." He stepped next to the shelves of hair tonic, shampoo, and pomades and pointed to something mounted on the wall. He smiled proudly, and Billy saw it was a bulletin board. It was covered with newspaper clippings about the mystery medium and the Alcott tape and pictures of Billy. "See here, Bill? I've been keeping them. People come in here to read 'em all the time. You're a real celebrity hereabouts. And look up there on the wall. Recognize that?" He'd motioned to a framed needlepoint picture of an owl sitting on a tree limb. The features were a bright mixture of colors, the eyes so sharp and lifelike they followed you around the room. Billy recognized his mother's handiwork. "Fella from Montgomery came through here about a month ago. Offered me $100 for it," Curtis said. He swelled his chest proudly. "I said no. I said it was done by a local artist, and you couldn't put any price on something done with as much feeling as that's got in it. Didn't I say that, Hiram?" "Yep. I've got another one at home. It shows a mountain and a lake and an eagle flying way up there in the sky. I think it's the prettiest thing I've ever seen. See, I put this one where I can look at it all the time." Hiram suddenly stirred and regarded the picture. "Fine work," he said, lighting his corncob pipe and sticking it in his grizzled face. "You'd go a far piece to find anything finer, I'll tell you that." He cocked his head and looked at Billy. "Your mother was full of magic, boy. She was a damned fine woman, and it took us a long time to realize it. Any woman who could run a farm like she did and make pictures like that never complained about her lot in life. Well, I remember that night at the tent revival. Maybe we didn't want to hear what she said, but she had guts, boy. Looks like you've got your share, too." He motioned with his pipe toward the bulletin board. "What?" Billy managed to say. He was stunned, and he felt hot tears in his eyes. "You mean you—" Duke Layton started to rise. His gaze was baleful in the red light. When he stood erect, his back was hunched over. With his first step, Billy saw that he walked with a terrible limp, much worse than his father's. As he approached Billy, Duke seemed to grow smaller and paler and thinner. He saw Billy staring and stood in front of him, his lower lip trembling. "It happened just after you left. I was riding in the car with my dad. He was drinking pretty heavily. He'd taken to drinking a lot since Mom died. Anyway, the car was going too fast, and he went off the trestle bridge. I just got cut up, but my dad was dead by the time the ambulance came." His face was set and grim. "About a week later, Coy Granger came to see me, and he said he'd seen my dad standing at the side of the road, right at the trestle bridge where the car had gone off." "Saw him myself," Hiram said quietly. "Plain as day. Plain as I can see you. My dad couldn't leave." Duke's voice cracked, his eyes swimming. "I saw him, and I called out to him, and he looked like he was trying to answer, but he couldn't speak. His throat was crushed in the wreck, and he strangled to death. And when I tried to touch him, I felt so cold. Then he was gone, just faded away in an instant." He looked helplessly at Bonnie, then back to Billy again. "Who else could I go to?" he asked. "I had to help my dad." "And my mother freed him?" "I saw her do it." Hiram puffed out a wreath of blue smoke. "We all did. She stood right there on the trestle bridge and opened up her arms, and we all saw Ralph Layton with our own eyes." He set his jaw and grunted, "Damnedest thing I ever saw. And Ralph just disappeared, just kind of eased away, I guess. Ramona fell down, and she had to be helped home." "My wife stayed the night with her," Peel said.
She took care of her." Duke wiped his face with a sleeve. "Sorry, I didn't mean to act like a fool. I never believed in such a thing as spirits until I saw my own father standing there, trying to call out to me." "Sheer guts," Hiram said. "She did it in front of everybody who cared to watch. Oh, at first some laughed, but after it was over and done, wasn't nobody laughing no more." "I bought this picture from her soon after that," Peel said. "She didn't want to take the money, said she had no need for it, but I made her take it. The very next night, well, that fire was so fast and wind-blown, it was over before we knew it." I didn't know. Billy looked at all of them in turn. "She never wrote me about what happened on the trestle bridge. Maybe she figured you had your own worries." Hiram relit his pipe, clenched it between his teeth, and watched the game show again. "I'm sorry about your father," Billy said. "Yeah, well, things hadn't been too good between me and him for a long time. He took me down to the Marine recruiting station in Tuscaloosa right after high school. I never went to college like I was supposed to. I went to NAM, another kind of college, I guess. I got into demolition, but I guess you heard." "That's funny, huh? Me and demolition?" He tried to smile, but his face was too loose and weary, his eyes too haunted. "Funny? Why?" Duke stared at him for a long moment. You don't know, do you?" "Well, why would you?" "I came back from NAM in '71 with a shot-up hip and a Purple Heart. Then what I'd done kept eating at me, so I went to the sheriff and told him. I served my time, 1 year on a 2-year sentence. I've just been out since October. But I want you to know, Billy, that it was never my idea. I wasn't the one who came up with the idea." "What idea?" "The fireworks," Duke said quietly. "I thought you knew. I thought everybody knew. I was one of the boys who put all those fireworks in the bonfire. It was supposed to be a joke, just a joke. I thought it'd make pretty colors. I thought people would laugh. I swear I never knew it would blow up like that. My dad found out about it, and he shipped me off to the Marines damn fast. I can't ever forget that night, Billy. I don't sleep too good. I can still, hear the sounds they made. Billy, you'd know if any of them were still there, wouldn't you? I mean, you could tell and you could help them?" "They're gone," he replied. "I'm sure of it." But Duke shook his head. "Oh, no, they're not. Oh, no." He opened his eyes and tapped a finger against his skull. "They're all still in here, every one of them who died that night. You can't help me, can you?" "No, I didn't think so. I served my time, got out on good behavior. My dad pretended I was away, working in Georgia." "Well?" He moved past Bonnie and took his hat off the rack on the wall. It was a gas station cap. "I'd best get back to work. Gas won't pump itself." "I thought you knew all about that, Billy. I surely did." "They're gone," Billy said as he reached the door. "You don't have to keep them inside you any more." "Yes, I do," Duke said, and then he opened the door. The little bell over it tinkled merrily, and he was gone. "We were wrong about your mother," Peel said. "All of us were wrong. It wasn't evil. It never was it?" Billy shook his head. His eyes were watering, and Bonnie pressed close to his side to support him. "Terrible thing about that Falconer boy. Heard he died in a plane crash in Mexico, of all places. God only knows what he was doing down there. I heard he went off the deep end, just gave up everything." Not everything, Billy said. Just the things that didn't matter. Huh? Nothing. He looked again at the needlepoint owl. It was a beautiful picture and would be seen by a lot of people. He couldn't think of a better place for it to be hanging. Peel touched his shoulder. "Bill, I've got a fine idea. Why don't you and the little lady join my family and me for dinner tonight? I'll call her, and I guarantee you the finest fried chicken dinner you ever put in your mouth. All right?" "You got room at that table for me?" Hiram asked. "Maybe we do. What the hell? Sure. We got room for everybody. Okay, Bill, how about it?" He smiled, glanced at Bonnie, and then nodded. "We'd like that very much." "Fine. Let me get on the horn right now." "Curtis," Billy said as he moved to the phone, "I'm going to see my mother. She is in the cemetery, isn't she?" "Oh, yes, she is. Don't you worry about a thing. We took care of her real good, Bill. You'll see. We'll be back." They walked to the door, and as Billy opened it, he heard Peel say over the phone, "Ma, you're going to have a real celebrity over tonight. Guess who's—" "Sheer guts," Hiram grunted. 15 minutes later, Billy was standing with Bonnie beside his mother's grave. His father was buried a few feet away. Pine needles covered the ground, and the chill wind whispered softly through the trees. Billy could smell pine sap, the aroma of life waiting to burst free in April. A stone marker had been planted at the head of Ramona's grave. It was finely cut, simple but proud. It gave her name, her date of birth and death, and underneath that, in expertly etched block letters, "Daughter of Hawthorne." Billy put his arm around Bonnie. His mother wasn't here, he knew. Her body was, returning now to the earth as all bodies must. But her soul, that part of her that had made her very special, was somewhere else, still carrying on her mystery walk. And his would go on, too, from this place and moment. He would meet the shape-changer again, because it was part of the evil that lived in the world. But he knew now that, though it couldn't be totally destroyed, it could be bested. The eagle could win over the snake. Courage could win over fear. A few tough stalks of goldenrod grew in the brush a few feet from Ramona's grave. Billy picked some, scattering the yellow wildflowers over the earth. "Flowers for the dead," he said, "and for the living." He gave Bonnie the remaining stalk and saw her strange and beautiful eyes shine. They stood together as the clouds moved overhead in a slow and graceful panorama of white and gray. Snow flurries began to spin before the wind, clinging to their hair and eyelashes. And Billy remembered the infant step of his mystery walk, when he and his father had left the cabin to walk in the snow and had passed the Booker house. Now he had someone else to walk beside, someone who could understand him and believe in him as much as he in her. "I knew you'd come back," Bonnie said. "I knew it. You left the piece of coal, and I didn't think you'd leave without it. I kept it in my bed all the time until one morning when I woke up and it wasn't there. I had a dream that night." "About what?" "You," she replied. "And me, too. We were together, and we were old. We were tired, but it was a good tired, like after you've done a hard day's work and you know you'll have a peaceful sleep. I don't know where we were, but we were sitting in the sun, and we could see the ocean. We were holding hands." She shrugged, a blush creeping across her freckled cheeks. "I don't know, but after that dream I knew you'd be all right. I knew you'd come back. Funny, huh?" "Why?" "It's the first dream I ever had that I wasn't afraid of," Bonnie said. It was time to go. They walked down the hill to the car and got in. His mystery walk was about to carry him, and possibly Bonnie as well, far away from Hawthorne, he realized. Life and death were part of the same puzzle, part of the same strange and miraculous process of growth.
He hoped someday to work in the parapsychology labs himself, to go to school, to study as much as he could. He wanted to help others understand that death wasn't an ending, and that life itself was a wonderful mystery full of chances and challenges. "Have you ever wanted to see England?" he asked her. "Why?" He smiled faintly. "Dr. Hilburn told me there are supposed to be more haunted houses in England than in any country on earth." They drove away from the cemetery. Billy looked back over his shoulder, through the snow's thin white curtain, until the marble marker was out of sight. So much to be done, he thought. So much to be learned. Billy turned his attention to the road that stretched out ahead, out of Hawthorne and into the world, and he would carry with him his mother's words of courage. No fear. End of Mystery Walk by Robert R. McCammon. Narrated by John Stratton in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, September 1983. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522 with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston, 383 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10017.
End of book.